Chapter 872. Wu Shixian asked curiously, "What orders does the Duke of Wuxian have?" "This duke sees that your daughter is smart and very pleasant, so this duke intends to accept her as a disciple." "What does Duke Wu think?" Li Wangyou's words naturally caused Wu Shixian, Madame Yang, and Wu Mingyang to be overjoyed, while Su Chongqing silently rolled his eyes. Su Chongqing still remembered the look on this guy's face when he asked him to accept Ma Zhou as a disciple. But ever since he accepted Ma Zhou and Yan Liben as his disciples, Li Wangyu seemed to be addicted to accepting disciples. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Li Lizzie, Li Ji, Sheng Wanyi, and Lu Ringui. Counting carefully, this guy has already accepted 8 disciples unknowingly. And now he wants to accept Wu Mingyang as a disciple. What does he want to do? Is he really going to be the first imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty? If history does not change in the future, Li Wangyou's identity is a bit scary. The teacher of Crown Prince Li Qingqian, High Emperor Li Ji, and Empress Wu Shixian, this identity can be said to be unprecedented. If the historians of later generations study this period of history, they really don't know what to say about Li Wangyu. In fact, this was also the idea that Li Wangyu proposed to Wu Shixian to accept Wu Mingyang as a disciple. Anyway, he has already accepted so many disciples now. It doesn't matter if it's a sheep or a flock of sheep. This kind of thing, being the teacher of several Tang emperors, is quite exciting. In addition, Li Wangyu also wants to try and see if he can slightly correct Wu Mingyang's extreme character. If she can really ascend the throne in the future, it would be good to use fewer cruel officials. Another thing is Li Wangyou's little selfishness. He and Su Chongqing will sooner or later spread their branches and leaves in the Tang dynasty. Even if it was for the sake of his descendants, he had to give himself a status that no one else could match. At the very least, he would be a solid backer for his descendants. If Li Ji or Wu Mingyang ascended the throne, they would not become enemies with his descendants. That was enough. As for things that were even further away, Li Wangyu couldn't think of them, nor could he care about them for such a long time. Wu Mingyang didn't wait for her father to speak. She had just stood up when she knelt down before Li Wangyu and kowtowed 3 times. Disciple Wu Zhao is willing to be apprenticed to the master and learn from him. Disciple will follow master's instructions and will not dare to disobey master's teachings. Wu Shiqiang and his wife, Madame Yang, also bowed to Li Wangyu. It is Xiaonyang's fortune that County Dooku has taken a liking to her. County Dooku, please do not hesitate to discipline him. This humble official will be eternally grateful. Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. Good, since that's the case, I'll accept you as my disciple. You haven't given your name yet, right? Master will bestow upon you a courtesy name, Mei. She was charming, beautiful, and good. Wu Mei, I will call you Mingyang from now on. His words caused Su Chongqing to roll his eyes to the side, almost to the point of rolling his eyes to the sky. This guy really walked the path of Pai Lupi, leaving Pai Lupi with no way out. In fact, Li Wangyu really wasn't prepared to give Pai Lupi a chance to bestow a name. No matter what happened between Wu Mingyang and Li Wangyu in the future, or whether they would become husband and wife, at the very least, Li Wangyu wouldn't let Wu Mingyang be summoned into the palace by that old lecher, Pai Lupi, to become some sort of talented person. Li Wangyu was still confident in this point. Of all the people present, only Su Chongqing could guess a thing or two about Li Wangyou's thoughts. Naturally, no one else knew about it. Naturally, no one objected to him giving Wu Zhao a courtesy name. Wu Mingyang happily accepted Li Wangyou's gift. Wu Shiqiang twirled his beard and said with a smile, "Mingyang, from now on, learn from your teacher. Don't mess around, or else father won't let you off easily." Wu Mingyang stuck out her tongue at Wu Shiqiang and said, "I won't." Mingyang will definitely listen to teacher from now on." She then looked at Su Chongqing and obediently bowed to Su Chongqing. Mingyang greets teacher's wife. Su Chongqing felt somewhat embarrassed by Wu Meinyang's words. However, it was not appropriate for him to refute her in front of everyone. Thus, he pulled Wu Meinyang into his embrace and began to whisper to her. Su Chongqing, who was originally conflicted about this little lowly Wu Meinyang, also understood. The future Empress Wuxian was a matter for the future. At the very least, the Wu Meinyang in front of him now was an obedient and cute little lowly. It would be too much to worry about something that might happen in a few decades. Instead of worrying that Wu Meinyang would become too extreme in the future, it would be better for her to teach the future Empress together with Li Wangyu. It might even be a good story. After thinking this through, Su Chongqing became more and more intimate with Wu Meinyang, and the little lowly Wu Meinyang also fell in love with this gentle and lovely teacher's wife. Li Wangyu smiled and looked at Su Chongqing and Wu Meinyang, who were whispering to each other. He turned to Wu Shiqiang and said, "Master Wu, I still have to travel for a period of time and have no time to teach Meinyang for the time being. Master Wu, please arrange for someone reliable to send Meinyang to the Chang and Tang Dynasty Academy before September of this year. When I return to Chang'an, I will personally teach Meinyang." Wu Shiqiang naturally had no objections and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wu Meinyang heard their conversation and hurriedly said, "Teacher, Meinyang also wants to accompany you on your trip. Teacher, please bring Meinyang along." How could Li Wangyu be willing to take a 6 or 7-year-old little lowly and run away from home? He naturally rejected Wu Meinyang's words. "Meinyang, listen to me. When I travel, I have to eat and sleep in the open. How can it be convenient to bring a little girl like you along? Go to Chang and obediently and wait for me to return." "No, teacher, please bring Meinyang along. Meinyang is not afraid of hardships." Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on and simply put on a straight face. "Meinyang, are you not going to listen to your teacher's words? What did you say just now? Is this what you mean by listening to your teacher?" His words immediately made the little lowly Wu Meinyang's expression darken. She looked as if she had been wronged and was about to cry. Su Chongqing was speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu and hurriedly persuaded the little lowly in his arms. Finally, Wu Meinyang did not cry on the spot. Seeing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but reflect. Was it right or wrong for him to accept such a young Wu Meinyang as his disciple? Even if she would be a vicious and merciless empress in the future, she was only a 6-year-old little lowly at this moment. It was really troublesome for him to take care of a child of this age. Li Wangyu looked at Su Chongqing, who had made Wu Meinyang laugh through her tears. He secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would leave the matter of teaching the empress to his beautiful superior. One was the modern, white-boned spirit, and the other was the #1 empress in the world. Yes, to a certain extent, the two of them had something in common. At the very least, they could manage a large group of men. If Su Chongqing knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, he would probably have the heart to kick him to death. Li Wangyu and the others lingered in Mingu County of Lizhou for a few days before finally setting off again. Under the reluctant farewell of the little lowly Wu Meinyang, Wu Shiqiang personally escorted them towards Yichang County. Chapter 873. Yichang County was more than 50 miles away from Lizhou County. This was the ancient city of Zhaohua in the future. Li Wangyu could not reject Wu Shiqiang's enthusiasm and could only let him lead a group of Lizhou officials to escort them all the way to Yichang County's Orange Ferry. Outside the east gate of Yichang County was the intersection of Jialing River and Bailong River, Orange Ferry. This was the tourist attraction of the future, the Orange Ferry. The reason Li Wangyu wanted to come to this ferry was to hide his tracks. He purposely told Wu Shiqiang that they were going to take a boat to the south and head directly to Jiangnan and Yangzhou. Wu Shiqiang naturally did not suspect this. If they took a boat from here, they could go down the Jialing River to the Changjiang River and then go down the river to Jiangnan. Compared to traveling by land, traveling by water was obviously more comfortable and convenient. At Orange Ferry in Yichang County, Li Wangyu and his group boarded a river boat that Wu Shixian had found for him. After waving goodbye, they went down the river. However, Li Wangyu's goal was naturally not to go to Jiangnan. So when the boat reached a wild ferry, he ordered the boatman to stop there, and the group of people took their horses and abandoned the boat to go ashore. To prevent the boatman from leaking the news, Li Wangyu even took out the goldfish talisman from the county that founded his country and ordered the boatman to continue to sail the empty boat downstream. He did not allow them to turn back to Yicheng County. Li Wangyu and his group hid their tracks and slowly headed toward Mianzhou. In Chang and City's Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was spitting at me Tuo. Trash. It's been more than a month and you're telling me that you can't find any trace of that bastard. Do you think he can go to heaven? Mi Tuo knelt in front of Pai Lupi. His head was tightly pressed against the floor as he silently endured Pai Lupi's saliva washing his face. Everyone, I am useless. I deserve to die 10,000 times. You really deserve to die, you killing genius. Is my 100 cavalry department just for show? So many people are searching for the whereabouts of a single person, yet there is no trace of him at all. Could it be that that bastard kid can hide to the ends of the earth? Beads of sweat started to form on Mi Tuo's forehead. His resentment towards Li Wangyu deepened. That day, Mi Tuo led more than 100 men and horses from the 100 Horsemen Department, together with Qing Chumo and his group of debauches, to Zhengzhou, and found out the mystery of Li Wangyu's disappearance. The secret chamber that Li Wangyu had ordered people to secretly dig under the carriage was also discovered by the spies of the 100 Horsemen Department, but it was useless. Naturally, there was no trace of Li Wangyu. Everyone guessed that most likely, Li Wangyu had waited for the imperial entourage to leave, and then went in the opposite direction. He boarded a ship that had already been prepared, and went down the Yellow River or the Tongji Canal. Mi Tuo also ordered people to inquire around the Zhengzhou docks, but to no avail. He simply sent out a few groups of people to follow the river. He, Qing Chumo, and the others naturally did not know that while they were searching for Li Wangyu's traces in Zhengzhou, Li Wangyu had quietly followed Pai Lupi's imperial entourage, bypassed Chang'an, and went to the land of Shu. Mi Tuo could not wantonly issue arrest warrants as if he were chasing a criminal. Even when the officials of Zhengzhou asked him who the 100 Horsemen Department was looking for, Mi Tuo could only be vague and did not dare to say clearly. He really could not say this out loud. The dignified county duke who had founded the country had run away. If this matter was spread out, what would happen? Would the imperial court still have any face? Secretly searching for Li Wangyu's traces was naturally the idea of Pai Lupi. That day, in the imperial entourage, all the officials who knew about Li Wangyu's escape were warned by Pai Lupi to keep their mouths shut and not spread this matter out. But how could such a large imperial entourage keep a secret? Not long after the imperial entourage returned to Chang'an, the people in the streets of Chang'an began to secretly discuss this matter. When they said that the county duke had run away with his woman, everyone was very excited, and their desire for gossip was obvious. In Chang'an, as long as the people gathered together, they would inevitably talk about this matter. There were even gambling houses that secretly opened bets, betting on how long it would take for the county duke to be caught by the sage. Mi Tuo and the playboys searched for almost a month in Zhengzhou, but they did not find anything. They had no choice but to return to Chang and to report to Pai Lupi. When Li Qingqian and Li Tai heard about this matter, they immediately jumped up and shouted that their teacher did not take care of his disciple. How could he not bring them along for such a fun thing? These two did not think that if Li Wangyu really ran away with the two of them, not only would Pai Lupi send out arrest warrants, but he would also send out the cavalry of the Tang dynasty to chase Li Wangyu to the ends of the earth. When Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Sheng Guanyi, and Lu Rengue learned that their teacher had run away, they also felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were shocked by their unreliable teacher. The dignified secondary Class 2 county magistrate who founded the country actually disappeared without a word, leaving behind a nondescript leave request. This kind of thing had never been heard of before. When Mu Zhou and the others learned about this matter, they immediately rushed to Dingzhou village to ask Li Heng and Niu Yong if they knew anything about this matter and whether they knew where their teacher had gone. Regarding this, the old butler Li Heng and Niu Yong could only smile bitterly. They did not hide it from Mu Zhou and the others and directly took out the letter Li Wangyu had sent. Everyone, old me really does not know where Lang Jun went. Sigh, this matter is really... Li Heng paused, not knowing how to complain. Lang Jun's handwritten letter is here. Everyone will know once you read it. Old me guessed that Lang Jun's leave request was most likely because of Lady Su. Old me actually thinks that Lang Jun did nothing wrong. This time, Lady Su risked her life to enter Yanling County because of the epidemic in Shuzhou. Why can't she change her title? Li Heng had long been convinced by Su Chongqing. He was full of complaints that Su Chongqing could not be conferred a title because of his merits. Ma Zhou and the others were now court officials. Naturally, they could not join Li Heng in complaining about the saint's decision. However, after the four of them read the letter, they looked at each other in dismay. Old Li, have you arranged the things that Master asked you to do? Li Heng nodded affirmatively. Of course. Old me dare not neglect Lang Jun's orders. Of course, I have ordered it. This. Ma Zhou looked at Yan Liben and the others and did not know what to say. His teacher really knew how to make things difficult. However, since things had come to this, Ma Zhou and the others could only accept it and prepare to act according to their teacher's plan. A few days later, Ma Zhou Si and the others stepped forward at the same time. Holding the ceremonial tablet, they bowed to Li Er and said, "This subject supervises Censor Ma Zhou, this subject is Junior Supervisor Yan Liben, this subject is Secretary Sheng Wanyi, and this subject is Lu Ringue." Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Li Wangyu's four great Vajras stepped out together today. Come. We heard that during the epidemic in Shuzhou, my daughter Su Chongqing performed meritorious deeds for the country. She risked her life alone and saved thousands of people. Ma Zhou praised Su Chongqing in front of Pai Lupi and the court officials. Therefore, we request your majesty to reward those who have performed meritorious deeds. We request your majesty to confer Su Chongqing a title as a reward for her meritorious deeds. I second the motion. Yan Liben and the others chimed in as well. Ma Zhou and the others' words were like throwing a bomb into Taiji Palace. Chapter 874. Ma Zhou's speech naturally caused an uproar in the Taiji Palace. Needless to say, the reaction of the officials was the same as in Zhengzhou. There were supporters, but there were also many opponents. There were also a lot of people who didn't care and just watched the show. The only difference was that today was the Lunar Palace Assembly. There were more officials participating in the assembly, and the dispute was even more intense. Pai Lupi sat on the throne. When he heard Ma Zhou and the others mention this matter again, he also felt that his head was about to explode. Ever since Li Wangyu asked for leave, Pai Lupi also regretted it. In fact, to Pai Lupi, whether or not Su Chongqing was conferred the title of nobility was not important. Since Emperor Gaozu of Han could confer the title of nobility to women, he could also do the same. The reason why Pai Lupi didn't say anything in Zhengzhou was actually because of his own selfishness. It was all because of his eldest daughter Changle's marriage. The Shuzhou epidemic caused Pai Lupi to admire Su Chongqing, this amazing woman, in his heart. However, Li Wangyu actually dared to refuse his proposed marriage. After that, he even dared to boast shamelessly about a Huang and vying. He was simply wicked beyond redemption. Pai Lupi felt that he was already very magnanimous to only send this stinking shameless guy to Huayin County to be a county magistrate. Therefore, Pai Lupi, this narrow-minded emperor, was unwilling to follow Li Wangyu's wishes and confer the title of nobility to Su Chongqing. However, he never expected that Li Wangyu, that bastard, actually took Su Chongqing and ran away without saying a word. This made Pai Lupi so angry that he almost took out a knife to chop people to vent his anger. Pai Lupi sent the cavalry department to secretly search for Li Wangyu for more than a month, but they couldn't find any trace of him. This made this eternal emperor secretly regret. Only after losing something would one know how to cherish it. This saying was absolutely true. After Li Wangyu ran away, Pai Lupi realized that his nephew was irreplaceable. Not to mention the new gadgets he had created, just the number of troubles Li Wangyu had solved for him on a daily basis made Li Er sigh with emotion. This nephew of his was truly a genius. Out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, there was really no one who could compare to his nephew. Even Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, whom he valued the most, were only good at government affairs. But when it came to finding a new way to solve some of the intractable diseases, that Pai Lupi had a headache, they were not as good as Li Wangyu. Because of this matter, Empress Xiangxun was quite critical of Pai Lupi. After all, in Empress Xiangxun's view, Li Wangyu was her nephew. Chang'e's future husband had to be Li Wangyu. But now, Pai Lupi forced Li Wangyu to run away from home because of a small matter like conferring a title to Madame Su. How could Empress Xiangxun not complain? Moreover, Empress Xiangxun was also a woman. Because of Chang'e's marriage, she had some inexplicable subtle feelings for Su Chongqing. But when she heard that Su Chongqing dared to resolutely lead a group of doctors to Yanling County to treat the people in the face of the big head plague that made people pale at the mention of it, it was enough to make Empress Xiangxun's grudge in her heart disappear. It was not a disgrace to the dignity of the imperial family for such an extraordinary woman to marry the same husband as her daughter. It was because of this psychological change that Empress Xiangxun didn't give Pai Lupi a good look, even though she didn't say it out loud when Pai Lupi forced Li Wangyu to run away. And Princess Royal Chang'e was even more depressed every day. She almost washed her face with tears. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, returned to the harem. He didn't dare to see his wife and daughter. He was very embarrassed. Today, in the main hall, Ma Zhou and the others formed a group to go to the court and once again raise the matter of conferring a title to Su Chongqing. Pai Lupi almost directly agreed to it to completely solve this troublesome matter. But before Pai Lupi could speak, a large group of aristocratic family officials, led by Grand Minister Wang Ying, and many stubborn old ministers, stood out and resolutely opposed the words of Ma Zhou and the others. Your Majesty, you can't do this. It's a big taboo for a hen to take the throne. This woman can't be conferred a title. Your Majesty, if you confer a title to a woman, I'd rather kill myself in the Taiji Palace and learn from Wu Zixu. Your Majesty, if you insist on conferring a title to that woman, I don't dare to agree. I'm willing to beg for bones. Pai Lupi was also caught off guard by the reaction of the ministers. Today was the first day of the court assembly. In Chang'an, all officials above the 9th level had to attend the assembly. When there were more people, the opposition became more and more intense. The Imperial College, the Hongwen Guan, the Taichung Temple, the Imperial Historian Bureau, and the Imperial Historian Bureau, these 7th, 8th, and 9th ranked officials, their voices of opposition were even more intense. It seemed that if one word of disagreement was heard, there would be someone who would hit his head against a pillar and die, his blood splashing 3 feet away. They put on a stance of remonstrating with death. Pai Lupi wanted to nod and agree with Ma Zhou and confer a title to Su Chongqing, but how could he say it? Although the status of these officials was very low, there were many of them. Even someone as strong as Pai Lupi had to consider the pressure of public opinion from the hundreds of officials. What was strange was that the group of dukes and bigwigs who were originally firm supporters of Li Wangyu all kept their mouths shut in the hall today. Even Qing Yao Jin, the old hooligan, was laughing as he watched the performance of Wang Ying and the others. He had no intention of jumping out to challenge them. Wang Ying and the others didn't notice this point, but Pai Lupi saw it clearly from his throne. Originally, Li Er still wanted to speak up and try to use the majesty of the emperor to suppress the chaotic situation in the Great Hall, but the behavior of Qin Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others made his heart involuntarily thump. He secretly pondered, could it be that Li Wangyu, that scoundrel, was playing some kind of trick again? If Li Wangyu didn't greet the dukes in advance, Pai Lupi didn't believe it at all. Based on the relationship between Li Wangyu and Qin Yaojin and the others, it was strange that they didn't say anything. Thinking to this point, although Pai Lupi was still silently cursing Li Wangyu in his heart for finding trouble for him, his originally irritated heart from the noise of the officials calmed down. He also didn't say anything. He sat on the throne with a smile and watched the performance of Wang Ying and the others. As the minister of Taichung Temple, Wang Ying's literary talent and eloquence were naturally very good. The old man saw that Pai Lupi was smiling and didn't say anything. It seemed that Pai Lupi was very encouraging, and he became even more energetic. He stood in the main hall and talked non-stop. He talked about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, King Zhou of Shang, and the gains and losses of the former Han dynasty. He talked about how absurd Empress Lu and Marquis of Lingguang Lu Mang were, how their relatives monopolized power, and concluded why women couldn't be conferred nobility. Fortunately, Wang Ying's body was quite good. After such a long speech, he didn't even have a lack of oxygen, which was rare. Ma Zhou and the others seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Wang Ying's words. They didn't have the slightest intention of defending themselves. Pai Lupi smiled faintly. He nodded and stood up. We'll discuss this matter later. Court is dismissed. After he finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to the officials. He directly boarded the carriage and returned to the harem. As for Ma Zhou and the other 3, they seemed to have completely forgotten what they had talked about in the main hall. They laughed and greeted each other, and went to Peace Square to drink. This scene fell into the eyes of Wang Ying and the others, and only then did they realize that something was wrong. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Although they were suspicious, they couldn't figure it out. However, this group of old officials who vehemently opposed the conferment of nobility soon discovered where the problem was. Chapter 875. It was not easy to live in Chang'an. In the huge city of Chang'an, although the 7th, 8th, and 9th rank officials had official positions and various subsidies from the imperial court, most of them lived a tight life. After all, although their income was not low, their expenses were also higher than ordinary people. Going to Peace Square with their colleagues every few days to drink and socialize with friends was a necessary social activity. In addition to the expenses of their family members, servants, and renting houses and buying houses, the lives of these low-ranking officials were mostly similar to those of the middle class in the future. Although they appeared to be well off, they could not be extravagant and had to live frugally. In terms of transportation, before Li Wangyu made public horse carriages, it was not a small expense for these officials to raise a horse in their mansions. Even if they had horses, when their relatives traveled, they could only borrow mules or donkeys from their neighbors. At the very least, they could spend some money to rent a carriage or an ox cart. When the public horse carriages in Chang'an changed from a novelty to a means of transportation that everyone was used to, many low-ranking officials in Chang'an would choose to travel by public horse carriages. There were many officials who wore light green and light blue official robes and rode the horse carriages. The people in Chang'an were also used to this. When they saw these officials boarding the horse carriages, the most they would do was stand up and give up their seats, salute, and greet them. Today, the morning drums sounded in Chang'an and the doors of all the houses opened. Lu Qing, the functionary of Taichung Temple, who lived in Zhaogua Square in the west of the city, tidied up his dark blue official robes and walked out of his house as usual. He smiled and nodded to the neighbors in the square and walked toward Xiamen Street outside the square. He was ready to take a public horse carriage to the imperial city for the roll call. Lu Qing was now 40 years old and was not considered young. However, he had only passed the examination a few years ago with great difficulty. He was now an official of the Ministry of Appointments, a 9th-grade official. After a few years of hard work, he was promoted to an upper 8th-rank functionary. Lu Qing was very satisfied with this. He walked out of the square as usual and waited for the public horse carriage to arrive. He was thinking about the 4 disciples of the county magistrate in the imperial court yesterday who proposed to bestow nobility to the Su family. At present, the details of the flood and plague in Shuzhou had already been published in detail in the imperial court. Lu Qing had also read through the matter of Shuzhou long ago. In truth, he admired Madame Su, the wife of the county magistrate. The big head plague had broken out in Shuzhou. Under such circumstances, the woman dared to lead a group of doctors into Yanling County. Even as a man, Lu Qing could only silently praise her courage. However, yesterday in Taiji Palace, Lu Qing did not hesitate to follow behind Wang Ying of Taichung Temple and oppose the matter of conferring nobility. It wasn't that he had any objection to a woman being conferred a title of nobility, but it was purely to flatter Wang Ying, the minister of Taichung Temple. Whether or not the Su clan was conferred a noble title had nothing to do with him. But since his boss's boss had spoken out against it, how could he go against it? As a result, yesterday in Taiji Palace, Lu Qing's opposition was extremely fierce. He even said that he wanted to learn from Wu Zixu and remonstrate with Pai Lupi to the death. Thinking about his performance yesterday, Lu Qing was very satisfied. When he left the imperial court, Wang Ying, a rank 3 official of Taichung Temple, actually patted him on the shoulder in a rare amiable manner. For the first time, he asked for his official position and name. This made Lu Qing feel that everything was worth it. Thinking that in the future, he would be able to enter the eyes of the Taichung Temple's minister and that he might be promoted right in front of him, Lu Qing silently praised himself and felt that yesterday was a wise decision. Just as Lu Qing was feeling proud, a carriage slowly came from afar and stopped in front of Zhaogua Square as usual. He took out 2 copper coins from his money pouch and was about to board the carriage when he was stopped by the coachman who was driving the carriage. "Please wait for a moment, Lang Jun. May I ask if you are the functionary of Taichung Temple, Field Officer Lu?" The functionary was called Field Officer in the Jin dynasty. Therefore, the functionary of the Tang dynasty was also called Field Officer. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the driver to recognize him. "Yes, it is I. Is there a problem?" Lu Qing coughed lightly and replied. The driver nodded with a smile. However, his words almost made Lu Qing explode with anger. "It really is Field Officer Lu. Haha, that's good. I was afraid that I recognized the wrong person. If Field Officer Lu was here, you would not be able to sit in this carriage today." Hearing this, Lu Qing was naturally furious. "Why is that? Give me a clear explanation." The coachman calmly took out a piece of paper from his bosom and shook it in front of Lu Qing. Not only can Field Officer Lu not sit in this carriage today, but also in the future. Not only can Field Officer Lu not sit in this carriage, but Field Officer Lu also cannot sit in any carriage in Chang'an. Do you see this? It is written on this paper that anyone who leaves their name on this paper will not be received in any public carriage in Chang'an. Lu Qing was stunned and then flew into a rage. "How dare you? I am the functionary of Taichung Temple. How can I be offended by commoners like you? Do you believe that I won't immediately drag you to see me and punish you for your disrespect?" His words did not frighten the driver. Instead, they made the driver laugh even louder. Field Officer Lu, how have I disrespected you? It was County Duke whose orders to not allow Field Officer Lu to enter the carriage. If Field Officer Lu is dissatisfied, you can go and find County Duke Hu for an explanation. As the coachman spoke, he shook the paper that was densely filled with names at Lu Qing. Do you see this? None of the officials on this paper are allowed to enter the carriage. This is County Duke Hu's orders. How could I dare to disobey? Lu Qing's face was filled with astonishment. He snatched the paper from the driver's hand and carefully looked at it. It was filled with the names, positions, and residences of many officials in the court. Even their height and appearance were written on it. Naturally, Lu Qing also saw her name on it. He raised his head in disbelief and asked, I have never met County Duke Hu before. There is no enmity between us. Why did he? Lu Qing was halfway through her words when she suddenly couldn't continue. He suddenly realized that there was no enmity between them. Yesterday, everyone knew that Madame Su, who he and everyone else opposed to being conferred a title, was County Duke Hu's woman. When he carefully looked at the names on the paper, weren't they all the people who had spoken out the most fiercely in the court yesterday? When he thought of this, Lu Qing's forehead was almost covered in sweat. He had wholeheartedly wanted to flatter his superior, but he had completely forgotten that he would be punished by County Duke Hu. At this time, Lu Qing only felt dizzy. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that when he went with the flow and agreed with Taichung Temple's minister, county magistrate who would actually take note of it and write it down. Even the coachman had a copy of it. Who was County Duke Hu? He was the founding county duke of the current lower second rank, the crown prince's imperial tutor, and the sage's nephew. He had even heard that His Majesty wanted to betroth the eldest princess to County Duke Hu. He was such an important person. Was he blinded by lard to make things difficult for his woman in order to curry favor with the Taichung Temple official? Lu Qing was filled with regret, as if his parents had died. However, he suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Didn't the rumors say that County Duke Hu had asked for leave to travel? Chapter 876. Lu Qing was right. Li Wangyu didn't do these things directly. Instead, after he sent the letter to Li Heng, Ma Zhou, and the others carried out the results. Yesterday, Ma Zhou and the others went to court with the main purpose of arousing the opposition of Wang Ying and the others. After the four of them lit the fire, they didn't speak anymore. They just looked on coldly from the side and silently noted down which officials in the court were the ones who opposed. Afterwards, the four of them sent someone to deliver the list to Dingzhou village and give it to Li Heng. They didn't need to worry about anything else. After the old housekeeper Li Heng received the list of officials, he immediately found shopkeeper's son of Sun's bookstore and had it printed out. The public horse carriages in Chang and city belonged to Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village. All the coachmen were villagers of the village. Hearing that someone wanted to oppose Lady Su, these villagers didn't say anything and immediately nodded to carry out the order. If it weren't for Li Heng and the old village suppressing them, it was possible that they would have beaten up the officials on the list. The naughty children of the villagers of Dingzhou village were all sent to the academy by Li Wangyu to study. He said that he wanted to cultivate them into talents and that they couldn't be illiterate like their parents. It was embarrassing. These words naturally caused the group of Guanzhong men in Dingzhou village to blush to the ears. Since no family lacked copper coins, it would be embarrassing if they were illiterate and couldn't even be compared to a child in the future. Therefore, the villagers secretly spent copper coins and went to the county seat of Hu County to hire an old teacher to teach them how to read. After half a year of literacy, the villagers of Dingzhou village could at least read and write. Although they couldn't write and count, they could at least read. Even Li Wangyu's plagiarized Romance of the Three Kingdoms could now be read by the villagers with books in their hands. Back then, it was normal to not be able to recognize all the words or recognize a few wrong words. Given the current literacy rate of Great Tang, if the villagers of Dingzhou village were to claim that they were also scholars, no one would be able to say that they weren't. Therefore, early this morning, all the coachmen of public carriages in Chang and city had a list of officials printed overnight. They followed the list and refused to take any passengers. In fact, Li Wangyu had instructed Li Hing to do this in the letter mainly to discuss those officials who opposed Su Changqing's conferment of nobility. After all, there were no photos in this era. The only information recorded on the paper was the name of the official, his position, and where he lived. Therefore, if Lu Qing had not said that she was Lu Qing, she would have gotten into the car. However, it was naturally unrealistic for these officials to hide their heads and tails. Therefore, today in Chang'an City, all the low-level officials who had spoken out against the conferment of nobility in Taiji Palace yesterday were all refused by the coachman of the public carriages. Lu Qing wanted to curse, but when he thought of the county magistrate behind these coachmen, he opened his mouth but could not say anything. He could only watch the carriage leave. He sighed deeply, but could only turn back to the inner lane and prepare to borrow a donkey from a familiar neighbor. After all, the imperial city was quite far from the Zhaogua square where he lived. If he walked there, it would probably be noon by the time he arrived. As for the big shots like Grand Chancellor Wang Ying, they naturally did not know about this matter. After all, they had not fallen to the point where they needed to take the public carriages. However, what Li Wangyu had instructed the old butler Li Hing to do in the letter was not as simple as refusing to take the public carriages. With Li Wangyu's current connections in Chang'an City, it was fine if he did not take action. However, if he did, it could be said to be a thunder in the sky, and the momentum was quite shocking. In Chang'an City, all the officials who were on the list were shocked to find that not only did the public carriages refuse to take them, but even the shopkeepers and waiters of the shops in the eastern and western markets held the list and refused to sell goods to them. Even many restaurants in Chang'an City, after knowing their identity, welcomed them with smiles and a very good attitude, but did not allow them to eat or drink in the restaurants. Even the painting houses and brothels in the Ping Kong Square refused to do business with them. For a time, this group of low-level officials were all stunned. In fact, Li Wangyu had learned this trick from shopkeeper Ren of the Renji saddle shop. At that time, he had wanted to build a toilet, but he was thrown into the prison of the censorate by a group of old officials. In a moment of anger, shopkeeper Ren joined a group of merchants and went on a strike. However, shopkeeper Ren's identity and status could not be compared with Li Wangyu's. They both went on a strike, but the influence was completely different. In Chang'an City, behind many merchants, restaurants, painting houses and brothels, there were a group of dukes and important officials in the imperial court. And most of these people were on good terms with Li Wangyu. When they received Li Wangyu's letter, they were naturally willing to help. And Su Changqing's Shunfeng Carriage Company in Chang'an City was even more influential. In the eastern and western markets, tens of thousands of merchants, who did not have business with Shunfeng Carriage Company. Compared with offending those officials, these merchants were naturally more willing to listen to Li Wangyu's words. Moreover, now the largest merchant in Chang'an City, Chiu family, was in contact, so no one dared to disobey. For a time, many middle-level and low-level officials in the imperial court in Chang'an City, who had spoken out against Su Changqing's knighthood at the Taiji Palace that day, all felt extremely troubled. Recently, many officials did not even dare to wear their official robes when they went out, let alone report their official titles and names. For example, functionary Lu Qing, in order to go to the imperial city for the roll call, every day when he went out, he brought a package with his official robes in it. They secretly took public carriages and entered the imperial city before finding a place where no one was around to change their robes. After going off duty, they did this again to avoid the pain of walking home. Moreover, they did not dare to complain to the imperial court about this matter. Until now, it was too late for them to regret. Why did they provoke Li Wangyu for no reason? Now, Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, had not returned to Chang'an City yet, but they were already disgraced. If Li Wangyu came back in the future, they would not have a good time. At the thought of the consequences, these officials' intestines turned green with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret at this time. If they changed their words, they would offend their immediate superior and be criticized for being indecisive. Then they would really be finished. At this time, they could only go to Grand Chancellor Wang Ying and the other big shots to complain, hoping that these big shots who had led the opposition would back them up. When Wang Ying and the others learned of this matter, they only sneered a few times. They felt that county duke who was just a so-so and did not take it seriously. The so-called strike had nothing to do with these big shots of the aristocratic families, so they did not bother to think about it. However, in order to earn a knighthood for Su Chongqing, Li Wangyou's means were naturally not as simple as a strike. Every 2 days, the group of old officials, including Wang Ying, could not sit still any longer. Chapter 877. Ever since Li Wangyu came up with the romance of the Three Kingdoms, many storytellers in the brothels of Chang and city began to talk about the book. In an era where entertainment was extremely scarce, illiterate people were everywhere. Even if ordinary people could afford to buy books, they could not understand them. Therefore, listening to stories every day became the favorite entertainment of the people of Chang and city. They did not spend much money, but they could have fun for a day. No matter how long the romance of the Three Kingdoms was, there would be a time when it was finished. After Li Wangyu copied a book, he did not have the patience to continue copying books. Therefore, many people had listened to the romance of the Three Kingdoms several times and had long memorized it. Fortunately, Li Wangyu quickly came up with the baseball league and the soccer news. Therefore, these storytellers had new things to talk about every day. Just by talking about the process of the previous day's competition, and then according to the prediction and analysis in the newspaper, it could also attract the people to come and listen to the book. Lu Qing's mother and daughter-in-law were also people who liked to listen to stories. Every day, after Lu Qing went to the yamen for the morning roll call, they would go to the brothels together to listen to stories for a few hours to pass the time. Fortunately, the stories were not expensive. Each person could spend a copper coin to listen to the stories for a whole day. Today, Lu Qing's mother and daughter-in-law went to the storytelling workshop as usual. After paying a copper coin, a waiter came to bring them hot water. Although Li Wangyu came up with the method of brewing tea, it was not popular in the workshop. Therefore, when they listened to the stories, they only had plain water. Everyone, yesterday's book was really good. Although I've heard the part where Zhao Zilong of Changshan slaughtered his way in and out of Chao's camp more than 5 or 6 times, I'm still very excited. Everyone that Lu Qing's daughter-in-law mentioned was not Pai Lupi, but her mother-in-law. In the Tang dynasty, everyone was how the close servants of the emperor addressed the emperor. It was also how the daughter-in-law addressed her mother-in-law. Son, you're right about that. Not only you, but I am also the same. I don't know if we're going to continue talking about Zhang Yida causing havoc at Chongban Bridge today. That part of the story is my favorite. It's very lively. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking, the storyteller went up on stage and bowed to everyone below the stage. He gently patted the stop words in his hand on the table, and the hall quieted down. A storyteller's stop was actually a gavel. Different people used different names. The one on Pai Lupi's table was Xinshanhe, while the one Empress Zhangsun used was Fengxia. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other prime minister's weapons were called Zhuachao Gang, while Qing Yaojin's weapons were called Frightening Tiger's Courage. Only ordinary officials could use them, and they were known as Startling Hall Wood. The ones used by monks were known as Awakening Wood, and the ones used by Daoists were known as Suppressing Altar Wood. From the emperor to the officials, to the doctors, pawn shops, and inns, this little piece of wood had different names. After the storyteller patted the stop words, he slowly said, "Today, Old Me is going to tell a new book called Exorcising Ghosts." His words immediately caused a buzz in the hall. Lu Qing's daughter-in-law had an excited expression. "Everyone, it's a new book, a new book." Yes, this old one has never heard of the exorcism stratagem. I really did come today. There were many people who were just as excited as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Because of the storyteller's words, the hall became a mess. This situation was clearly within the storyteller's expectations. He waited for everyone to discuss for a while before patting the stop words in front of him again, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Speaking of which, in the 4th year of Xinguang's reign, there was a sudden rainstorm in Xuzhou. The storyteller began to spit out lotus flowers, talking non-stop about the book. Without a doubt, the book he was talking about was Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing, and the others' disaster relief in Xuzhou. And that exorcism referred to plague ghosts. The storyteller started from the flood in Xuzhou, all the way to Li Wangyu's rescue mission in Xuzhou. Everyone in the hall listened with rapt attention, not daring to breathe loudly. When they heard that the big head plague had appeared in Xuzhou's Yanling County, many people cried out in alarm. Lu Qing's daughter-in-law tightly grabbed her mother-in-law next to her, so nervous that her palms were sweating. The big head plague is the most vicious plague in the world. Everyone's face pales at the mention of it. Who isn't afraid? Who isn't afraid? Just as hundreds of Xuzhou's doctors were shrinking back, frightened out of their wits by that plague ghost, a person flashed out from behind County Magistrate Hu. When the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly patted the stop words in his hand. If you want to know what happened next, listen to the next part. His words immediately woke up everyone in the hall and caused an uproar. Why did you stop at the crucial part? Hurry up and continue, this lord will reward you. Don't leave people hanging. Someone dressed like a rich young master in the hall directly took out a gold ingot from his pocket and threw it on the stage. This gold ingot is for you. Don't be so wishy-washy, continue speaking for this lord. Yes, hurry up and speak. I'll reward you. In an instant, many copper coins flew onto the stage, almost hitting the storyteller. Even Lu Qing's mother took out a few copper coins from her pocket and threw them on the stage. When the storyteller saw that everyone was so generous with their rewards, he naturally couldn't stop smiling. He hurriedly picked up the gold ingot and put it in his pocket, then picked up the stop words in his hand. I am indebted to everyone's kindness. Since that's the case, this old me will continue speaking. As I said, a person flashed out from behind County Magistrate Hu. It was the goddess of fortune, Madame Su, whose name is known throughout Chang and city. His words caused another round of whispers in the hall. The storyteller was eloquent, talking endlessly about how Su Chongqing led a group of doctors into Yanling County without hesitation, ignoring the danger of the big head plague. How did he join forces with County Duke Hu outside the city and assist the Tao Lord above the heavens in dispelling the plague ghost that devoured the sun? In short, in the storyteller's mouth, Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu had become complete legends. However, no one questioned this point. Instead, they nodded repeatedly, thinking that the storyteller was right. The people of Chang and city saw Li Wangyu in this way. Now, they were just incidentally making Su Chongqing a legend. Everyone, to think that Lady Su of the Su clan has accomplished such a great deed, it truly makes us great Tang men blush with shame. I heard that County Magistrate Hu has already submitted a memorial to the saint to bestow Madame Su the title of nobility. I wonder what everyone thinks. Is Madame Su worthy of this title? Of course, Madame Su should be conferred a title. The Han dynasty had a female marquis, so our Tang dynasty naturally has one too. Moreover, Madame Su is a celestial figure, and she is a celestial partner with County Magistrate Hu. It is only natural for her to be conferred a title. Yes, that's the reason. The saint should confer a title to Madame Su. Even Lu Qing's mother stood up excitedly. I think that Madame Su is not inferior to men. The saint should only reward her with a title. Madame Su should be a role model for women of the Tang dynasty. After the people in the hall finished listening to the exorcism of ghosts, they were all excited and clamored for Su Chongqing to be conferred a title. This scene was also playing out in all the storytelling workshops in Chang and City. Without a doubt, the exorcism of ghosts that these storytellers were talking about was made by Li Wangyu. Using the public's opinion to counter the imperial court was Li Wangyu's second step. Chapter 878. In Chang and City, Li Wangyu was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had quietly arrived in Mianzhou. "Wangyu, is this your hometown? Is this also Li Bai's former residence? Where is the ink washing pool?" Riding a horse in the small county of Jiangyu County in Mianzhou, Su Chongqing looked around curiously, as if she wanted to find the traces left behind by the great poet Li Bai. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "What are you looking for? Li Bai is still more than 80 years away from being born. What kind of ink washing pool is there now?" Su Chongqing then realized that she had messed up the time again. She couldn't help but smile and stick out her tongue. She immediately smiled and said, "I don't know if the great poet Li Bai's name will still be recorded in history after someone copied so many of his poems. Don't worry, Li Bai wrote more than 1,000 poems in his life. How many have I copied? It's a small matter, ah." Speaking of this topic, Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. Su Chongqing covered her mouth and laughed. "It is said that Li Bai is also a descendant of the Li Tang royal family. Speaking of which, you are also a relative." Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, it seemed to be true. According to the New Tang book, Li Bai was the 9th-generation grandson of the Xingxing Emperor, and was of the same origin as the Li Tang kings. The Xingxing Emperor was the founding monarch of Xiliang, Li Gui. He claimed to be the 16th-generation grandson of the Western Han general Li Guang, and was recognized as the ancestor of the Tang dynasty royal family. Li Wangyu was fine before he thought about it. After thinking about it, he felt that this matter was too confusing. According to the historical records, Li Gui was the 7th-generation grandson of the Tang dynasty's founder, Li Yuan. Then Pai Lupi was the 8th-generation grandson of Li Gui. According to this seniority, he, Li Wangyu, Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Li Ji, and the others were actually Li Ji's 9 generations of grandchildren, the same generation as Li Bai. What kind of seniority was this? And Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, was Li Gui's 11th grandson. In other words, in terms of seniority, Li Bai was Li Longji's grandfather. However, it was clear that Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, would not recognize Li Bai as someone of seniority. In fact, he would not even recognize him as a relative. Even Li Wangyu didn't want to admit that Li Bai, who was born more than 80 years later, was his brother. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled, throwing these messy matters to the back of his mind. What kind of seniority did Li Bai have? It was none of his business. This time, he brought his beautiful boss back to Mianzhou. He really wanted to see his hometown. However, after the long journey back, Li Wangyu was extremely disappointed. This was the Tang dynasty of thousands of years ago. How could there be his hometown? This was a completely unfamiliar county. After thousands of years, there was no trace left behind at all. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly, wondering if he was also carving the boat to find the sword. In the long river of history, even if it was the same place, where could he find the lost sword? The group rested for a few days in Mianzhou. Then, they planned to set off for Qingdu County in Yizhou. In Li Wangyu's plan, after touring Qingdu County, they would go down the river and tour Jiangnan. At that time, the matter of Chang and City giving Su Chongqing a title should be almost over. On this day, everyone mounted their horses and prepared to leave the city for Qingdu County. Not long after they got onto the official road, Li Wangyu and the others were shocked to find that the sound of horse hooves came from behind them. Niu Wu and the 2 troops immediately protected Li Wangyu and the others. Looking up, they saw a large group of soldiers galloping over from the official road. Li Wangyu was shocked. Did he give himself away and Pai Lupi sent people to catch him? If they were really here to catch him, it was too late to run now. Lang Jun, look at the flag. It's the Mianzhou soldiers. Niu Wu's eyes were sharp. After seeing the flag clearly, he reported. Li Wangyu nodded his head, feeling slightly relieved. If Pai Lupi wanted to catch him back to Chang'an, he would definitely send the imperial army. It was impossible for the Mianzhou soldiers to catch him. Seeing that the Mianzhou soldiers were rushing over, everyone quickly retreated to the side of the official road to avoid the soldiers. Sure enough, the Mianzhou soldiers did not pay attention to Li Wangyu and the others. They hurriedly passed by them and galloped away. Li Wangyu and the others were on a three-way road not far ahead of them. Left was to go to Qingdu County, right was to go to Songzhou. As for the 1,000 or so soldiers of Mianzhou, they turned right at the fork in the road and headed north in the direction of Songzhou. Li Wangyu could not help but be surprised. Did something happen in Songzhou? Was it so serious that they needed the Mianzhou soldiers to go and help? Lang Jun, I see that the soldiers from Mianzhou are heading to Songzhou to provide support. Could it be that a war has broken out in Songzhou? Niu Wu came to the same conclusion when he saw the soldiers hurriedly marching. Songzhou was the Songpan county of the future. It was more than 500 miles away from Mianzhou. Songzhou was the Jiannan road of the Tang dynasty. It was the main road to Tuyuhan. In the 12th year of Xinguan, the battle between the Tang dynasty and Tubo broke out in Songzhou. Did Tuyuhan eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts to attack Songzhou? Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it was not impossible. The current Tuyuhan could be considered to be in a prosperous period. Moreover, Tuyuhan was not stingy and was very difficult to deal with. When Emperor Yang of Sui sent troops to attack Tuyuhan, after winning in the early stages, they were beaten back by Tuyuhan in just a few years. They even attacked the Hehe region of the former Sui. The former Sui counties could not resist and fell. After the establishment of the Great Tang, the Tuyuhan had been well behaved for a period of time, but it was not impossible for the Tuyuhan to attack Song province in a fit of anger. After all, he remembered that in the 9th year of Xinguan, Pai Lupi sent Xiao Wei General Duan Jishuan to attack Tuyuhan all the way to Qinghai Lake. But after Duan Jishuan won, Tuyuhan immediately attacked Liangzhou. In the 12th year of Xinguan, Pai Lupi attacked here and forced Tuyuhan to surrender. They destroyed Tuyuhan and brought Qinghai into the territory of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't surprising that such a country that didn't learn its lesson would come to harass Songzhou. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu could not help but feel interested. In the future, he was a military fan who spent a lot of time on various military forums. However, he had only seen wars on television and movies. If war really broke out in Songzhou, he really wanted to go and see it for himself. Niu Wu, do you think Tuyuhan is attacking? Niu Wu nodded. If even the house army of Mianzhou was mobilized, then that should be the case. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was a little tempted. However, when he turned his head and looked at Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin, the three beauties, he felt a headache coming on. How should he tell his beautiful boss about this? Naturally, he could not take the three women to Songzhou, which was more than 500 miles away. If a war really broke out, he could not let Su Chongqing and the others take such a risk. However, Li Wangyu would not be satisfied if he did not go and see the ancient battlefield and the might of the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing understood him very well. She glanced at him. Do you want to go to Songzhou? Li Wangyu smiled. No, hee, why would I go to Songzhou? Before he could finish, his beautiful boss continued. That's good. Don't even think about it. Li Wangyu. Chapter 879. Su Chongqing naturally wouldn't agree to Li Wangyu going to Songzhou. For her, it was better to stay as far away from that kind of battle as possible. She respected those soldiers who defended their country and understood that the years were peaceful and there were people carrying the burden. But understanding didn't mean that she was willing to let her man take risks on the battlefield. This was human nature. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with them, so she wouldn't agree to let Li Wangyu go to the battlefield where arrows were flying just because he was curious. Li Wangyu also knew what she was thinking. He smiled and didn't say anything else. The group continued on their way, riding slowly toward Yizhou. Li Wangyu rode on horseback, but he was thinking about the matters of Songzhou. He didn't think about sneaking to Songzhou. After all, even if Tuyuhun had offended the border, it was probably just a small matter. They didn't even bother to record it in the history books, so it wasn't a big deal. By the time he got to Songzhou, which was 500 miles away, Tuyuhun might have already retreated. Moreover, he had Su Chongqing and the other two with him. He couldn't be so irresponsible as to leave the three women behind and sneak to Songzhou just to satisfy his curiosity. He had that kind of thought just now purely on a whim. After being glared at by his beautiful boss, this guy's henpecked syndrome flared up. The idea of going to Songzhou to observe the ancient battlefield had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Li Wangyu only thought of the Songzhou battle in the 12th year of Xinguan and the Tang dynasty's strong enemy, Tubo, because of Songzhou. In the textbooks of later generations, Princess Wenqing's marriage to Songtsen Gampo was a symbol of Tang and Tubo's friendship. In reality, Li Wangyu knew that this was nonsense. Not to mention how fragile, unreliable, and even humiliating a friendship that relied on a woman to maintain it was. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the marriage was simply a stain on Pai Lupi's life. It was even less bloody than the great Ming dynasty's ancestral teachings of no political marriages, no reparations, no ceding of land, no tribute. The Son of Heaven guards the country. When Princess Wenqing married into Tubo, she brought vegetables, grain seeds, exquisite handicrafts, and the advanced production technology of the Tang dynasty. However, the Tubo people did not think that it was friendship at all. Instead, they thought it was the Tang people's reverence for Tubo. As for Princess Wenqing, she was also not liked by Songtsen Gampo. When Songtsen Gampo married Princess Wenqing, he already had a Nepalese ruler princess as his wife, and she was rather favored. The so-called Red Palace built to marry Princess Wenqing, which was the Potala Palace of the later generations, was built for Princess Sun. It was easy to tell if it was real or fake. If it was a palace built to ease Princess Wenqing's homesickness, the architectural style would not be an Apura-style palace, but a palace of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu naturally knew what the Potala Palace looked like in the future. To say that the Potala Palace was built by Songtsen Gampo to marry Princess Wenqing was purely a lie. According to the records of the kings of Tibet, Princess Wenqing had been in Tibet for many years. She had no children and no favor, and her status was mediocre. Usually, she served Songtsen Gampo like a maid. 9 years later, Songtsen Gampo died, and Princess Wenqing was a widow for 31 years. This was the real experience of Princess Wenqing. Li Wangyu secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would not let this happen under his nose. If the Tubo Grand Minister Ludong Zhengan went to the Tang dynasty to ask for a marriage, Li Wangyu even began to think about whether to directly kill this guy. Destroy Tubo. This idea was like a wildfire, suddenly burning in Li Wangyu's heart, and it did not go out for a long time. He even had the impulse to directly turn back to Chang and city, find Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qingyao Jin, and the others, and have a good plan. Li Wangyu felt that 10 years of preparation should be enough for the Tang dynasty to accumulate strength, destroy Tubo in one fell swoop, and bring it into the territory of the Tang dynasty. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu, who had been living a carefree life and waiting for death, had a clear goal for the first time. The Tang dynasty and Tubo had been fighting each other for 100 years, and there were more than 190 battles recorded in the history books. However, the powerful Tang dynasty could not do anything to Tubo, let alone bring Tubo into the territory of the Tang dynasty. The reason, besides the strong army of Tubo, was the problem of geography. As everyone knew, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was due to altitude sickness. In the era of cold weapons, even the cavalry of the Tang dynasty could not do anything about altitude sickness. In particular, the Tang dynasty did not understand the cause of altitude sickness. They only knew that it was a disease called miasma disease or miasma disease, and they lacked effective prevention and treatment methods. In addition, in the Tang dynasty, cotton was not planted and used on a large scale. The soldiers lacked good methods to resist the cold, and the low temperature and logistical difficulties in the plateau area limited the cavalry of the Tang dynasty from attacking Tubo. In Li Wangyu's opinion, altitude sickness was not difficult to overcome. When one entered the plateau above 3,000 meters, 50% to 75% of people would experience altitude sickness. However, after 3 to 10 days of adaptation, altitude sickness symptoms would gradually disappear. In addition, Chinese medicine like roseroot could effectively overcome altitude sickness, so it should not be a big problem to overcome altitude sickness. The difficulty of attacking Tubo was to resist the cold and logistical difficulties. To resist the cold, they would need to plant cotton on a large scale. Li Wangyu silently remembered this in his heart, and he planned to discuss this with Pai Lupi after returning to Chang'an. The logistical problem was actually not difficult. Li Wangyu immediately thought of luncheon meat, pork floss, fried noodles, and other military rations that could be easily produced in the Tang dynasty to feed the army. With that, the Tang army could go into battle with light equipment. Now that he and Yan Liben had created the hydraulic forging hammer, the equipment of the Tang army would be even better. With that, Li Wangyu did not believe that they could not destroy Tubo. Li Wangyu thought about it. If they wanted to destroy Tubo within 10 years, there was one more thing that they had to plan and prepare in advance. That was to send out various spies deep into the plateau to understand the climate, roads, and geography of Tubo. Only then would the army have a clear target to attack. Otherwise, if hundreds of thousands of troops were sent out, even if they reached the plateau, they would not be able to see anything. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu suddenly slapped his head. To think that he called himself a military fanatic, and he actually forgot such an important thing. When he was building his castle, he made a sand table, and Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others treated it like a treasure. However, he actually forgot to make a map and give it to Pai Lupi. There was no need to mention how rough and simple the maps of the Tang dynasty were. If Li Wangyu drew a map from his imagination, it would also be unreliable. However, how could he forget that Su Changqing's phone had a navigation software? Even if there was no internet or GPS, there was an offline map that could be downloaded. Those maps of the cities in the future were naturally useless. However, even if it was a simple map of the entire country, if he copied it down, the scale and accuracy of it would be better than all the maps of the Tang dynasty. Why would he still need to do so many things in Chang'an City? If this map was presented, it would immediately blindly err, as well as the Duke's 24K corium gold dog eyes. If he changed Su Changqing's title, would that still be a problem? Chapter 880. Of course, even if Li Wangyu had thought of the map, he might not have used it to exchange for the title of nobility with Pai Lupi. In his opinion, Su Changqing's contribution this time was enough for him to be given a title. Why couldn't he exchange it for a title? Therefore, when it was time to stir up trouble, Li Wangyu would not be soft-hearted. In Chang'an, the situation was getting more and more chaotic. The Exorcism Chronicles, which promoted disaster relief in Shuzhou, had become a household name in Chang'an through storytellers. After Lu Qin, the functionary of Taichung Temple, returned home, he heard his mother and daughter-in-law discussing the new book at the dinner table. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mother, the storyteller is talking about a new book today. What book is it? I'll go listen when I have a break." "Husband, that book is very good. It's called Exorcism Chronicles. It's about County Magistrate Hu and Lady Su fighting against the plague ghosts in Shuzhou and curing the Big Head Plague. Lady Su is really amazing. She's really a hero among women." Without waiting for Lu Qing's mother to speak, his daughter-in-law impatiently told her husband about the new book today. Lu Qing's mother also nodded, feeling that her daughter-in-law was right. "That's right. This Exorcism Chronicles is really good. If I have a break, I'll go listen to this book." Lu Qing's face immediately darkened when he heard this. He immediately thought of Lady Su's knighthood. If there were no accidents, this Exorcism Chronicles must have been created by County Magistrate Hu. This was a blatant conspiracy. When the people of Chang knew about this, those who opposed Lady Su's knighthood would be drowned in the saliva of the people of Chang. This was worse than refusing to take public carriages or sell goods to them. Thinking of this, Lu Qing's back was almost covered in sweat. As expected, his mother continued, "Today, I heard from the storyteller that there were 3 female marquises in the former Han dynasty. Since they were given the title of Marquis and Lady Su made such a great contribution, why didn't the sage reward her? If my son has the chance, he'll open Madame Su's eyes. If our dynasty can also produce a female marquis, mother, as a woman, will also be honored." "That's right. Mother is right." Lu Qing's daughter-in-law agreed. Functionary Lu Qing did not dare to say anything else. He could only nod his head in agreement, but his heart was filled with grievances. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell his mother and daughter-in-law that he had been one of the most vehement opponents of Su Changqing's knighthood that day at Taiji Palace. Furthermore, he had been recorded in a small notebook by the magistrate of Wuxian. Only now did Lu Qing know what it meant to suffer a double loss. She was so regretful that she wished she could slap herself a few times. But as an official of Taichung Temple, if he changed his tune at this time, he was worried that Taichung Temple's Qing Wangying would hold a grudge against him, then his future would be completely ruined. For a moment, Lu Qing was also afraid of beating a wolf with a hemp stick and did not know what to do. The Exorcism Chronicles became popular in Chang'an, but Wang Ying and the others also felt uncomfortable. How could they have known that there was a method like Li Wangyou's to create hype for someone? In fact, Li Wangyou's method of using storytellers to spread Su Changqing's glorious deeds and glorious image was not even worth mentioning in the future. In the future, when one wanted to create hype for the debut of a little fresh meat on the internet, those methods were brilliant and varied. Creating something out of nothing, using a topic to make a fuss, imagining things out of thin air, performing a double act, riding on popularity, and so on, all 360-degree hyping without any blind spots, was called creating hype. But even Li Wangyou's childish hyping methods were enough in the Tang dynasty. Now in Chang'an, everyone was full of praise for Su Changqing. Even the title of Goddess of Wealth was not called Su Changqing anymore. In private, they all called Su Changqing Bodhisattva Su. Li Wangyou was thousands of miles away in Shu County, but with a few letters, he stirred up Chang and into a pot of porridge. Every day in the imperial court, the topic of whether to confer a title on Su Changqing always made the officials clamor in front of Pai Lupi for a while, which gave Pai Lupi a headache. Wang Ying and the others were getting weaker and weaker. The low-level officials who had previously cheered for them were not of high ranks, but they had the advantage in numbers. With so many officials clamoring, even Pai Lupi had to consider the consequences. But ever since Li Wangyou secretly plotted and played many tricks, officials like Lu Qing, the functionary of Taichung Temple, did not dare to stand out to express their support because of the pressure from Wang Ying and the others, but they also kept silent. No matter how Wang Ying and the others hinted at them, they just pretended not to see and kept silent about Su Changqing's conferment. After all, they were not fools. They did not want to offend Wang Ying and the others, or offend Li Wangyu, the county magistrate. Staying neutral was what smart people should do. Wang Ying and the others did not have the strong support of these low-level officials, so naturally, their voices of opposition were much smaller. After half a month of such chaos, Pai Lupi finally could not stand it anymore. On this day in the imperial court, Pai Lupi ignored the objections of Wang Ying and the others and directly issued a decree, announcing to the world that Su Chongqing would be conferred the title of Marquis of Founding County. The first and probably only female marquis of the Tang dynasty was born. Su Chongqing's title was Marquis Yanling. The purpose was naturally to commend Su Chongqing for fighting the epidemic in Yanling County of Shuzhou. After this matter was made public, the world was in an uproar. A female conferment of nobility was something that had not happened for hundreds of years since the Han dynasty. Moreover, Pai Lupi also conferred Su Chongqing the title of Marquis of Founding County. Who knows how many people's jaws dropped? But other than Wang Ying and the group of stubborn old men, no one said anything. For example, the functionary of Taichung Temple, Lu Qing, and the others secretly rejoiced in their hearts. This unlucky matter was finally over. After Pai Lupi conferred the title of Marquis on Su Chongqing, he immediately ordered people to announce it to the world. When the messenger heard it, he even ordered people to deliver the imperial edict of conferring Su Chongqing the title of Marquis to the 360 provinces of the Tang dynasty. His objective was self-evident. It was to notify Li Wangyu, who was free and unfettered somewhere, to quickly scram back to me. However, at this time, Li Wangyu and the others were still leisurely touring various parts of Yizhou. The distance from Mianzhou to Qingdu County was only a little over 300 li. If they hurried on horseback, it would take them 2 days. However, they were not in a rush and did not feel any sense of urgency. Therefore, they did not directly go from Mianzhou to Qingdu County. Instead, they leisurely traveled to the vicinity of Mingyang County in Pingzhou, preparing to go to Danjing Mountain to admire the peonies. The Tianping peonies of Danjing Mountain were especially blooming and were equally famous as the peonies of Luoyang and Hezi. The Tang people had always loved the peonies. Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very interested in them. Li Wangyu was naturally willing to accompany the 3 girls. When Li Wangyu and the others arrived in Pingzhou, although the peony's best flowering period had already passed, there was still an endless stream of scholars and ladies coming from Qingdu County to admire the flowers. In Zhejiang County at the foot of Danjing Mountain, Li Wangyu and the others spent a lot of effort before finding a satisfactory inn and staying there. After dinner, Li Wangyu was chatting with the 3 girls in the room when he suddenly heard screams and cries from outside the inn. Chapter 881. Li Wangyu tilted his head and listened, but he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why were the sounds from outside the hostel so frightened? A woman's screams, a child's cries, a man's shouts, and the sound of breaking things were mixed together. Everything was fine and dandy, so what had happened? Li Wangyu stood up and wanted to see what was going on. However, he heard a light knock on the door and Niu Wu's voice came from outside. Lang Jun, something is wrong. You and Miss Su stay in the room and don't come out. I will go and see what is going on. I have asked Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian to guard the door. Lang Jun, you can call them if you need anything. Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian were the 2 soldiers who followed Niu Wu to protect Li Wangyu. They were brothers from the same mother. Since Li Wangyu kidnapped a group of palace maids from the central part of the mansion to be their aunts, the soldiers of Lai Hot were absolutely loyal to Li Wangyu. Whether it was Niu Wu or Li Wangyu, they were very confident in them. Speaking of which, the Zhang brothers were also quite capable. Not long after their wives married them, they were already pregnant. Both of their wives were pregnant. Originally, Li Wangyu didn't want to take the 2 brothers with him because their wives were pregnant. However, he couldn't endure the 2 brothers' strong request and finally took them with him. Okay, I know. Go and come back quickly. Take care of yourself. Lang Jun, don't worry. I know. After Niu Wu finished speaking, he instructed the Zhang brothers and quickly walked out of the hostel to see what was going on. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also looked at each other. They didn't understand why Zhejiang County was in such a mess. Listening to the noise outside, it seemed that the whole city was in a mess. After waiting in the room for a while, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel anxious when Niu Wu didn't come back. Xianxia, go and see why Niu Erlang hasn't come back yet. Without waiting for the Zhang brothers to speak, they saw Niu Wu hurriedly running back. He didn't even care about etiquette and directly knocked open the door. Lang Jun, leave quickly. Something's wrong. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Li Wangyu quickly got up and asked. Niu Wu swallowed his saliva and said, the assistant minister is causing trouble again. The Ming House of Zhejiang County has already ordered people to close the city gates. Let's go now and use your goldfish talisman to open the city gate and go to Qingdu County. Our horses are fast, the guards won't be able to catch up with us. What? When Li Wangyu heard this, his mind buzzed and he felt a little dizzy. He had never thought that instead of going to Songzhou to join in the fun, he would lead Su Chongqing and the other two into a dangerous place. It was not a small matter for a subordinate to rebel. The Liao people were a minority in the southwest of China during the Han and Tang dynasties. In Shu Prefecture, there were more than 100,000 households in Brazil, Guanghan, and Zhejiang. The living conditions of these Liao people were very primitive, and they were still in the slash-and-burn stage. The Liao people refused to accept the royal authority of the Central Plains, so they often clashed with the Han people. The Jiannan assistant minister mostly lived in Bazhou, Meizhou, Yizhou, and other areas where there were many Han people. The Tang dynasty gave them a lot of preferential treatment. According to the Tang dynasty historical records, households that have been deserted will pay half the tax. If there are floods, droughts, and pests, there will be no rent. If there are 6, there will be no transfer. If there are 7, there will be no classes. This meant that the Liao people only paid half of the taxes that the Han people paid. If there were disasters, there would be no rent. But even so, due to the difference in culture and customs, as well as the Tang people's disdain for the Liao people, there were many conflicts between the Liao people and the Tang people. This was especially true in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. When the Jiannan assistant ministers were established in Bazhou, Meizhou, Hangzhou, Yizhou, and other provinces, there were often Liao people who rebelled. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he and Su Chongqing would encounter Liao people just because they came to look at the peony flowers. Even the Ming House of Zhejiang County ordered the city gates to be sealed. From this, it could be seen that the Liao people weren't to be underestimated. If he was alone, Li Wangyu wouldn't be too worried. After all, he had Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers protecting him. Furthermore, Zhejiang County wasn't too far away from Qingdu County. Even if the Liao people surrounded the city, he didn't believe that the Liao people would be able to break through the city walls quickly. However, with Su Chongqing and the other two by his side, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to take such a risk. It was better to be safe than sorry. If an accident really happened, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers might be brave, but they might not be able to protect everyone. Thus, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. Following Niu Wu's suggestion, the best choice was to leave the city and escape to Qingdu County. Niu Wu, what's the situation like? Did the Liao people attack outside the city? I don't know, but I don't think they've surrounded Zhejiang County. I haven't heard any movements outside the city. Okay, since that's the case, we'll immediately leave the city and go to Qingdu County. Li Wangyu hurriedly called for Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin to leave. They were protected by Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers. They didn't even have time to pack their bags before they hurriedly rushed to the stables of the hostel. After taking out the horses, they rode towards the south gate of Jiulong County. Jiulong County wasn't big. They quickly arrived near the south gate, but they were blocked by the surging tide of people on the main street. The news of the Liao people's rebellion had already spread throughout the city. Not only did the people of Jiulong County want to escape the city, but the scholars and ladies who came to look at the peony flowers also wanted to escape. Thus, the narrow street was filled with people who wanted to escape the city. However, the city gate of Jiulong County was already closed. No matter how the people cried, the soldiers guarding the city didn't have the slightest intention of opening the gate and letting them leave. In fact, Li Wangyu was well aware that the city gate wouldn't open under such circumstances. Who knew if there were Liao people lying in ambush outside the city? If the city gate was opened and the Liao people took the opportunity to kill their way in, it would be a bloody disaster. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to show his goldfish talisman and force the soldiers to open the city gate. However, seeing the situation, he slowly shook his head and dispelled the idea. Now that the sky was dark, if he forced the soldiers to open the city gate, not to mention whether there would be danger, the people who were anxious to escape the city would swarm out like bees. Li Wangyu didn't dare to imagine what would happen with so many people crazily crowding around. He was about to call Su Changqing and the others to return to the hostel first before making any plans, when he heard a man in luxurious clothes shouting at the city gate. "Look carefully, this is my goldfish talisman. I'm the major of the viceroy's residence in Yi province. Now, open the city gate for me. I have something important to attend to, so I need to return to the viceroy's residence immediately." The soldiers guarding the city confirmed that the goldfish talisman in the man's hand was real, but they did not dare to obey him. Reporting to Sima, without the Ming residence's orders, we do not dare to open the city gates. Quickly summon the county magistrate of Jiulong County. Go now. The soldiers looked at each other awkwardly. In the end, the squad leader dared not delay because of the man's identity, so he could only summon a soldier to summon the county magistrate of Jiulong County. Chapter 882. Li Wangyu could not help but snort when he saw Sima of the Yi province's governor-general's office being so rude and unreasonable. Sima of the Yi province's governor-general's office was in charge of military affairs and military taxes. Although the soldiers stationed in Jiulong County were not under his control, they did not dare to offend him. As for the Ming House of Jiulong County, he was only a county magistrate of secondary grade 7. If he forced the county magistrate to open the city gates, Li Wangyu did not believe that the Ming House could withstand such pressure. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu, who was about to turn his horse around and return to the hostel, pulled on the reins and decided to observe the situation. If Sima of the Yi province's governor-general did not care about the lives of the people and insisted on forcing the county magistrate to open the city gates, Li Wangyu would have to reveal his identity and teach this Sima a lesson. Not long after, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, who had been notified, hurried to the city gates. Greetings, Sima. You are the county magistrate of Jiulong County. That's good. Quickly order people to open the city gates. I have important matters to attend to and need to return to Chengdu County. Do not waste my time. Sima impatiently signaled the county magistrate to open the city gates. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. The county magistrate hesitated for a moment and bowed to Sima. He continued, Sima, it is already late and there are officials causing trouble outside. If we open the city gates rashly and the officials launch a sneak attack, it will be a disaster. As the county magistrate of Jiulong County, I cannot bear this responsibility. Please forgive me, Sima. The county magistrate's words did not move Sima at all. Instead, he was impatient. Don't speak nonsense. I have already ordered people to go up the city walls to observe. There are no officials outside at all. Furthermore, I have received news that those officials are still tens of miles away and have not yet arrived at Jiulong County. Why can't you open the city gates? Sima, the current military situation is unclear. Ever since I received news of the rebellion, I've ordered people to immediately leave the city and rush to the Yi province governor's office to warn them. Although Jiulong County was a lower county, there were still more than 200 government soldiers in the city. In addition, there were 3 groups of Yamen runners and Minzhuang from the county Yamen. Presumably, there would be no problem in defending the city. Sima, you should stay in the city for a few days and wait for Yi province's governor-general's office to send reinforcements. Wouldn't that be safer? In Li Wangyou's opinion, the county magistrate's words were reasonable and reasonable. At this point, he had also calmed down. He felt that the equipment of his subordinates was very outdated, and they definitely lacked siege weapons. In that case, it would be safer to stay in Jiulong County. It was already late and night had fallen. If they rashly left the city and encountered something along the way, it would be even worse. Needless to say, if the city gates were opened rashly, the panicked commoners would rush out of the gates, which could easily lead to a stampede. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the right thing to do was to close the city gates and wait for reinforcements. However, the words of Jiulong County's county magistrate did not calm Sima down. Instead, he raised his voice. Don't speak so much nonsense. I ordered you to open the city gates. Are you deaf? The county magistrate of Jiulong County was also a tough nut to crack. He stretched out his hand and straightened his light green official robes. With a serious expression, he said, Sima, forgive me for not being able to comply with your orders. The more the two sides spoke, the more tense the situation became. The county magistrate of Jiulong County did not intend to continue talking nonsense with Sima. Even if Sima was a lower class, rank 4 official, he could not control the county magistrate. There was no subordinate relationship between the two. You are just a rank 7 county magistrate. Are you trying to overturn the heavens? Do you still have any respect for your superiors? Do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces right now? Sima was enraged by the words of Jiulong County's county magistrate. He suddenly pulled out his barrier blade from his waist and placed it against the county magistrate's neck. Stop! Li Wangyou originally intended to continue hiding his identity. However, when he saw the situation, he could no longer hold back and shouted. Niu Wu, go and take his weapon. Yes. Niu Wu had long disliked Sima. After receiving Li Wangyou's order, he immediately jumped off his horse and rushed in front of Sima. Before Sima could react, Niu Wu had already reached out and grabbed his wrist. Sima naturally did not dare to kill the county magistrate of Jiulong County. He only pulled out his barrier blade to scare the county magistrate. However, he did not expect that a one-eyed brawny man would suddenly appear beside him and directly bind his wrist that was holding the barrier blade. Sima subconsciously wanted to pull out his barrier blade. However, he could not move at all. He could not help but roar, "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" At this time, Li Wangyou also jumped off his horse. Under the protection of the Zhang brothers, he separated the crowd and walked in front of Sima and the county magistrate of Jiulong County. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly took out the goldfish talisman that represented his identity and showed it to the two of them. When Sima and the county magistrate of Jiulong County clearly saw the goldfish talisman in Li Wangyou's hand, both of them turned pale with fright. On the goldfish talisman were written the words, "County Duke who founded the country, conferred the title of County Duke." The young man in front of them was the County Duke who founded the country. County Duke who founded the country. Sima and the county magistrate of Jiulong County immediately reacted. The young man in casual clothes was actually the famous County Duke who founded the country. The Crown Prince's imperial tutor and the saint's nephew. The county magistrate of Jiulong County immediately bowed and said, "Humble county magistrate of Jiulong County, Dugu Feng, pays his respects to County Duke who founded the country." I did not know that the Duke was here. Please forgive me. Sima's face turned even redder. He did not care that one of his wrists was still held by Niu Wu. His posture was very awkward as he bowed down. Humble County Magistrate Wang Xianxia of Yi Province pays his respects to. Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu directly interrupted him. Wang Sima, let me ask you. What is the meaning of you placing your barrier blade on Duge Ming House's neck? Are you plotting to murder an official of the imperial court? Li Wangyu's words immediately caused Sima's back to be soaked in cold sweat. These words were heart-wrenching. Although Zhang Yichuan was a county magistrate of Yi Province's governor's office and a secondary class rank 4 executive of Yi Province, he did not have the authority to casually raise his blade or spear against the county magistrate of Jiulong County, let alone threaten to kill him. This matter could be big or small. It all depended on how one interpreted it. Please forgive me, Duke. This humble official was only joking with Duge Ming House in a moment of excitement. You can't take it seriously, you can't take it seriously. How would this humble official dare to plot against Duge Ming House? It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Li Wangyu glanced at him and suddenly asked, is Sima Wang from Taiyuan Wang clan? When Wang Yichuan heard this, he hurriedly nodded. That's right. This humble official is indeed from Taiyuan Wang clan. Does the Duke have a relationship with Taiyuan Wang clan? From Wang Yichuan's point of view, being born from the 7 noble clans was something he should be most proud of. However, Li Wangyu's next words made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley. There is no relationship, but there is a grudge. Wang Yichuan had lived for half his life, but this was the first time he had seen someone who did not put the 7 noble clans in their eyes. It was also the first time he had heard someone who dared to say that he had a grudge with Taiyuan Wang clan. The Duke is joking. Who is joking with you? Your Taiyuan Wang clan has repeatedly opposed this Duke. Who in Chang and City doesn't know about this? Li Wangyu's words immediately shut Wang Yichuan's mouth. He did not dare to say anything more. Chapter 883. Li Wangyu's words silenced Wang Yichuan and he turned to look at the Jiulong County magistrate. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu realized that his memory was getting better and better. There were many books that his grandfather had forced him to read, but now, he could slowly recall them. Although Li Wangyu did not know the Jiulong County magistrate Duge Feng, he felt that he had heard of him before. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that there was an essay by Chen Ziong on the Jiulong County magistrate Duge Cheng's Monument of Love. Pingzhou's Jiulong County's deputy minister Duge Jun is a courteous and resolute person. He is dignified, respectful and trustworthy. He is clean and honest, diligent and honest. This essay was about a Pingzhou's Jiulong County magistrate with the surname Dugu. He was conscientious in his duties, loved the people, and was honest. Could it be that the essay was about Jiulong County Ming House Duge Feng? Although the place names and surnames were the same, their positions were different. In the Jiulong County magistrate Duge Cheng's Monument of Love, Duge Jun was a county magistrate. Li Wangyu could not help but ask curiously, Duge Ming House, was he also a junior magistrate in Jiulong County? Duge Feng was slightly surprised, but he immediately replied, Duke is correct. I was originally a county magistrate in Jiulong County. I was promoted to county magistrate this year. Li Wangyu looked at Duge Feng from head to toe. Although this person was not famous in history, he was able to make Chen Ziong write an essay for him. This meant that he was a good official. Just by looking at how he was able to resist Wang Yichuan from the Yizhou Governor General's office and refuse to open the city gate, he was worthy of Chen Ziong's praise. Not bad. Duge Ming House, you did a good job. Go and pacify the people. Don't let them crowd around the city gate. If they attack the county now, there will be a lot of casualties. Duge Feng naturally obeyed. He hurriedly led a group of county yamen runners to coax and persuade the crying commoners who wanted to leave the city to escape the disaster of war. After Niu Wu confiscated Wang Yichuan's barrier saber, this chief of staff from the Wang clan of Taiyuan also felt uneasy on the side, not knowing whether he should leave or stay. Naturally, he could tell that he had offended this county duke who. He had been in Sichuan for a long time and did not know about the conflicts between Li Wangyu and the Wang clan of Taiyuan in Chang'an. However, as the nephew of the current sage and the imperial tutor of the crown prince, even if he did not get along with the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he was helpless. 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, Taiyuan Wang clan. This golden signboard could intimidate other people at first glance, but it could not do anything to a noble person like Li Wangyu. Wang Yichuan could only hope that Li Wangyu would not notice him. Wang Yichuan only felt that he did not look at the almanac before leaving the house today. How did he offend such a god? Originally, he was on break and had nothing to do, so he took 2 days off to come to Danjing Mountain to admire the peony flowers. He did not expect that his luck would be so bad that he would meet with people causing trouble. Wang Yichuan thought that he could ride a fast horse and escape before the people surrounded the county. However, he did not expect to meet a stubborn county magistrate. He wanted to use his authority as the chief of the governor's office to force this untactful county magistrate, but he was caught red-handed by Li Wangyu, the county duke who had founded the country. Wang Yichuan could not help but curse his own bad luck, but there was nothing he could do. While Duke Feng led a group of yamen runners to persuade the commoners, Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Yichuan and was too lazy to bother with him. "What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" When Wang Yichuan heard this, he was delighted. It was best that Li Wangyu did not bother with him. He quickly bowed. Yes, I will leave now, I will leave now." Li Wangyu impatiently waved his hand at him, indicating that he could leave. Wang Yichuan did not even dare to ask Niu Wu for the barrier blade. He turned around and dived into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. After Duke Feng finally managed to persuade the crowd to leave, he ordered the yamen runners to assist the soldiers in defending the county. After arranging the defense of the county, he returned to greet Li Wangyu. Duke Feng was not familiar with Li Wangyu and did not know the personality of this young county magistrate. As such, he did not dare to be disrespectful. "Duke, please forgive me for making you wait for so long." Li Wangyu extended his hand to help him up. "Duke Ming House, what are you saying? My safety is also in the hands of the Ming House. You are arranging the defense of the county. What is wrong with that? This is my responsibility." "Duke Ming House, from what you said, there are only about 200 soldiers in Jiulong County. Are you confident that you can defend the county?" Duke Feng nodded. "Duke, you can rest assured. Although there are many of them, they do not have any excellent military equipment. They do not even have many bows and arrows. Although there are not many soldiers in the county, I am confident that they will not be able to break into the county in a short time. I have already sent people to the Yi Province Governor-General's manor to ask for reinforcements. In less than 2 days, reinforcements will arrive." When Li Wangyu heard this, he was relieved. He continued to ask, "Duke Ming Fu, this duke asks you, why did these people rebel? Do you know the details?" Li Wangyu was still confused. He didn't understand why the people of Pingzhou were in such a mess out of nowhere. Li Wangyu and company had encountered the Yi province's people on their way here. Most of them were acquaintances. They were people who were willing to obey Wang Hua and pay taxes. However, these people were very different from Han people. Not only did they remove their front teeth, but they also wore tub skirts. Their lifestyle was very different from Han people. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, these people did not have a reason to rebel. Moreover, it was in a place so close to Qingdu County. Jiulong County was only 100 li away from Qingdu County. If the army wanted to suppress it, they could arrive in a day. Under such circumstances, if these people still wanted to rebel, wouldn't they be courting death? Even if they surrounded Zhejiang County, the Yi Province Governor-General's Manor's army would arrive before they could break into the county. Li Wangyou's question made Duke Feng hesitate for a moment before he bowed again. In response to the Duke, this matter is related to this official. Oh. What do you mean? Li Wangyou asked in confusion. Duke Feng looked at Su Chongqing and company behind Li Wangyou and hesitated. It seemed that there were some things that he could not say in front of Su Chongqing and company. Duke, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to the county office and I will tell you the details? Seeing this, Li Wangyou did not force him and nodded in agreement. He ordered the Zhang brothers to escort Su Chongqing and company back to the inn to rest. He then led Niu Wu and followed Duke Feng to Zhejiang County's county office. When they reached the main hall of the county office, Duke Feng invited Li Wangyou to take a seat and ordered people to bring wine and food. Only then did he let out a long sigh and explain the situation to Li Wangyou. However, Li Wangyou and Niu Wu were flabbergasted when they heard this, and they were even more astonished by the fact that such a thing had occurred. This matter can't be blamed on the Duke Ming house. These people did not know what was good for them and dared to use this opportunity to cause trouble. They deserved to die. Chapter 884. After listening to Duke Feng's explanation, Li Wangyou realized that there was still a very primitive marriage-snatching custom among the officials. In Duke Feng's words, the laws are lax, the marriages are improper, the villages are violent, they steal people's wives and daughters to escape, they move to other places and live in peace. They are called companions, and Yan Wan thinks they are companions. In other words, the marriage customs of these officials were no different from those of primitive societies. If they took a liking to someone, they would knock them out and carry them away. Not only that, the officials did not even know the etiquette of marriage and did not know the nature of father and son. Not to mention the Tang people, even Li Wangyou found it hard to accept the marriage customs of these officials. Chaotic, it was too chaotic. It was also because of this that Duke Feng was too embarrassed to say these words in front of Su Chongqing and the others. The rebellion of the officials was related to the marriage snatching that happened a few days ago. There were also thousands of officials living in the area under the jurisdiction of Zhejiang County. Originally, the marriage snatching was only done in their own tribe. Even if Duke Feng did not like it, he could not do anything about it. But a few days ago, when someone from the Jingren tribe went down the mountain to the city to sell mountain goods, it was unknown what was wrong with that Jingren's head, but he actually took a fancy to a young Han woman. That man actually colluded with several other men to use their weapons and directly snatched the Han girl up the mountain. When such a thing happened, the girl's family could only cry and complain to the county yamen. Duke Feng didn't hesitate and immediately led 3 groups of bailiffs to the Farron tribe. Before the Farron tribe could react, they rescued the young lady. Although the girl was saved, she was already defiled by the officials. Fortunately, the people of the Great Tang were rather open-minded. Although the young lady was wailing miserably, she did not try to commit suicide. As for the victim's family, they knew that the officials were barbaric and did not even want Duke Feng to punish them. They just wanted to accept their bad luck. However, when the victim's family was prepared to settle the matter peacefully, those people started to cause a ruckus. They even threatened Duke Feng and demanded that Zhejiang County send the person back to them. Otherwise, they would come and snatch the person back. The Tang dynasty's attitude towards these officials had always been, even though they are in danger, they should be treated with kindness and trust. However, Duke Feng did not completely agree with this. He had been an official in Zhejiang County for a long time, so he knew the nature of these officials well. He knew that to deal with these officials, it was not enough to just show them kindness. He also needed to make them fear him. As the saying goes, villains fear authority but not virtue, and don't know what virtue is. This also applies to these subordinates. As a result, Duke Feng ordered the bailiffs to arrest the man who had come to threaten him. He whipped him heavily and reprimanded him before letting him go. Du Feng also did not expect that he would actually poke a hornet's nest this time. Du Feng whipped the man who abducted the woman was the son of the leader of the Dugurin tribe near Jilong County. As a result, the leader of the Dugurin tribe contacted the other officials to attack Jilong County to avenge his son. This was the reason why the current situation occurred. After Li Wangyu heard Du Feng's explanation, he could only let out a long sigh. This matter could not be blamed on Du Feng, the county magistrate of Jilong County. There was nothing wrong with his actions. It was purely those officials who did not know what was good for them and did not respect the law. It is this official's fault that the officials started a rebellion. However, I have implicated the Duke. Please forgive me, Duke. When this matter is over, this official will naturally submit a memorial to the imperial court to ask for forgiveness. Du Feng bowed and apologized to Li Wangyu. He had never expected that Li Wangyu, the county magistrate, would be trapped in Jilong County. Du Feng didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be if something were to happen to Li Wangyu under his rule. He was afraid that when the emperor was angry, the officials of Yi province would be slaughtered by the Tang dynasty's army. Li Wangyu waved his hand. This matter cannot be blamed on the Dugu Ming house. It is all because those officials did not agree with the emperor. There is no need to worry about the Ming house. This matter will not be too big. When the Yi province army arrives, those officials will naturally scatter. Yes, this official is also thinking of this. As the two were talking, a Yamen runner rushed in from outside the county office and reporting to the Ming house, the officials outside the city have appeared. Li Wangyu and Du Feng heard this and immediately stood up. Let's go and take a look. Although Jilong County was a lower county, the city walls were very sturdy. The city walls were 20 feet high and 10 feet wide. There was also a horse path connecting the city walls. Li Wangyu and his group rode up the city walls. They looked up and saw torches in the forest outside the city in the east, west, and north of Jilong County. However, the south gate of Qingdu County was completely dark. There seemed to be no movement at all. Du Feng revealed a suspicious expression in response to this. However, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu had mocking expressions on their faces. They smiled and didn't say anything. As Li Wangyu and Du Feng were observing the situation of the officials outside the city, they suddenly heard a voice. Duke, look at how powerful these officials are. Just by looking at the torches outside the city, there are at least a few thousand officials surrounding Jilong County. There are no officials at all at the south gate. If I knew this would happen, I would have opened the gate and let the people out to take refuge. Li Wangyu turned his head and saw that it was Wang Yichuan from the Yi province's governor-general's manor. He had run up the city walls and was pointing outside the city as he complained. Clearly, this fellow still held a grudge against Du Feng for not opening the city gates. Li Wangyu did not expect Wang Yichuan to be so thick-skinned. He had run away after being reprimanded, but he still dared to come up. Li Wangyu did not find it strange that Wang Yichuan would appear on the city walls. This guy was a major from the Yi province's governor-general's manor. He probably had eyes and ears in Jilong County. If he wanted to go up the city walls, the Yamen runners and soldiers would not dare to stop him. Li Wangyu could not help but mock Wang Yichuan in response to his complaint. Major Wang, don't you understand something as simple as surround 3 and guard 1? How did you become a major from the governor-general's manor? How can you understand something as simple as this? What do you mean by surround 3 and guard 1? Duke, are you saying that there are also barbarians in the south of the city? How is this possible? Do those barbarians know anything about the art of war? Li Wangyu did not want to waste time with this person. Niu Wu, explain it to him. Niu Wu also had a mocking expression. He pointed to the south of the city and said, Major Wang, did you not notice that the forest beside the official road in the south of the city is excessively quiet? There is not even the sound of insects or birds. If there is no one lying in ambush, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Major Wang actually doesn't understand such basic military knowledge. Wang Yichuan's face turned red from Li Wangyu and Niu Wu's words, but he did not dare to continue speaking. Li Wangyu and De Gufeng patrolled around the city walls on their horses. After confirming that there were no flaws in the defenses of the county, they went down the city walls and went back to rest. Tonight, those barbarians would not attack the city. They only needed to see if the reinforcements from the Yi province's Governor-General's manor would arrive early and disperse those barbarians. Otherwise, if the barbarians attacked the city, it would be a tough battle to fight against the thousands of barbarians outside the city with just the 200 Yamen runners and the 200 Yamen runners. Chapter 885. The reason why Li Wangyu dared to go back to sleep and not worry about being attacked at night was also because of the way wars were fought in this era. Many people mistakenly thought that the lack of night battles in ancient times was due to the lack of vitamin intake, causing night blindness. This was actually not very accurate. Night blindness naturally existed in ancient times and was known as sparrow blindness or sparrow blindness. However, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, doctors had long known about night blindness. Using animal liver to treat sparrow blindness was very effective. Therefore, night blindness was not the main reason for not fighting at night. Night battles were rarely fought in ancient times mainly because of the lack of lighting. The illumination of torches was limited, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe during battle and even more difficult to command. Using cold weapons to fight, both sides were often tangled together and it was very easy to injure one another at night. Flags, signals and banners were the main methods of command during the cold weapon era. However, at night, both sides could not see the flag signals, greatly affecting the efficiency of command and coordination. Therefore, unless it was a sneak attack, there were very few large-scale battles at night. Jiulong County was protected by tall city walls. Even if the guards wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried about this at all. The reality was exactly as he had expected. Until the dawn of the next day, the guards outside the city did not launch any attacks on Jiulong County. When the sky gradually brightened, the guards outside the city began to beat the bronze drum, making a loud sound. Li Wangyu was awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Listening to it, he could not help but reveal a worried expression. Su Chongqing was also awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Seeing that Li Wangyu's expression was not very good, he could not help but ask curiously, "Wangyu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sound of the drum?" "It's nothing. Today, you, Aphrodite, and parents stay in the inn and do not go out. I've already instructed Du Gaming to arrange for 2 bailiffs to stand guard in front of the inn to ensure your safety. I will bring Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to the city walls to see the situation." Su Chongqing knew that he was hiding something, but did not continue to ask. He only nodded to show that he understood. "Be careful and do not try to be brave." "Okay, got it." Li Wangyu got up. With the help of Su Chongqing, he changed into a set of capable Hu clothes. He kissed his beautiful superior's face before he pushed the door open and walked out. In the courtyard of the inn, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been waiting for a long time. "Husband, listen to the sound of the drum." Before Niu Wu could finish, Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. The reason why Li Wangyu's expression was somewhat unsightly was because he, Niu Wu and the others could clearly hear that there were at least 5 bronze drums being struck outside the city. The bronze drum was the symbol of the tribe to the winged ones. According to the Wei Shu Zhuan, often, an elder is chosen as the king, but he cannot rule from afar. If the father dies, the son will succeed, just like the aristocrats of China. Each King Liao has a pair of horns, so that his disciples can boast about them. The drum among them was the bronze drum. The bronze drums were both musical instruments and war drums. Every Fu Ren tribe had a bronze drum as the inheritance of the tribe leader. If the father died, the son would inherit the drum. These bronze drums were tall and had intricate patterns. When the drums were beaten, it often meant war. According to the Sui Shu geographical records, if you want to attack, sound the drum. Those who arrive are as numerous as the clouds. At this moment, the sound of 5 bronze drums could be heard outside of Jiulong County. This meant that at least 5 tribes were involved in this rebellion. And these tribes usually had more than 1,000 Gong clan members. As a result, even if each household only sent out one subordinate, there would still be at least 5,000 armed subordinates waiting outside Jiulong County. When Li Wangyu thought about how there were only 200 soldiers in the city, as well as 100 bailiffs and citizens, he felt a chill run down his spine. With such a huge disparity in military strength, even if those subordinates lacked weapons and equipment, and lacked siege weapons, if they were to go all out to attack Jiulong County, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, he could only pray that the reinforcements from the Yi Province Governor-General's manor would arrive soon. Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the other 2 to the city wall, but Du Gufeng and Wang Yichuan had already arrived. Looking out, many people had already appeared at the foot of the Jiulong County city wall. Meanwhile, from the south of the city, which had been silent all night, close to 1,000 armed men emerged from the forest on both sides of the official road. Needless to say, these subordinates were the soldiers that had been lying in ambush at the south of the city last night. Wang Yichuan originally didn't believe Niu Wu's words, but when he saw these subordinates appear, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't think that these barbarians would be so cunning. They had really set up an ambush at the south of the city and waited for the people of Jiulong County to fall for it. When they opened the south gate to escape, they would ambush them. Even Li Wangyu and Niu Wu felt a wave of fear. If they hadn't been trapped in the city by the fleeing crowd, they might have fallen into the subordinates' trap when they rashly rode out of Jiulong County. With just Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, it would probably be difficult for them to protect Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing, and the other 2 girls. Du Gufeng's face was also quite ugly. As the county magistrate of Jiulong County and a deputy for 4 years, he had a good understanding of the subordinates. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have the 5 bronze drums outside the city at this time. Li Wangyu lightly patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Du Gaming House, don't panic. Although the subordinates are strong, they can't do anything to Jiulong County in a short period of time. When the army arrives, these subordinates won't be a threat." Yes, Duke is right. This lowly official also thinks so. While the 2 of them were talking, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a cloth skirt walk out of the woods outside the city. Dozens of strong men with weapons in their hands were guarding him from left and right. The middle-aged man stood 100 meters away, carefully guarding against the arrows shot down from the city wall. He loudly shouted at the top of the city wall. Li Wangyu naturally didn't understand what the subordinate was saying. He could only look at Du Gufeng. Du Gufeng had been an official in Shu County for a long time, so he understood the subordinate's language. After hearing the subordinate shout, he couldn't help but show anger. "Du Gaming House, what did the subordinate say?" Li Wangyu curiously asked. "Duke, that person is the father of the subordinate who kidnapped the young lady. He is the leader of the tribe. This time, the siege of Jiulong County was initiated by this person. Just now, he shouted at the bottom of the city wall, asking me to offer 1,000 copper coins, 100 women, 100 cattle, and 100 horses. If they don't attack the county, they will retreat on their own." When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. These subordinates have big appetites. They aren't afraid of eating themselves to death. There is no need to pay attention to these subordinates. If they want to fight, they can come. When the reinforcements from Yi Province's Governor-General's manor arrive, we will settle the score with them. On the side, Wang Yichuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he held back and closed his mouth. In his opinion, it was completely possible to have a good discussion with the subordinates. Other than the matter of giving away women, which was difficult to discuss, the other copper coins, cattle, and horses could all be discussed. However, he knew that Li Wangyu didn't like him. Therefore, he could only endure and not provoke him. De Gufeng nodded. Just as he was about to shout, an unforeseen event occurred at the bottom of the city. Chapter 886. The leader of the guards at the foot of the city wall waved his hand behind him. Not long after, a few guards dragged a person dressed as a bailiff out of the forest. The bailiff's clothes were filthy and there was a lot of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had been in a fight when he was captured. When De Gufeng saw the bailiff, his face was filled with fear. How is this possible? When Li Wangyu saw his panic, he quickly asked, De Gaming House, what happened? Is the bailiff that was captured one of your men? De Gufeng's face was as if he had seen a ghost and he stuttered. Yes, sir. That person is one of the bailiffs in the county office. Yesterday, I ordered him to leave the city and go to Qingdu County to ask for help. What? Li Wangyu and Wang Yichuan exclaimed at the same time. Everyone understood the meaning behind De Gufeng's words. The bailiff that he sent to ask for help was captured by the guards. It was obvious that the reinforcements that everyone was looking forward to would not come. The Yizhou Governor-General's manor located in Qingdu County would not know about the guards' rebellion in Pingzhou's Jiulong County. The situation was getting worse. Li Wangyu could not help but turn to look at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to see if they had any suggestions. Without reinforcements, Li Wangyu was not confident that he could defend Jiulong County. 2 or 3 days was fine, but if the guards attacked for too long, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. After all, 300 against 5,000 was too much of a disparity. Niu Wu, a soldier of the Sui dynasty's White Army, and the Zhang brothers, 2 veterans of the Golden Guards, were frowning as they looked down at the city without saying a word. They knew better than Li Wangyu and De Gufeng, the county magistrate, how dangerous the present situation was. Niu Wu began to look around, trying to find a weak point in the guards' defense. He also did not have much hope that Jiulong County could be defended. Although the guards lacked siege weapons, they had the advantage in numbers. The 300 soldiers and bailiffs would be able to hold the fort for a while, but without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. Even if those subordinates were to waste time, they would be able to exhaust all the soldiers in the city to death. Therefore, if something went wrong and the city really couldn't be defended, Niu Wu couldn't care less about others. He could only fight with the Zhang brothers to open a bloody path and rescue Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. Therefore, when Li Wangyu looked at him, Niu Wu's face sank. He shook his head slightly at Li Wangyu, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Just as everyone was looking at each other, they heard the people outside the city shouting for a while. De Gufeng's face turned even paler. De Gaming House. What did that official say? He said that he wanted to sacrifice that bailiff to the owl. Li Wangyu did not understand. What is offering to the owl? De Gufeng gritted his teeth and said, it is a human sacrifice. After killing him, he will peel off his skin and put it in a bamboo cage to offer it to the gods. De Gufeng's words caused an uproar and everyone started cursing. Bastard! How dare he do that? How dare he do that? Preposterous! Aren't you afraid that the heavenly army of the Tang dynasty will crush all of you into powder? Li Wangyu pointed at the leader of the subordinates and said angrily, Niu Wu, shoot that bastard to death. Hearing this, Niu Wu didn't say anything else. He took the bow from his back and knocked an arrow. With a so sound, he shot an arrow towards the leader of the guards. However, those subordinates were already on guard against the soldiers on the city wall. Therefore, they did not get close to the city wall. Although Niu Wu's arrow was fast and fierce, the distance of more than 100 meters was enough for the subordinates to react. The subordinates beside the leader of the subordinates had been paying attention to the movements on the city wall. When Niu Wu shot the arrow, they had already raised the simple shield in their hands and protected the leader behind them. The arrow made a soft sound and hit the shield. However, it did not hurt the leader of the subordinates at all. In fact, this was within Niu Wu's expectations. At such a distance, he could only try his luck. After being shocked by Niu Wu's arrow, the subordinates immediately became rowdy again. They waved the weapons in their hands and made all kinds of strange noises towards the city wall of Zhuolong County. The bronze drum of the subordinates was beaten again. The subordinates were shouting and praying with unknown meaning. The captured bailiff was forced to kneel on the ground by several subordinates. Immediately, the subordinates stood behind the bailiff with sharp swords in their hands. On the city wall, everyone, including Li Wangyu, was enraged by the scene in front of them. They were shouting and cursing loudly. There were even some excited soldiers who did not wait for orders from Duge Feng and the commandant. They all drew their bows and pulled back their bowstrings at the subordinates 100 meters away. However, even the strong bow in Niu Wu's hand was unable to do anything to the distant bailiff, let alone the ordinary bows in the hands of the soldiers. After the arrows flew over 100 meters, they fell weakly on the ground in front of the bailiff. They did not pose any threat at all. This made the guards even more excited. Many of them even began to surround the unfortunate bailiff and dance to the beat of the drum that was becoming more and more urgent. The bailiff, who was forced to kneel on the ground, seemed to realize what was about to happen and immediately began to struggle with all his might. However, it was obvious that the poor bailiff's struggle was futile. After being held down by several subordinates, the subordinate holding the blade behind him slit his throat like he was killing a chicken. Blood immediately spurted out. Li Wangyu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. He was completely unaware of it. His eyes were red as he stared at the subordinates. It was as if he wanted to engrave their every move into his mind. On the city wall of Zhuolong County, the bailiffs let out heart-wrenching cries. How could the bailiffs of Zhuolong County not feel grief and indignation when they saw their fellow bailiff's throat slit like a chicken in front of them? The blood spurting out of the bailiff's throat seemed to have stimulated the subordinates even more. They shouted even more excitedly outside the city wall and danced faster and faster. After the subordinates killed the bailiff, they actually did as Duge Feng said. They used a small knife to skin the bailiff's entire face. Li Wangyu never imagined that he would actually see such a bloody scene with his own eyes. He also did not expect such a primitive and barbaric human sacrifice to appear in front of him. However, he did not feel nauseous. Instead, he felt a sense of grief and indignation in his chest. He pulled out his blade from his waist and slashed it on the city wall in front of him. He roared and suddenly sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises and the horse neighs. I am so angry that I want to go crazy. Where my blade points, how many brothers and sisters are buried in their hometown? Why not sacrifice 100 lives to serve the country? Ever since Li Wangyu brought this song to the Tang dynasty, everyone in the Lai Hot knew how to sing it. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers immediately unsheathed the sabers at their waists and hacked at the bricks of the city wall, producing a dong-dong-dong sound, just like the sound of war drums. Following Li Wangyu, they loudly sang this tragic song. Soon, the soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall of Zhuolong County all pulled out their blades and slashed the wall to suppress the sound of drums. They followed Li Wangyu and Niu Wu and sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." Chapter 887. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Zhuolong County's walls did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded once again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Zhuolong County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they would tie some short sticks to the tree trunks and step on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, even with such crude wooden ladders, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate them. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Zheolong County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Zheolong County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city walls were close to 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs, and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city walls, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Dugu Feng over and said, "Dugu Ming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city walls. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Dugu Feng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Dugu Feng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, aside from mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Zheolong County and have them immediately come to the city walls to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he was familiar with such things. After Dugu Feng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, why don't you agree to the conditions of those officials? How could they defend Zheolong County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why should he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on? Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu shout. "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu, but he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person, so he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Dugu Feng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Zheolong County wasn't big, but like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes and labor of the citizens, the square also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Dugu Feng ordered the bailiffs to go to each square to inform the square, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Zheolong County. Each square began to gather the youths in the square to prepare to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youth, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women began to move resources under the guidance of the county yamen scribes. Outside the city, the drums of the officials became more and more urgent. The war was about to begin. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the officials preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they definitely didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows in their hands. As for siege chariots, battering rams, and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the officials to attack the city walls of Zheolong County was those crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the officials didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Furthermore, he still had a question in his heart. Why did these officials rebel and attack Zhejiang County? Although Duke of Feng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Were these officials really that united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the officials, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. It was common for conflicts to occur between different tribes. Furthermore, the officials were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular, but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. This meant that an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Furthermore, the relationship between the officials couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Zhejiang County magistrate. There must be more to this than met the eye. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Duke of Feng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Duke of Feng for less than a day, since Duke of Feng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a bugle horn sounded from below the city walls. The officials had started to attack the city. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Lang Jun, the officials have started to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Lady Su? On the city walls, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you. When Li Wangyu heard this, he hesitated. According to his temperament, a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Niu Wu, don't worry. When I left today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield. Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yan Liben to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for his experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into 2 parts, one protecting the chest and the other the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the officials in the government had 1 set. Although he spent a lot of money, it was worth it. Everyone in the government, including Niu Wu and Niu Yong, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the officials were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they had sex with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now, the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had the protection of the incomparably strong inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu. Seeing that he insisted on staying on the city walls, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time, outside Zhejiang County, under the sound of horns and drums, the officials formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 888. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Zhejiang County's city wall did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Zhejiang County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they tied some short sticks to the tree trunks and stepped on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate these simple wooden ladders. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Zhejiang County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Jiulong County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city wall was still nearly 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs, and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only about 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city wall, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Dugu Feng over and said, "Dugu Ming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city wall. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Dugu Feng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Dugu Feng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, other than mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Jiulong County and have them immediately come to the city wall to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he knew this common sense. After Dugu Feng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, it would be better to agree to the conditions of those officials. How could they defend Jiulong County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why would he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on? Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu shout. "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu, but he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person, so he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Dugu Feng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Jiulong County wasn't big, but like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes of the citizens, the squares also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Dugu Feng ordered the bailiffs to inform the squares, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Jiulong County. The squares started to gather the youths to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youths, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women started to move resources under the guidance of the county government clerk. The beating of the drums outside the city became more and more urgent. The war was about to start. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the people below preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows. As for siege vehicles, battering rams, and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the people to attack Jiulong County's city walls was the crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the people didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Moreover, he still had a question in his mind. Why did these people rebel and attack Jiulong County? Although Dugu Feng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Could it be that these people were really so united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the people, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. They were naturally aggressive and liked to kill each other. It was common for different tribes to fight each other. Moreover, the people of the Gong tribe were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular, but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. In other words, an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Even when Li Wangyu was in Chang'an City, he had seen slaves with their front teeth chiseled off for sale in the human market. Moreover, the relationship between the people of the Gong tribe couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Zhejiang County magistrate. There must be something hidden in this. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Du Gufeng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Du Gufeng for less than a day, since Du Gufeng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a horn suddenly sounded from below the city wall. The people of the Gong tribe had begun to attack the city. Niu Wu directly pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Lang Jun, the people of the Gong tribe have begun to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Miss Su? On the city wall, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you. Li Wangyu was a little hesitant when he heard this. According to his personality, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel uncomfortable. Niu Wu, don't worry. When I went out today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield. Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yan Liben to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into front and back, protecting the chest and the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the soldiers in the Gong tribe had one set. Although he spent a lot of copper coins, it was quite worth it. Everyone in the Gong tribe, including Niu Wu and Niu Wu, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the soldiers were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they were with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now, the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had extremely sturdy inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu again, but when he saw that Li Wangyu insisted on staying on the city wall, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time, outside Zhejiang County, under the sound of horns and drums, the people of the Gong tribe formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 889. Zhang Daolang, Erlang, quickly take Lang Jun down the wall. Niu Wu slashed a subordinate who had just poked his head out of the wall. Seeing that a close combat was unavoidable, he immediately shouted at the Zhang brothers. The Zhang brothers responded and stepped forward to support Li Wangyu, ready to run down the wall. At this moment, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a surge of courage. He shook off Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian's arms and pulled out his saber with a backhand motion. Bullshit. I've also seen blood before. Zhang Daolang, Erlang, don't worry about me. Go help those bailiffs. The wounded wailing beside him and the blood flowing everywhere on the wall aroused the ferocity in Li Wangyu's bones. Just like that day in the prison, Li Wangyu now had a fierce tiger in his heart. With bloodshot eyes, he held the saber with both hands and strode to Niu Wu's side. He raised the saber above his head and aimed at the gap in the parapet wall in front of him, ready to slash down at any time. He couldn't retreat, and he didn't dare to retreat. Behind him was Zhejiang County. Li Wangyu might not be so noble as to risk his life to protect thousands of people of the Tang dynasty, but behind him were Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin. When a subordinate with a steel saber in his mouth had just poked his head out of the parapet wall, Li Wangyu let out a beast-like roar from his throat. He aimed his saber at the subordinate's head and slashed down. The saber in his hand was also made of well-tempered steel. It was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. Li Wangyu used all his strength to slash down and instantly split the subordinate's head in half. Blood and white brain matter immediately burst out and splashed everywhere. Li Wangyu's face and body were also splashed with blood. Coupled with his ferocious expression, it was terrifying. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu behind him and grinned. "Lang Jun, I'm afraid you'll scare Lady Su to death like this. Ha, be careful that Miss Su won't let you enter her room." Li Wangyu's muscles had become incomparably stiff after personally chopping down a person. But after hearing Niu Wu's teasing, he couldn't help but relax a lot. He kicked Niu Wu's butt and laughed, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. How much better are you than me? When we return to Dingzhou village, I'll get your wife to deal with you." Niu Wu was one of the elite soldiers of the Sui dynasty's White Army. What he knew the most was how to kill people. In Niu Wu's eyes, these helpers who were eager to climb the city walls were no different from slaughtering chickens. He swung his saber effortlessly and chopped down another man who was about to climb up the wall. Then, he turned to Li Wangyu and explained, "Lang Jun, relax. Don't use too much strength. Yan Xiaojian used well-tempered steel to forge these sabers. They are really sharp and unstoppable. Lang Jun, you don't need to use all your strength to chop them. This way, you can save some energy." Li Wangyu nodded and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood on his face. Then, he rubbed his palms on his clothes and gripped the saber in his hand tightly again. At this time, there were already many sections of Zheolong County's city walls that had been broken through by the helpers. After all, it was impossible for only 200 government soldiers to guard such a long city wall without any gaps. And the fighting strength of the Yamen runners and the people couldn't be compared to the government soldiers. On the city walls, the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. The city was in a mess. There were people who were constantly hit by the saber and fell down screaming. There were helpers, Yamen runners, and government soldiers in full armor. Li Wangyu was able to hold on because Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were three people who were highly skilled in martial arts. After swinging his saber and chopping down another helper, Li Wangyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He raised his eyes to look at the chaotic battle on the city wall and then looked at the helpers who continued to climb up the wall like ants. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. At this critical moment, a deafening sound of gongs and shouts could be heard from below the city walls. A black mass of people wielding all kinds of weapons charged up the city walls. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. This was clearly Duge Feng. He had finally gathered the youths of the city to help defend the city. The Tang people loved martial arts, and the common people didn't lack weapons. The youths mobilized by Duge Feng were not completely powerless against the helpers. After all, these helpers were just ordinary mountain people. In terms of physique and weapons, these youths were even stronger than the helpers. Moreover, these youths knew that if they didn't fight with all their might today, their families and children in the city would definitely be slaughtered by the helpers after the city was breached. Zheolong County was a lower county with a population of less than 1,000 households. Even so, Duge Feng had mobilized nearly 2,000 people to help the city walls. Almost every family had their father, son, or brothers. With the aid of these fresh soldiers and the fact that the helpers weren't all that strong, the precarious situation on the city walls was instantly reversed. Under the command of the estate soldiers, the common people began to surround and attack the helpers who were lucky enough to scale the walls. Even more commoners picked up rolling logs and stones and threw them down the city walls. The heavy objects falling down like hail instantly smashed the helpers who were trying to besiege the city walls, breaking their limbs and causing them to howl as they fell off the walls. This turn of events naturally caused the helpers to panic. They jumped off the wooden ladders and fled into the forest. Even those helper archers who had dared to stand below the walls and exchange fire with the estate soldiers also turned and fled. In just a few moments, the helpers were like frightened rabbits, fleeing into the forest. As for the helpers on the walls, they had nowhere to run even if they wanted to. Other than those who stubbornly resisted and were cut down to the ground, even more helpers threw down their weapons and kneeled in surrender. The small-scale siege came to an abrupt end with the retreat of the soldiers. In the battle just now, Wang Yu had personally cut down at least 3 helpers. He panted heavily and used the saber in his hand as a crutch. Only then did he realize that the fierce battle hadn't lasted long, but it had caused his muscles to ache all over. Looking up, he saw corpses all around the city walls. Most of the corpses were helpers, but there was no lack of bailiffs and commoners. There were even armored corpses of estate soldiers. At this time, Dugu Feng had also scaled the walls. When he saw Wang Yu covered in blood, he was also quite frightened. This lowly official deserves to die. I actually let the Duke take such a risk. Please forgive me. Are you injured? This lowly official will immediately inform the physician. Wang Yu didn't even bother to speak. He waved his hand at Dugu Feng and said softly, "All right, I'm fine. Quickly arrange for people to treat the injured and clean up the corpses." Dugu Feng didn't dare to delay and immediately agreed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by Wang Yu. "Wait, look after those helper prisoners. Lock them up in the county prison. I'll interrogate them later." Yes, this lowly official obeys. Although Dugu Feng was a little surprised and didn't know why Wang Yu wanted to interrogate these rebellious helpers, he didn't dare to disobey. After Dugu Feng left, Wang Yu smiled bitterly at Niu Wu and said, "Niu Wu, come and help me. My leg is cramping. I can't walk." Chapter 890. After a fierce battle, the wingmen temporarily retreated to the forest outside the city and continued to besiege Zhejiang County. Dugu Feng and his men busied themselves for more than half a day before they finally settled the injured prefecture soldiers, yamen runners, and youths. They also rearranged the guards on the city walls and divided the citizens according to the different houses, leaving them under the command of the prefecture soldiers' sergeants and sergeants. They would take turns to guard the city walls to prevent the wingmen from launching a sneak attack. The corpses of the wingmen were all thrown down the city walls and shouted from the top of the city walls for the wingmen to come and collect the corpses. After all, the weather was hot, and if the corpses weren't disposed of as soon as possible, the hundreds of corpses piled up outside the city walls would easily spread diseases once they started to rot. This was hard for both sides to accept. Thus, many wingmen ran out of the forest outside the city. They didn't carry any weapons and started to move the corpses of their tribesmen. This siege didn't last long, but the wingmen had left 200 to 300 corpses behind, and the number of injured was several times more. In Zhejiang County, 6 soldiers, more than 20 runners had died in the battle. There were about 10 citizens in the city and hundreds of injured. It could be said that the losses weren't small. The runners, and youths were all locals of Zhejiang County. When their relatives learned that their loved ones had died in the battle, they all cried their hearts out in grief. Soon, cries filled Zhejiang County. Wang Yu was carried back to the hostel by Niu Wu. Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin were so frightened that they almost screamed. He was covered in blood and carried back by Niu Wu. Anyone who saw him would think that he was seriously injured. Today, Su Chongqing and the other 2 girls were in the hostel. They heard the sounds of killing coming from all 4 sides of the city walls, and their hearts were already stretched taut. Not to mention Aphrodite and Perrin, even Su Chongqing couldn't care less about the fact that she didn't believe in gods and bodhisattvas. She just silently prayed that the gods and Buddhas would protect Li Wangyu and that nothing would happen to him. Therefore, when he saw Li Wangyu appear in front of him like this, Su Chongqing almost had the illusion that the world was falling apart. Li Wangyu hurriedly climbed down from Niu Wu's back and smiled at the three women, indicating that he was fine. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm not injured. The blood on my body belongs to those subordinates. Just now, I was just a little tired and my leg cramped. Niu Wu carried me back. Hearing Li Wangyu's explanation, Su Chongqing did not care about the gazes of others. She rushed forward and hugged her man tightly. Li Wangyu never knew that his beautiful boss had such great strength. She even hugged him so tightly that he felt like he couldn't breathe. But before he could say anything, Su Chongqing had already released him. Then, the ancestral craftsmanship was used on him again. With Su Chongqing's slender fingers pinching the soft flesh below his ribs, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands in surrender. Chongqing, it hurts, it hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Humph, what did you do wrong? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by his beautiful boss's words. I was wrong, what did I do wrong? This extremely polemical dialogue was a nightmare for men in the future. She wasn't afraid that you made a mistake, but that you didn't know what you did wrong. This kind of question was simply a question of death. Supported by a strong desire to live, Li Wangyu simply ignored everything. In front of Niu Wu, the Zhang brothers, Aphrodite, and Perrin, he directly reached out and hugged Su Chongqing and kissed her fiercely. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers naturally widened their mouths in horror before retreating awkwardly. On the other hand, Aphrodite was chuckling while covering her mouth. As for Perrin, her face was already red with embarrassment. After a long time, the two finally separated. After rolling her eyes at Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing finally stopped asking about that question of death. However, she looked at the bloodstains on him with disdain and turned to Aphrodite and Perrin. Go and boil water so that Wang Yu can take a bath and change his clothes. Look at how dirty he is. Aphrodite and Perrin responded with a smile and immediately went to prepare a bathtub for Li Wangyu. In fact, there were naturally chores in the hostel who were in charge of this. Before long, the bathtub in the wing room was filled with hot water. Li Wangyu didn't have to hide anything now. After taking off his blood-stained clothes in front of the three women, he soaked his naked body in the hot water. Stimulated by the warm water, the pores all over his body relaxed. Li Wangyu buried his head in the water and felt the strong beating of his heart in his chest. It wasn't until he couldn't hold his breath that he jerked his head up and took in deep breaths of fresh air. Li Wangyu couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief, feeling that he was finally alive. It was great to be alive. 3 pairs of smooth palms landed on his body and began to help him rub off the dried blood on his body. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the massage from his women while thinking about what to do next. Although Zheolong County wasn't under Li Wangyu's rule, as the founding county duke of the Tang dynasty, he enjoyed a salary from the imperial court and was supported by the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he naturally had to be responsible for the people of the Tang dynasty. Although many of them had died in today's battle, there were still several thousand of them surrounding Zheolong County, even if those who were injured were included. It was obviously unrealistic to send people through the blockade and report to Chengdu County's Yizhou Governor General's office. However, Zheolong County was too close to Chengdu County. Moreover, there were many scholars and scholars trapped in Zheolong County. Even the chief of the Yizhou Governor General's office was trapped here. As time passed, the officials might not be able to seal off the news even if they wanted to. As long as Zheolong County could hold on for 7 to 8 days, there was no need to worry about reinforcements not arriving. However, the problem was that it was too difficult to defend Zheolong County for so many days with the current strength of its defenses. If the officials attacked a few more times like today, Zheolong County would probably fall. The reason was simple. After today's battle, most of the remaining soldiers were injured. If they continued to fight, their battle strength would be affected. Moreover, the bailiffs and citizens had suffered even more losses and needed to rest. As for the youths in the city, they were only normal citizens and could only assist the soldiers. They could not truly be used as soldiers. Now, they had to think of a way to strengthen the defense of Zhejiang County. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up from the bathtub, giving Su Changqing and the others a fright. Wangyu, what are you panicking for? The officials have not attacked yet. I have been paying attention to the movements outside the city. Li Wangyu stepped out of the bathtub and carelessly put on his clothes. He explained, Changqing, I am such a pig. How could I forget about the gunpowder? No, I have to find Du Gufeng and have him gather saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur in the city. When Su Changqing heard him say this, she also reacted and her face lit up with joy. Gunpowder, even the most primitive gunpowder, was a godly weapon in the Tang dynasty. Yesterday, there was a bug in the system and chapter 887 and 888 were duplicated. If there is a duplicate subscription, please delete this book from the bookshelf and add it again to refresh. Chapter 891. Li Wangyu created gunpowder to make firecrackers and fireworks for fun. However, he did not give the gunpowder to Pai Lupi as a weapon because Li Wangyu felt that gunpowder was too overbearing and that it would be harmful to heaven and earth if it was turned into a weapon. However, after experiencing the battle today, he realized that his thoughts were too naive. Swords and spears could kill people, bows and arrows could kill people, and gunpowder could also kill people. Since the purpose was to kill people, it would be too stupid to say that using gunpowder to kill people was harmful to heaven and earth. From Li Wangyu's point of view, any weapon that could kill those people outside the city was a good weapon. He called Niu Wu over and told him to find Du Gufeng and collect saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in the city to make gunpowder. Lang Jun, you still want to make exploding rods at this time? Many people in the city are in mourning. Isn't it inappropriate to set off exploding rods at this time? Niu Wu was puzzled. Although he was the one who created the gunpowder with Li Wangyu, Niu Wu knew that the purpose of gunpowder was to make exploding rods and fireworks. Now that Zhejiang County was facing a huge crisis, how could his Lang Jun be in the mood to make these things? When Li Wangyu heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to kick Niu Wu. Idiot, who told you that I want to make exploding rods? Then you want to make fireworks. Do you want to shoot fireworks into the night sky as a warning to the outside world? Li Wangyu was almost angered to death by this uncultured fellow, but he was too lazy to continue explaining. If I tell you to go, then go. Remember, collect as much as you can and transport it all. Yes, transport it all to the county government. I need it urgently, so do not neglect it. This is related to whether Zhejiang County can be defended or not. Li Wangyu originally wanted to transport it to the hostel, but after thinking about it, it was safer to transport something as dangerous as gunpowder to the county government. Yes. When Niu Wu saw that Li Wangyu was serious, he knew that his Lang Jun was not joking. He quickly ran to inform Du Gufeng to collect the materials. After Du Gufeng received Niu Wu's notice, although he was suspicious in his heart, he did not dare to be negligent. When he heard that County Duke who wanted to collect these items, which were related to the defense of the city, he immediately led the bailiffs to collect these 3 items from all over the city. Charcoal was easy. Even if they didn't have enough, they could always order people to build a kiln to burn it. Sulfur was barely acceptable. After all, sulfur had many uses. Whether it was used as medicine or repelling insects at home, it was useful. Even paper mills needed sulfur to bleach paper. There was also a papermaking workshop in Zhejiang County. Du Gufeng led a group of yamen runners to collect sulfur from all over the place. They collected all the sulfur stored in the medicine shops, paper mills, and the homes of the commoners. They managed to gather quite a bit of sulfur. The only thing they couldn't find was nitrate. Saltpeter could be used to make leather, but there were no leather workshops in Jiulong County. Saltpeter was mainly used to treat moisture and skin diseases. However, the amount used was not large. Therefore, the medicine stores in the county did not have much saltpeter in stock. Du Gufeng searched the entire county, but he could only find less than half a kilogram of saltpeter. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he also frowned. To make gunpowder, the amount of saltpeter needed was much more than sulfur. Now that Jiulong County was besieged, where could he find saltpeter? If he didn't have enough saltpeter, or in other words, potassium nitrate, how could he make gunpowder? Wouldn't that mean that he had the dragon-slaying skill but no dragon to kill? When Su Chongqing found out about this, he originally hoped that Li Wangyu would be able to make gunpowder and kill everyone to save the people of Jiulong County. However, he didn't expect that he would be hit in the head by the lack of raw materials. Wangyu, what should we do now? Without enough saltpeter, it's impossible to make gunpowder. Let's make as much as we have. If we really can't, we can only use it as a trump card and use it at a crucial moment. Li Wangyu was also very depressed. With less than half a kilogram of saltpeter, he couldn't make much gunpowder. Moreover, the power of gunpowder wasn't very strong. As a result, its usefulness was even more limited. He could only make gunpowder to catch them off guard and see if he could scare those ignorant officials. After all, when gunpowder exploded, the sound and flames produced would be quite shocking. For the officials who had never seen gunpowder before, it would certainly scare them. Li Wangyu unhappily ordered Niu Wu to grind out the charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter first. They had to make gunpowder first. When it came to making gunpowder, Niu Wu was even more skilled than Li Wangyu. After all, this guy was very lazy. When he had researched how to make gunpowder, he had thrown it to the two brothers, Niu Wu and Niu Yong, to manage. After sending Niu Wu to the county yamen to make gunpowder, Li Wangyu stayed in the hostel with waning interest. He continued to ponder about what other methods he could use to win by surprise. While he was thinking hard, he felt a burst of discomfort in his stomach. He quickly got up and went to the outhouse. The outhouse of the hostel was relatively clean. However, no matter how clean the outhouse of the Tang dynasty was, it was still limited. There was no need to talk about the smell. It was unavoidable. Moreover, the floor and corners of the outhouse were often cleaned, but there were still layers of white crystals. Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse and looked at the white crystals. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, causing him to immediately stand up. Immediately, Li Wangyu squatted down again. Damn, I forgot what I was doing and almost stained my pants. Li Wangyu quickly dealt with the aftermath. Like a whirlwind, he lifted his pants and rushed out of the outhouse. Zhang Daolang, Zhang Erlang. Quickly go and find Duga Ming house for me. The two brothers of the Zhang family saw that their master was so anxious that he didn't even have time to tie up his pants. They didn't dare to ask any more and quickly turned to look for Du Gufeng. Not long after, Du Gufeng, who had received the news, rushed to the hostel. However, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was dumbfounded. Duke? Are you kidding? At this time, you want me to mobilize the people in the city to scrape soil from the outhouse and the pigsty? Why is this so? Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse. When he saw the white crystals, he thought of scraping soil. When he was young, he heard from the elders in the village that in the old days, there was a popular business in the village called making salt. Every morning, the villagers would carry baskets and scrape soil from the outhouse, pigsty, and walls of the old houses in the village. After processing, they would boil the salt and sell it. Li Wangyu didn't know when this process of scraping soil and boiling salt appeared. It was recorded in the Ming dynasties, Tian Gong Kai Wu, but the Tang dynasty definitely didn't have this method of extracting salt. The salt used in the Tang dynasty was extracted from natural saltpeter. In Zhejiang County, there were naturally no saltpeter mines, but there were outhouses, pig feet, and old houses everywhere. The main thing was to mobilize people to scrape soil, so the problem of restricting the production of gunpowder was easily solved. However, Su Chongqing could understand this matter, but Duke of Feng found it hard to understand. The dignified county duke who founded the country actually wanted to mobilize the people in the city to scrape white crystals from the outhouse at this time. Wasn't this a waste of time? Could it be that this county duke had some special hobby? Duke of Feng cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse. He could only brace himself and agree. Chapter 892. As the county magistrate of Zhejiang County, Duke of Feng was clearly a capable official. Even though he did not understand why the citizens were asked to scrape the white crystals, Li Wangyu said that this matter was related to the survival of Zhejiang County, so he carried it out seriously. Thus, everyone in Zhejiang County, from the elderly to the children, carried baskets on their backs and squatted in the latrines, pigsty, and old houses to scrape the white crystals. Regarding this, the commoners in the city complained. Who would be willing to go to such a dirty and smelly place to get these useless things? What's more, the sword of Damocles was still hanging over everyone's heads. At this time, they were still asked to do such ridiculous things. Naturally, it would cause the common people in the city to complain. At this time, Li Wangyu did not care about how the citizens complained about him behind his back. He ran to the Zhejiang County Yamen and ordered people to dig a saltpeter pond in the yard. He was going to extract the saltpeter from the saltpeter soil. This method was heard from the elders in the village. Because they were in a hurry, digging the saltpeter pond turned the perfectly fine yamen into a muddy mess. At this time, Duke of Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. How could his perfectly fine yamen be ruined by this county magistrate who? The pond was half a meter deep and the four walls were built with bricks. The bottom of the pond was pounded with wheat straw to ensure that it would not leak. At one end of the pond, a hole was dug and a small urn was buried in it. At the bottom of the pond, a small hole was made and a clay pipe connected to the small urn. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu ordered people to mix the saltpeter soil with plant ash and put it into the saltpeter pond. After stepping on it, the pond was filled with water. After the water in the saltpeter pond seeped through the saltpeter soil, it would bring out the saltpeter from the soil and enter the small urn through the clay pipe. The dark red water was the saltpeter water. After that, Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a large stove in the yard of the county yamen. He directly took out several large iron pots from the county yamen kitchen and began to boil the saltpeter. This made Dugu Feng's face twitch, but he could only silently endure. The dark red nitric acid was poured directly into the iron pot and boiled over a large fire. Only when the white salt was boiled out from the bottom of the pot, and the nitric acid was boiled into a thick liquid, did the job finally come to an end. Li Wangyu ordered people to take out the boiled nitrate water and put it into the taopeng. He then placed it in a cool place to store it carefully. After the boiled nitrate water cooled down, the sides and bottom of the pot were filled with white crystals. This was the refined nitrate. When the saltpeter was extracted, Niu Wu, Dugu Feng, and the others were stunned. How could they have imagined that the soil scraped from the side of the latrine could actually produce saltpeter? This completely subverted their understanding. Lang Jun, this is really salt. Then how could the latrine produce nitrate? This is really an eye-opener. Dugu Feng even turned to Li Wangyu and bowed deeply. This lowly official only knows now that Duke knows everything from the heavens to the earth. You are truly a learned man. However, this lowly official still does not understand why Duke ordered this lowly official to collect things like saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Li Wangyu smiled at Dugu Feng and spat out 2 words. It's a secret. These words immediately made Dugu Feng, the county magistrate, speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu with a face full of hidden bitterness. Niu Wu, who was at the side, quickly pinched his thigh to prevent himself from laughing out loud and being recorded in a small black book by his narrow-minded Lang Jun. In fact, he still did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do with gunpowder. In Niu Wu's understanding, gunpowder was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. As for using gunpowder to kill people, he would never have thought of that. The method of making gunpowder naturally needed to be kept a secret. Li Wangyu did not wish for such a dangerous thing to be spread all over the streets. Originally, only the two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, knew how to make gunpowder. Li Wangyu had also repeatedly warned the two of them not to leak any information to the outside world. Now that they were in Zhejiang County, Niu Yong was not by his side and he could not trust anyone else. Li Wangyu could only summon the two brothers, Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian, and instruct them to learn how to make gunpowder with Niu Wu. Li Wangyu was not worried about his own troops. After repeatedly warning the three of them to pay attention to their safety and avoid using metal tools, Li Wangyu had Du Gufeng prepare a secluded courtyard for Niu Wu and the other two in the county yamen and began producing gunpowder. In less than half a day, Niu Wu and the other two used a roller to grind sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter into powder. They carefully mixed them together according to the ratio that Li Wangyu had taught them. After making a few caddies of gunpowder, Niu Wu went to ask Li Wangyu for instructions on what to do with the gunpowder. Li Wangyu had already thought about how to make these gunpowder into killing weapons. Making guns and cannons was out of the question. If he wanted a second-rate electronic business student to know how to make guns, it would be impossible unless Lao Zi appeared. Moreover, with the current level of metal smelting and processing in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that he would have to ask a deity to help him bring over a set of machinery from the future. Only then would he be able to make firearms. This was a complete industrial system. It was impossible for it to be as easy as it was written in novels, where the Tang dynasty of over 1,000 years ago could achieve industrialization. However, although he could not make guns and cannons, Li Wangyu still had other ways to make use of the gunpowder. Making explosive packs was one of the simplest ways. In movies and TV dramas, the kind of explosive that often appeared on screen, wrapped like a quilt, was actually also called a group of explosives. Spread loose powdered explosives in the middle of a cloth or paper, wrap it up like a package, and then tie it up with a rope. A must-have explosive pack for home, traveling, murder, and arson would be complete. If one was a little crazy and buried some broken stones and tiles in the explosive pack, the effect would be even better. Li Wangyu directly asked Du Gufeng to bring silk and instructed Niu Wu and the others to tightly wrap the gunpowder in it. At the same time, he also accidentally sprinkled some broken stones inside. The several caddies of gunpowder that Niu Wu and the others ground were all wrapped in a square explosive pack. Lang Jun, what the hell is this thing? If it explodes, it will be too big. How big of a brazier do you need to light this thing? Until now, Niu Wu still thought that this thing that Li Wangyu had made was just a weird-looking explosive rod. Seeing Niu Wu throw the several caddies of gunpowder up and down like a toy, Li Wangyu's back was covered in cold sweat. F***ck. This bastard Niu Wu who could scare people to death, did he really think that the thing in his hand was just for listening to the sound? Stop! Li Wangyu shouted loudly, scaring Niu Wu. The explosive pack in his hand almost fell to the ground, scaring Li Wangyu so much that his heart almost stopped beating. Although he knew that the gunpowder wouldn't explode even if it fell, who could say for sure about this kind of thing? If the several caddies of gunpowder in front of him exploded, there was no need to think about the consequences. He wouldn't even have to collect the corpse. He, Li Wangyu, could only pray that the heavens would let him transmigrate again. Li Wangyu could only angrily kick Niu Wu who had almost scared him to death. With a dark face, he signaled the Zhang brothers to carry the explosive pack and follow him. He had to find a place to test the power of the explosive pack. Chapter 893. Li Wangyu was a kind person. In order to extract the nitrate, he had already turned the Zhejiang County Yamen upside down. If he were to test the power of the explosive in the Yamen, well, he was actually afraid that Du Gufeng would fight him to the death. If he accidentally blew up the Yamen, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he would not be able to face Du Gufeng. After asking Du Gufeng, Li Wangyu decided to go to the military camp's drill ground to test it out. Du Gaming House, weren't you very puzzled when I asked you to collect sulfur and other materials? Now it's time to reveal the truth. I'll let you see what a divine weapon is. With this item, those subordinates are nothing to be afraid of. I can easily turn them into ashes. When Li Wangyu said this, he hated that he did not have a feather fan in his hand to show off. With a feather fan and a silk headband, he could turn them into ashes while talking and laughing. Wasn't he talking about him? Li Wangyu did not hide it from Du Gufeng. After all, the explosive was made to be used. Only by letting Du Gufeng see its power could the Zhejiang County magistrate be at ease. Du Gufeng looked at the explosive in the arms of the Zhang brothers, but he was still suspicious. A squarish package made of silk and linen was the so-called divine weapon. How was he going to kill the enemy? Was he going to throw it from the city wall to kill those subordinates? Wasn't that a joke? Du Gufeng racked his brains, but he still could not figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Duke, may I ask what this item is called? What is it used for? Du Gaming House, you may not know, but this item is called explosive. Well, thunderbolt sky-shaking thunder. Don't think it looks ordinary, but it can explode like a thunderbolt. Its power is so great that it can almost split the sky open. Using it to kill the enemy is as easy as chopping vegetables. Li Wangyu originally wanted to call it explosive bag, but he immediately felt that this name was not cool at all. Thus, he casually came up with the name Thunderbolt Rumbling Thunder. However, it was not only Du Gufeng who did not believe his words. Even Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers could not help but look at each other with smiles in their eyes. In Niu Wu's opinion, their Lang Jun was just spouting nonsense to fool the Zhejiang County magistrate. What bullsh *T Thunderbolt? The explosives in Zhang Xian's arms were personally made by the three of them. Niu Wu had also explained to the Zhang brothers that the mixture of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. The exploding rods and fireworks that were set off in the residence were made from these herbs. The explosion that Li Wangyu made was as loud as thunder. The Zhang brothers were naturally aware of this. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Niu Wu or the Zhang brothers, this so-called thunderbolt heaven-shaking thunder they made was actually just a big firework explosion. Thunderbolt rumbling thunder, at most, this explosion only contained a little too much gunpowder. Normally, the exploding rods that Niu Wu made would contain at most 1 or 2 grams of gunpowder. However, the explosives in front of them contained at least 7 to 8 kilograms of gunpowder. Niu Wu estimated that after this big explosive rod was ignited, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Could it be that Lang Jun was planning to use this loud noise to scare those people to death? In short, in Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' opinion, their Lang Jun was just fooling the honest people. In fact, Du Gufeng was also skeptical of Li Wangyu's words. How could he really believe in the thunderbolt rumbling thunder? The group walked to the drill ground in the city. Li Wangyu looked at the drill ground, which was about the size of a soccer field in his previous life, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Such a spacious area was perfect for testing the explosives. It would also prevent them from accidentally injuring other people due to the narrow space. Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a wooden stake in the middle of the drill ground and hung the explosives on it. He pondered for a moment, then turned his head to Du Gufeng and ordered, Du Gaming House, get people to find a few more pigs. This duke wants to test the power of the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. Duke Feng was even more confused about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. However, he could only helplessly order the bailiffs to find a few more pigs. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, the bailiffs tied up the pigs that were making a mess and placed them 5 to 6 meters away from the drill ground. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu led the group to the edge of the drill ground. He took out a match and had a smirk on his face. Which one of you wants to test the power of this Duke's thunderbolt rumbling thunder? This is an unprecedented feat. This Duke will give the glory of releasing this thunderbolt rumbling thunder to all of you. Oh right, find someone who can run fast. Don't get blown up by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. That would be too unjust. Husband, let me do it. Hee, this explosive rod. Ah, no, it's the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. I haven't released such a big one yet. I think it will be very satisfying. Niu Wu rubbed his hands and smiled. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him and ignored his words. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bailiffs behind Duke Feng. To be honest, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident in the powder that he made, which was the fuse. Although it was simple to make a fuse, it was just a paper wrapped in gunpowder and twisted into a rope. Then, a layer of rice paste was brushed on the outside to prevent the paper from falling apart. However, after the fuse was made, Li Wangyu secretly tested it a few times. He discovered that the burning speed was not uniform. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. This was actually very normal. When the powder was twisted by hand, the gunpowder wouldn't be spread evenly. Even when he was setting off firecrackers in his previous life, Li Wangyu had almost burned his finger because the fuse of some firecrackers burned too fast. Therefore, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to let Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers do such a dangerous experiment. Although it wasn't very kind, he still decided to give this heavy responsibility to the bailiffs of Jiulong County. The bailiffs of Jiulong County looked at each other. Then, someone immediately stood out. They did not know the dangers involved, but they were naturally willing to do such a thing to show their faces in front of the founding duke. Li Wangyu handed the match to that person and explained to him how to ignite the powder. He repeatedly told the man to turn around and run as fast as he could once the flame was ignited. Otherwise, if he was killed by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder, it wouldn't be his fault. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. In their hearts, they felt that Li Wangyu was making a fuss over nothing. Wasn't it just setting off fireworks? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? The bailiff in charge of lighting the fire was frightened by Li Wangyu's words, but he also felt some regret in his heart. However, it was too late to say anything now. He could only grit his teeth and walk towards the powder with the match. Following Li Wangyu's instructions, he found the long powder. His hands trembled as he lit the match. Then, he gently moved to the side of the powder. Sizzle. A light sound was heard. Then, a puff of smoke rose. The powder was ignited and quickly burned. The bailiff, who had never seen a fuse burn, was stunned. He didn't move for a long time. When Li Wangyu saw the smoke rise, he knew that the fuse had been ignited. Seeing that the bailiff was still standing there, he quickly shouted, "Run!" The bailiff was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and immediately turned around to run. After he ran 40 to 50 steps, he heard a loud bang behind him. Then, there was a buzzing sound in his ears. After that, he couldn't hear anything. The bailiff, who was still running, felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. He immediately fell to the ground. At the side of the training ground, everyone, including Li Wangyu, was dumbfounded. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers only had one thought in their minds. This firework explosion was really exciting. I am me, a different kind of firework. Chapter 894. In the history of human firearms, black gunpowder was the beginning of the era of firearms. However, strictly speaking, the power of black gunpowder wasn't that great. In terms of physical data, the explosive speed of black gunpowder was only 500 meters per second. The explosive speed of TNT in the future was 6,920 meters per second, the explosive speed of nitroglycerin was 8,000 meters per second, and the explosive speed of C4 was 8,040 meters per second. All of them could instantly turn black gunpowder into dregs. Therefore, the explosive bag that Niu Wu and the others made wasn't that powerful. At least, it was much less powerful than the explosive bag used by the 8th Route Army during the anti-Japanese war. Even so, when the explosive bag made of 8 to 9 kilograms of black gunpowder showed the power of firearms for the first time in this world, the huge roar and the power of the explosion still shocked everyone present. In the mansion soldiers' drill ground, there was a loud roar and a flash of fire. The shock wave of the explosion blew up the yellow soil on the drill ground, and a huge dust column rose from the ground. After the black gunpowder exploded, a huge cloud of black smoke rose up into the sky. The deafening sound of the explosion caused everyone's ears to ring and hum. Li Wangyu was smart. When the Yamen runner lit the fuse, he had already covered his ears with his hands and opened his mouth to offset the shock wave of the explosion. Therefore, when the explosive bag was detonated, he was the first to recover. In fact, the explosion of the explosive bag also shocked Li Wangyu. After all, in the future, other than seeing explosive scenes in movies and TV shows, he didn't have the chance to experience the shock of an explosion at close range. As for Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, at this time, their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of horror. In their eyes, the explosive bag was just a large explosive rod. After it was ignited, it caused such a violent explosion. Naturally, the three of them didn't expect it. The shock of the explosion, which was like a thunderbolt, made the three of them finally believe that what their Lang Jun asked them to make wasn't a toy explosive rod, but a thunderbolt shocking thunder that could be used to kill people. Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Zhuolong County, was also stunned. He stared blankly at the column of smoke rising from the explosion, unable to speak for a long time. The few bailiffs behind Du Gufeng felt their legs go weak. They all knelt down and kowtowed to the location of the explosion. From their point of view, there was no other explanation for this thunderous fury other than the legendary magic of the Immortals. The bailiffs looked at Li Wangyu with fear and reverence. After Li Wangyu came back to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh. The power of the explosives was completely in line with his imagination. As such, as long as they had the explosives in their hands, would they still have to worry about being surrounded? He was afraid that when those subordinates attacked the city again, they would throw down a few packs of explosives. After killing a group of people, they would be so scared that they would piss their pants and directly run back to the mountains. Who knows, maybe that would happen. Dugaming House, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the power of my thunderbolt shocking thunder? Li Wangyu smiled pretentiously at Du Gufeng, waiting for the county magistrate of Zhuolong County to worship and respect him. However, his words were like a blind man throwing flirtatious glances. Du Gufeng rubbed his ears hard and shouted, "Duke, what did you say? I can't hear you." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Damn it, he forgot to tell them to cover their ears. Obviously, there was only ringing in their ears. Whatever he said would be a waste of breath. After waiting for a while, when everyone's ears had recovered, Li Wangyu signaled for Du Gufeng to come with him to see the effect of the explosion. However, Li Wangyu felt that he had forgotten something. After looking around, he slapped his forehead. It seemed that he had forgotten about the brave warrior who lit the fuse. When he turned back to look for that person, he finally saw that Yamen runner struggling to get up from the ground. However, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. His face seemed to have been cut by the flying pebbles, and there was already blood flowing down. Li Wangyu hurriedly had Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers check on the Yamen runner. When the black gunpowder exploded, the shock wave wasn't very strong. However, the pebbles that Li Wangyu mixed in were fatal. Fortunately, the Yamen runner ran quickly. At a distance of 50 to 60 steps, the flying pebbles no longer had any lethality. They only scratched his skin. Although it looked like he was bleeding, it was only a superficial wound. After confirming that the Yamen runner didn't suffer any injuries, Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng encouraged him and ordered him to see a doctor. Only then did everyone continue to check on the effect of the explosion. The pillar that originally hung the bag of gunpowder had long disappeared. On the ground of the training ground, which was very sturdy, there was a 1 meter wide and half a meter deep crater from the explosion. As for the pitiful second senior brothers who were a few meters away from the explosion, there was no need to mention them. They were all dead on the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Even the bodies of the pigs were riddled with holes from the flying pebbles. Blood flowed out from the holes. They looked very pitiful. Tsk, these pigs are so pitiful. Li Wangyu said hypocritically. He turned his head to look at Du Gufeng, Du Gaming House, get someone to kill these pigs. After today's fierce battle with the officials, use these pigs to reward the government soldiers and Yamen runners. Ah. Oh, yes, yes. I will immediately send someone to do it. Du Gufeng looked at the dead pigs and was already shocked to the point of losing his soul. Only when he heard Li Wangyu talking to him did he come back to his senses. Duke, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt was made from the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal that you had me collect? This is too frightening. Could it be that the Duke used some kind of immortal magic? Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't reveal the truth to Du Gufeng. Gunpowder was the top secret of this era. Even though some monks, Daoists, and alchemists knew about gunpowder, no one had truly grasped the correct formula of gunpowder. The different ratios of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal determined the explosive power of gunpowder. In history, it wasn't until the 13th century, during the Southern Song dynasty, that gunpowder was used in large quantities on the battlefield and became something that could be fatal. It was now the 4th year of Kai Zhenguan, the year 630 AD. There were still 500 to 600 years before gunpowder was used on the battlefield. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and nodded at Du Gufeng. He spat out 2 words in a very pretentious manner, yes. Worried that Du Gufeng would misunderstand, he added, of course, the main thing is the sulfur, charcoal, and other materials that the Du Gaming house painstakingly collected from the city. Otherwise, this duke would be like a clever housewife who can't cook a meal without rice. I wouldn't be able to make this heaven-shaking thunderbolt. Du Gufeng was slightly stunned. He didn't even have time to greet Li Wangyu before he turned around and ran out with his official robes. Li Wangyu was stunned by his reaction and couldn't help but shout, Du Gaming house, what are you doing in such a hurry? This official is going to supervise the people and continue to scrape the saltpeter from the city. Du Gufeng left these words and ran out of sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Chapter 895. After testing the power of the explosives, Li Wangyu was finally able to relax after the incident of his subordinates surrounding the city. As long as he had the explosives in his hands, no matter how many people there were outside the city, he was not afraid. Jiulong County currently lacked charcoal and saltpeter. Although there was not much sulfur, the amount of sulfur used in the gunpowder formula was the least. Therefore, Li Wangyu estimated that with the sulfur that they had collected, Niu Wu and the others would be able to make almost 100 explosives. Li Wangyu did not believe that with so many explosives, those people would be able to overturn the situation. How could a body of flesh and blood be able to compete with explosives? After relaxing, Li Wangyu finally thought of the strangeness of the rebellion. Why did those people suddenly attack Jiulong County? Li Wangyu did not believe that just because the son of a tribe leader was whipped by Du Gufeng, it would lead to such a crisis. In his opinion, this was more like a premeditated attack. Li Wangyu had asked Du Gufeng before. When he received the news of the rebellion, he immediately ordered people to seal the city gates and sent out a bailiff to deliver the message. However, the bailiff had fallen into the hands of the people. This meant that there were already people lying in ambush on the official road leading to Chengdu County. Their goal was to prevent Jiulong County from calling for help. Including the tactic of surrounding 3 and 1 and the 5 people risking their lives to attack the city, this meant that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There must be a mastermind behind this. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out the reason, so he decided to interrogate the captured subordinates to see if he could find any clues to understand why they suddenly besieged Jiulong County. There were about 40 to 50 people captured on the city walls. These people were all locked up in the county jail by Du Gufeng. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to quickly make the explosives. He then called Du Gufeng back and prepared to interrogate the people. After all, he didn't understand their language. Without Du Gufeng's translation, it would be like a chicken speaking with a duck, and both parties would have no way of communicating. Duke, this lowly official understands those subordinates very well. They are a group of stubborn people. It is very difficult to get them to confess. The helpers' living environment was terrible, which made them fearless of death. They were very hard to deal with. Furthermore, this lowly official suspects that the subordinates that we have captured might not know what their leaders are trying to do. Du Gufeng first gave Li Wangyu a heads up. In his view, it would be difficult to get these subordinates to confess. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this, but he didn't know if he could get any useful information from his subordinates. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well interrogate him first. When the Tang dynasty interrogated criminals, they used all kinds of torture to extort confessions. They used all kinds of cruel methods to torture the person being interrogated. Things like flogging, whipping, pinching fingers with bamboo sticks, burning with hot iron. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, looked down on these interrogation methods. Beating people until they were badly mutilated and using pure pain to extort confessions was too low-end. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to do it. He wanted to try out a few interrogation methods that he had seen when he was browsing the internet in his previous life. In his previous life, extorting confessions through torture had become the target of scorn. However, there were interrogation methods that didn't harm the body, but could torture the mind. Du Guming House, order people to prepare some thick coffins. Li Wangyu instructed Du Gufeng. His words naturally gave Du Gufeng a fright. Why would he want coffins for no reason? Could it be that this duke was planning to bury those subordinates alive? Duke, why do you need coffins? Naturally, to interrogate those subordinates. Li Wangyu's words, which came out of nowhere, made Du Gufeng even more puzzled. However, it was not good for him to continue asking. He could only arrange for bailiffs to go to a coffin shop in the city and requisition a few thick coffins. Looking at the empty coffins that the bailiffs carried into the county office, Du Gufeng didn't know how to complain. How annoying. This is really annoying. His county office of Jiulong County had been tormented by Li Wangyu to the point that he couldn't even look at it anymore. The courtyard of the county office had been dug up into a mess. There were also a few iron pots and earthen stoves set up, and thick smoke was billowing out of them. Now, so many unlucky coffins had been brought in. It had completely overturned Du Gufeng's worldview. However, he was just a 7th-grade county magistrate. How could he dare to say no to Li Wangyu, the 2nd-grade county magistrate who had founded the country? He could only pinch his nose and endure. Li Wangyu directly ordered people to carry the coffins into the prison and find a secluded place to place them. Duke, the coffins are here. How do you want to interrogate those subordinates? I have already summoned all the experienced officials in the county office who are in charge of interrogation. All kinds of torture tools have been prepared. Duke, you only need to instruct them. Li Wangyu looked at the gloomy torture tools in the prison. There were even black bloodstains on the torture tools. He shook his head and said with a smile, "There is no need to use these messy tools. When interrogating a person, there is no need to make it so bloody and messy. Go find a few subordinates and directly put them in these coffins. Ah. Why is this? Duke of Feng and the bailiffs behind him who were in charge of interrogation in the county office were all stunned. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just let them do as they were told. In fact, Li Wangyu's interrogation method was a type of sensory deprivation. After putting the subordinates in the thick coffins, the lid of the coffins was closed, and they were sealed in a secluded space that was isolated from sound. Other than being able to breathe, they couldn't feel the slightest stimulation from the outside world. What seemed like an unremarkable punishment was actually quite terrifying. In the past, there was a research organization that did an experiment. They invited 17 people who volunteered to participate in the experiment and sealed them in a box. Almost no one was able to endure for long. Most people felt deep anxiety and panic when they were in the box. Being imprisoned for a few hours under sensory deprivation gave the prisoners the feeling of being locked up in an ordinary prison cell for weeks or even months. The reason Li Wangyu had Duke of Feng find coffins and not other sealed boxes was to increase the psychological pressure on the subordinates. He didn't explain the theory to Duke of Feng. As for whether this method, which he had seen on the internet, would be effective, Li Wangyu didn't know. He could only lock the subordinates in the coffins for a few hours before seeing the results. It didn't matter even if it didn't work. Li Wangyu was prepared to try other interrogation methods. For example, sleep deprivation. He wouldn't let the interviewee sleep for a few days. He would use fatigue to make the interviewee confess. This was a method often used by countries all over the world. Although this method was good, it was time-consuming. Li Wangyu didn't have the patience to spend a few days interrogating these subordinates. Li Wangyu felt that sensory deprivation, stress positions, and extreme temperatures were too cumbersome. Now, he wanted to try the quickest interrogation method on these subordinates. It was the CIA's infamous water torture. Chapter 896. The so-called water torture was a torture method that made the person being interrogated feel drowned. The person being tortured would not suffer any obvious physical injuries, but the pain would be unbearable. In the future, water torture was recognized as a form of torture. It was cruel, inhumane, and damaging to one's dignity, and was banned by many countries. However, the U.S. military and the CIA did not officially abolish waterboarding until 2009, when they were forced to do so. The tools of water torture were simple. The person would be tied up in a position where his feet were higher than his head. A wet towel would be used to cover his face, and water would be poured onto the towel. This form of torture would make the person feel suffocated and drowned. It was extremely cruel. Li Wangyu said that he could not bear to see his subordinates being tortured, but in reality, he did not want to see a bloody scene. He did not think that there was anything wrong with torturing his subordinates. After all, if these subordinates conquered Zhejiang County, they would not be merciful and let the civilians, Su Chongqing, and the others go. Li Wangyu ordered his men to drag out one of the subordinates from the prison and prepare to water torture him. The subordinate was very strong. His hands were tied behind his back by 2 yamen runners, but he did not stop struggling. His expression was ferocious and he was cursing. Even though Li Wangyu did not understand the language of the subordinates, he knew that this person did not have anything good to say. After ordering the yamen runners to tie the subordinate up, Li Wangyu ordered his men to bring a towel and a bucket of water. He was ready to torture the subordinate. However, Li Wangyu's water torture was seen as cruel by Duke of Feng and the other yamen runners. They did not think much of it. When Li Wangyu ordered them to lock the subordinate in a coffin, they did not understand what he meant. Now that they saw that the so-called tools of torture Li Wangyu ordered his men to prepare were just a bucket of water and a towel, they thought that Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, was just messing around. The Yamen runners, who had been torturing prisoners for years, looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Obviously, they thought that Li Wangyou's so-called interrogation was just child's play. It was simply a fantasy to expect these stubborn subordinates to confess with a bucket of cold water that didn't hurt them at all. Of course, they did not dare to say this in front of Li Wangyou. They also did not dare to show any strange expressions on their faces. After all, Li Wangyou was a god that no one dared to offend. Therefore, even though the Yamen runners did not think much of it, they were still very happy. They followed Li Wangyou's instructions and prepared to torture of the subordinates. After tying him up from head to toe, they covered his face with a towel. Then, a few Yamen runners lifted a bucket of water and slowly poured it on his face. Originally, the Yamen runners thought that this kind of punishment was no different from washing the subordinates' faces. But they did not expect that when the bucket of water was only half poured, the subordinates who were fixed to the platform suddenly started to struggle violently. They seemed to be in great pain. Some sharp-eyed Yamen runners even noticed that the subordinates' pants were wet. There was a foul smell. The subordinates actually lost control of their bowels. The Yamen runners were stunned. They were all veterans who had been torturing prisoners for a long time. They knew that it was not easy to beat the prisoners until they lost control of their bowels. Moreover, these subordinates were known for their stubbornness. In the past, torturing them was a difficult task. Don't think that beating people would not be tiring. But now, did the subordinate see a ghost? Just half a bucket of water was poured on his face and he could not help but struggle in pain. He even lost control of his bowels. Could it be that this punishment was really that terrifying? Li Wangyou did not know what the Yamen runners were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. Water torture did not seem like much, but it was actually quite painful. He had seen a piece of information on a military forum in his previous life. A CIA official had once revealed that water torture was very efficient. 80% of the people who were interrogated by water torture would confess. As for the remaining 20%, it was not because they were heroes who would rather die than surrender, but because they were tortured to death. Perhaps the only people who could survive water torture were those who had the halo of a main character in a Hollywood movie. The reason why water torture was so cruel was that it was impossible to breathe during the process. This caused the person being interrogated to subconsciously open their mouth and swallow. This caused a large amount of water to be sucked into their stomach, lungs, and trachea. This would cause the person being interrogated to vomit, cough, lose control of their bowels, and experience indescribable pain. They would be tortured to the point of death. According to the information disclosed by the CIA official, if an ordinary person was subjected to water torture, they would confess within 16 seconds to 2 minutes. The efficiency was very high. The Yamen runners of Jolong County naturally did not know about this, and Dugufeng did not know either. Everyone looked at the subordinate's painful appearance in horror, but they did not understand why. That's enough. Be careful not to drown him if you continue to water him. Stop. Duguming House, can I trouble you to ask him if he is willing to cooperate? Li Wangyou saw that the Yamen runners were still pouring water on the subordinates' faces and hurriedly spoke to stop them. Dugufeng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Ah. Yes, yes. I will go ask him now. The Yamen runners hurriedly put down the buckets of water and removed the wet towel covering the subordinates' faces. At this time, the subordinates could finally breathe again. He opened his mouth and greedily took in large mouthfuls of the not-so-fresh air in the prison. At the same time, he violently coughed, causing his face to be covered in snot and tears. He looked very miserable. Dugufeng and the other subordinates' coughing subsided a little. They then used the subordinates' language to ask a few questions. The previously incomparably tough subordinates were now acting out of character. Not only did they not dare to show any fierce expressions, they were instead obedient and pitiful like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whatever Du Gufeng asked, he obediently answered. This made the Yamen runners to the side all dumbfounded. The old officials in the prison finally realized that they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They had originally thought that Li Wangyu was fooling around with his interrogation methods, but now these old hands had opened their eyes. Compared to this efficient and easy interrogation method, the methods that they had originally used were indeed weak. What the county duke was doing was called interrogation. What he was doing was called an expert. If it weren't for the fact that the Yamen runner's status was too low compared to Li Wangyu's, these old torturers in the county Yamen would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wangyu to become his disciple. They would have wanted to learn some of these magical interrogation methods. Disregarding the shock in the Yamen runners' hearts, the subordinates that Du Gufeng had questioned for a long time shook his head regretfully at Li Wangyu. Duke, I have asked this person. He does not know why their tribe is besieging the county. He only said that the leader of the tribe had promised them that after they took Zheolong County, they would be free to plunder the wealth and women in the county. This answer was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He nodded and ordered the Yamen runners to put down the subordinate. Then, he grabbed a new subordinate. Chapter 897. After using water torture on several of them, the result was the same. No one could withstand such a cruel punishment. All of them began to beg for mercy. The county Yamen's torture veterans were like children who had just gotten a new toy. They were all in high spirits and couldn't wait to use the consummate skill they had just learned on these officials. In an instant, the county Yamen's prison, which was already gloomy and cold, was filled with endless screams. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't sympathize with these officials. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, these captured officials would be exiled for 3,000 miles even if they weren't beheaded. In short, their fate wouldn't be pleasant. However, he was a little disappointed. After interrogating several officials, no one knew why the 5 major tribes of officials had joined forces to attack Zheolong County. This was actually very normal. Thinking about it, only the leaders of the tribes of officials and those close to them would know the details. It was normal that these ordinary officials didn't know. Since he had nothing to do, Li Wangyu still ordered the Yamen runners to torture all the officials in the prison. However, they still didn't get anything. After spending 2 to 4 hours, it was all for naught. Li Wangyu felt very helpless about this result. He stood up and dusted his clothes, preparing to return to the hostel. Du Gufeng naturally led a group of Yamen runners to respectfully escort Li Wangyu out of the prison. However, one of the Yamen runners hesitated and said, reporting to the Duke, "You forgot about those coffins." Li Wangyu was reminded by him and suddenly remembered. Damn it, I completely forgot. Previously, he had ordered people to capture a few officials and lock them in the coffins. Their senses were cut off and they were confined. Now that a few hours had passed, he didn't know if those officials had broken down or not. He quickly ordered the Yamen runners to release those officials and check on the situation. If these officials were still unwilling to confess, Li Wangyu might have to ask the Yamen runners to torture them with water again for the sake of his reputation. Contrary to everyone's expectations, when the bailiffs opened the coffin lids and released them, the eyes of the people locked in the coffin were all lifeless, as if they had received a terrible shock. Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but thump. These officials couldn't have been locked in the coffins for a few hours, right? Before Li Wangyu could say anything, the Yamen runners saw the muddle-headed appearance of these officials and directly raised their arms and slapped them a few times to wake them up. The unruly officials cried and knelt down. They kowtowed to Du Gufeng, who was wearing an official's robe. They were mumbling something that no one knew what they were talking about. Li Wangyu couldn't understand what the officials were saying, but the Yamen runners and Du Gufeng could. After listening to the officials' words, the Yamen runners looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were full of worship. It was no different from when the most fanatical obsessive fans saw their idol in the future. This group of experienced torturers felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. If it was water torture, then it would be fine. After a few attempts, everyone roughly understood why pouring water on the faces of the subordinates would cause such pain. But why were these people who were locked in the coffins so terrified? At this moment, the officials who were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like they were pounding garlic were begging for mercy. As long as they weren't locked in the coffins, they would be willing to do anything. The yamen runners even suspected that if they were thrown a knife at this moment and asked to kill themselves, these officials might immediately use the knife to slit their own throats. Strange, this was too strange. When the yamen runners looked at the coffins placed in the prison, they couldn't help but shiver. They felt that these coffins were too strange. In their hearts, they were certain that this county magistrate who must have cast some kind of spell on the coffins to frighten these officials to such an extent. The yamen runners made up their minds. In the future, these coffins couldn't be casually used by anyone who wasn't evil. In their opinion, locking people in these coffins that had been enchanted was even more terrifying than water torture. From now on, these thick coffins became the treasures of Jolong County's prison. Every day, the yamen runners would burn incense and worship these coffins. When new yamen runners arrived, they would immediately be informed of the origins of these coffins and their evil nature. Whenever a vicious prisoner was caught in the prison, the yamen runners would lock them in the coffins. After being locked up for a few hours, they would be released. No matter how vicious the prisoner was, they would all be as obedient as quails. This added a mysterious aura to these coffins, and it led to many legends, putting aside the misunderstanding caused by Li Wangyou's sudden decision to get a few coffins to replace the confinement room. One of the officials told Du Gufeng something that caught Du Gufeng's attention after being interrogated by Du Gufeng and the yamen runners. Duke, this matter is rather strange. Li Wangyou's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, Du Guming House, did you find out anything useful? Du Gufeng pondered for a moment before replying, I can't say that it's useful. However, according to this person, a Tang person appeared in their tribe a few days ago. He was led by the trusted aide of their tribe's chief. They carefully avoided the eyes and ears of others and secretly brought the Tang person to meet with their chief. Oh right, he also said that the Tang person had an extraordinary identity and wasn't a commoner. Oh. Then how did he know? This person said that he was slacking off and was sleeping in a tree when he accidentally saw this matter. As for that person's identity, it was because when he had peeked from the tree, he had noticed that although that Tang man was wearing hu robes, he was also wearing a silk inner robe. Thus, he was certain that that person was not a commoner. This official isn't sure if this matter has anything to do with the official's rebellion. Because cotton had not been introduced to China in large quantities in the early Tang dynasty, the commoners mostly wore hemp clothing. Only the nobles and wealthy merchants had the ability to wear silk clothing. If the Tang person that the officials saw was wearing a silk undergarment, it meant that the person was either rich or noble. Li Wangyou pondered for a moment before saying, Du Guming House, ask this person again. When did he see the Tang person appear in their tribe? Du Gufeng turned his head and asked a few more questions before replying, Duke, he said that it was 10 days ago. Then when did Du Guming House's official kidnap a commoner's girl happen? Replying to the Duke, that was 3 days ago. Haha, that's interesting. Li Wangyou rubbed his chin and said, Du Guming House, from what I know, these officials usually don't have much contact with the Tang people, right? Yes, Duke is right. The customs of the officials are poles apart from the Tang people. In addition, the Tang people mostly despise the officials for being vulgar and call them barbarians. Thus, other than those officials who come down the mountain to sell mountain products and buy goods, they rarely interact with them. Du Gufeng's words made Li Wangyou even more certain that the rebellion of the officials was a premeditated conspiracy. Chapter 898. Even the commoners of the Tang dynasty disdained to interact with the officials. Yet, the mysterious person went to the tribe of the officials and talked to the leader in secret. He even avoided the eyes and ears of the other officials in the tribe. Obviously, what they talked about was confidential. The mysterious Tang people, the rebellion of the officials, all these things happened within a few days. Li Wangyu would never believe that there was no connection between them and that it was just a coincidence. But if the officials rebelled because someone was behind it, what was the purpose of this person? Rebellion? That was obviously impossible. It would be good if the officials could at most take over Jiulong County. Once the Yizhou Governor-General knew about this, they would send troops to surround and suppress them. There would be no chance for them to rebel. In history, there was a larger-scale rebellion in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In the 7th year of Wuda, the rebellion of the officials in Shizhou was huge. Li Yuan sent Dou Gui to lead the army into Shu to quell the rebellion. In the Battle of Fang Mountain alone, he captured 20,000 Tujia men, and killed the Tujia men until their souls flew away and scattered. After that, Dou Gui stayed in Yizhou and became the governor of the Yizhou Governor-General. He suppressed the officials until the 1st year of Xingguan. After that, the officials in Shu were quite afraid of the military power of the Tang dynasty. Hundreds of thousands of officials rebelled, but it was to no avail. Li Wangyu did not believe that the officials in Pingzhou were stupid. They would be courting death if they dared to go against the Tang dynasty with just a few thousand people. In that case, the goal of the rebellion was obviously this small Jiulong County. The idea of the leader of the guards was to escape back to the mountains and disappear without a trace after conquering Jiulong County before the arrival of the Tang army. But what was so attractive about this small Jiulong County that someone would want to do such a thing? Was it for money and food? Li Wangyu denied this guess again. When the officials told him that the leaders of their tribes had promised them that after the city was taken, they could take whatever they wanted in the city. The leaders of the tribes did not want a single cent. If that was the case, why did the leaders of the 5 tribes still want to drive their people to attack Jiulong County? What was their purpose? He asked Du Gufeng again and confirmed that there wasn't any large amount of money or grain stored in Jiulong County. Jiulong County was just an ordinary county in the Tang dynasty. How could there be many benefits in it? For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do. He only knew that this matter was very strange. Since there was no clue for the time being, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. In short, he had to guard the city well and wait for reinforcements to arrive. When the time came, he would capture the few deputy leaders and interrogate them. This would save him from wasting his brain cells here. After instructing Du Gufeng to look after the captives, Li Wangyu returned to the inn. After he told Su Chongqing about what had happened today, his beautiful boss had the same opinion as him. There had to be some hidden reason behind the rebellion of the officials. Even she couldn't figure out what their goal was. The two of them pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. However, they were too lazy to continue investigating. In short, with the explosives in their hands, they didn't have to worry about the officials playing any tricks. The night passed silently. The next morning, after experiencing a great defeat, the officials who had rested for a day beat the bronze drum outside the city. They planned to attack the city again. When Li Wangyu dressed up and climbed up the city wall with a sword in hand, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already arrived. Lang Jun, last night, the Zhang brothers and I worked through the night and made 30 thunderbolts. Today we'll let those damn officials have a taste of their own medicine. Niu Wu said to Li Wangyu proudly. In the turret behind him, there were already many explosives. This scene made the corner of Li Wangyu's eyes twitch. This bastard, how could he just casually pile up such dangerous explosives? If someone outside the city accidentally ignited the explosives by shooting a fire arrow into the city, it would all be over. He immediately thought of Niu Wu's words and his face became even darker. Damn it, he forgot to tell them yesterday. Plus, He had been thinking about the rebellion of the officials and forgot that Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been making explosives in the county office. It was fine if they were making explosives, but what did this bastard just say? Working through the night. Then what did these three bastards use to light up the place? There were no electric lights in the Tang dynasty. They either used oil lamps or candles to light up the place. When making the gunpowder, there were oil lamps or candles next to them. How come these three bastards didn't die? Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked each of them and scolded loudly, "You three don't want to live anymore. What did I say before? When making gunpowder, there can't be a fire source. Are you King tired of living?" Niu Wu smiled and rubbed his head. I was worried that the officials would attack the city today. Without these thunderbolts, many people would die. Don't worry, Lang Jun, we were very careful. Look, aren't we fine? Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. You three just wait. When today's war is over, I will put you three in confinement. Now go find someone to move these thunderbolts further away and store them separately. Remember, don't get close to the fire source. He made up his mind to throw these three lucky bastards into the county office's prison and lock them in the coffins for an hour. Let's see if they still dare to act so recklessly in the future. Today, he could still see the three of them alive and kicking. It was simply a blessing from the gods. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' ancestral graves were smoking. Yes. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers saw that Li Wangyu was really angry, so they didn't dare to argue. They quickly ran away to move the explosives. Li Wangyu shook his head at the three of them. At this time, he didn't have the energy to continue to cause trouble for them. In front of the city wall, more than 100 government soldiers were already on the battlefield. They led many of the city's youths and waited on the city wall. Accompanied by the deafening sound of the officials' drums, a black mass of officials appeared in the forest outside the city. Each of them held a weapon and looked at the people on the city wall, ready to attack at any time. Li Wangyu now had the explosives in his hands, so he wasn't too worried about this group of officials. Although Niu Wu and the rest only made 30 or so explosives, it was enough to make the officials suffer. Li Wangyu wasn't at ease with the others using the explosives, so he simply let Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers each take 7 to 8 explosives to guard one side of the city wall and support the government soldiers in battle. He personally led a few Yamen runners with the remaining explosives to guard one side of the city wall. As for the one responsible for igniting the explosives, it was a familiar person. It was the Yamen runner who was used as a guinea pig by Li Wangyu yesterday. The Yamen runner's face was only scratched by the gravel yesterday. After treatment by the doctor, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, this bailiff was bragging to the bailiffs beside him about his glorious achievements yesterday. He was extremely proud that Li Wangyu had once again given him these quaking thunders, and his chest was puffed up high. He was even more disdainful of the bailiffs outside the city. Everything was ready. Just as another battle was about to begin, Li Wangyu heard someone exclaim behind him. He looked back in shock and saw that in Zheolong County City, there were billowing smoke in several directions. Chapter 899. Duke Feng's face was full of fear. Duke, looking at the direction of the fire, it's my county hall and the granary in the city. This must be the work of a spy in the city. Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. Needless to say, it would be strange if the county hall and granary in the city were on fire during such a big battle. As for Duke Feng's claim that it was a spy, Li Wangyu could only sneer. It might not be a spy. He thought of what the spy said in the prison yesterday. That mysterious Tang person, Duke Ming House, immediately take the bailiffs and mobilize the people in the city to put out the fire, Li Wangyu ordered. Duke Feng looked at the people outside the city who were ready to attack at any time and hesitated. Duke, why don't I stay here? Li Wangyu waved his hand. That's enough, I'm here. You don't know how to use the quaking thunder, so it's useless for you to stay on the city wall. Don't worry, with my quaking thunder, those people won't be able to reach the city wall. Ming house, just put out the fire. Yes. Then I'll leave the safety of Zheolong County to you, Duke. Feng knew that Li Wangyu was right and did not continue to insist. After bowing deeply to Li Wangyu, he led a few bailiffs and rushed down the city walls. He was prepared to gather the people in the city to put out the fire. Wait, Ming house, take 10 more bailiffs with you. Li Wangyu called out to Feng again, since someone has set fire to the county hall, their target might be the captured subordinates. Be careful that they don't act rashly. Feng immediately nodded and led a group of bailiffs to leave. The fire in Zheolong County was naturally seen by the bailiffs and the young men on the city wall. Since they were the young men who came to help, their families were all in the city. When they saw the city on fire, it naturally caused an uproar. They were worried about the safety of their families in the city. There were even some impulsive young men who wanted to turn around and run down the city wall. The people on the city walls, who had been nervously guarding against the people outside the city, were in a state of chaos. Seeing this, Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. Stop! If anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the troops, they will be charged with the crime of disobeying orders and executed. The group of Yamen runners behind him quickly followed and shouted, if anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the army, kill them. Once their voices spread, the squad leaders and dekarches on the wall knew very well that they must not let the young men run amok. They yelled one after another, anyone who runs around and disrupts the army's morale will be killed. In the blink of an eye, Li Wangyu's order was spread to all 4 sides of the city wall through the mouths of the bailiffs and soldiers on the city wall. The cold word / calmed the young men who had been panicking a little. The military orders of the Tang dynasty were strict. Although these young men were not soldiers, they knew this very well. Therefore, when the military order was passed down, even though the young men were worried about the safety of their relatives in the city, they dared not make a ruckus anymore. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about the situation in the city at the moment because the people outside the city had begun to attack the city. Naturally, the people outside the city could see the thick smoke rising from Zheolong County's county seat. How could the leader of the people let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately ordered his men to blow the horn and ordered the people in the tribe to attack the city amidst the chaos. The situation was basically the same as the day before. The fearless people on the city wall braved the rain of arrows from the soldiers on the city wall. After leaving behind dozens of corpses, they successfully leaned the crude wooden ladder against the city wall. The young men who were assisting in the defense of the city began to throw rolling logs and stones desperately to stop the people from climbing up. As for the archers outside the city, they had entered the range of their bows and were ready to suppress the defense on the city wall. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not give the archers a chance to do so. When the people gathered at the foot of the city wall, he immediately patted the shoulder of the Yamen runner next to him. Go, let these people see what it means to not offend the power of heaven. Let them have a taste of the sky tremor bomb. Yes. The Yamen runner with a bloody scab on his face was so excited that his face was flushed red. He stood up and saluted Li Wangyu with a fist and palm salute. Then, he rushed out with a bag of explosives in each hand. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was distracted out of habit. The military salute of the Tang dynasty was really not that good. The fist salute was the military salute of the Tang dynasty. Compared to the common salute, the only difference was that they did not have to bow. He could not help but start to wonder if he should go back and suggest to Pai Lupi to come up with a standard military salute. The military salutes of the later countries were similar, but Li Wangyu felt that in the era of cold weapons, the chest-beating salute of the ancient Roman Republic was more domineering. When saluting, the right hand would beat the chest. Not only was it imposing, but it could also show off one's strength. He silently kept this in mind and planned to discuss it with Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde when he returned to Chang'an. While he was thinking, he heard a sudden thunderclap outside the city wall. It made the battlefield, which was originally filled with war cries, suddenly quiet down. Then, 3 more explosions sounded in the other 3 directions of Zhejiang County. Obviously, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had made a move together. Several bags of explosives were thrown down the city wall. After the successive explosions, the people of the Tang dynasty roared furiously. The shock wave of the explosion and the flying gravel, with the explosives as the center, instantly cleared the area with a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The people, who had been swarming toward the city wall like ants, were suddenly cleared out by the sudden explosion. The deafening sound, the flames soaring into the sky, the black smoke column, and the human body parts flying in all directions, deeply shocked everyone's heart. For a moment, whether it was the soldiers of the Tang dynasty on the city wall, the young men, or the people outside the city, they were all dumbfounded. They stopped, twisted their stiff necks, and stared blankly at the place where the explosion occurred. It seemed that they did not understand what had happened. On Li Wangyu's side of the city wall, the Yamen runner responsible for throwing the bags of explosives was flushed. He roared at the people below the city wall. He used so much force that even the blue veins on his neck bulged. He didn't care whether those subordinates were scared silly or not. After roaring angrily, he once again chose a place where the subordinates were gathered. With a sinister grin, he ignited the explosive in his hand with a match and threw it out with all his might. Boom! Another loud sound came. After being struck by the fury of thunder twice in a row, looking at their companions who had been blasted beyond recognition and were badly mutilated, the soldiers below the city did not dare to continue attacking the city. They let out terrified roars, turning around and fleeing toward the forest outside the city. Many of the people were scared out of their wits by the explosion. They did not run away, but knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The soldiers on the city wall were not in the mood to shoot arrows to kill the people who fled. How could they not be shaken by this shocking explosion to the point that they were at a loss for what to do? Just like that, because of a few packs of explosives, the large-scale siege ended with a strong start and a weak finish, just like that. Li Wangyu was naturally very satisfied with this result. He did not need to use a single soldier, and he could solve the problem with a few bags of explosives. Why not? After the people outside the city retreated, the fire in the city was slowly extinguished due to the efforts of Duge Feng and the people in the city. Recently, this old dragon has been updating 2 to 3 times a day, but there are still people who want to send me razor blades. It's too hard for me. Let's exchange the razor blades for tips. Chapter 900. The fire in Zhejiang County was set on fire during the crucial moment of the siege. It was obvious that someone had done it on purpose. Needless to say, the motive was to create chaos in the county in order to coordinate with the siege. However, the people outside the city who had taken the opportunity to attack the county were scared out of their wits and fled in panic because of the variable that was Li Wangyu's explosives. After the crisis in Zhejiang County was resolved, Li Wangyu ordered the 2 colonels to arrange the defense of the city wall. Then, he led Niu Wu and the others to check on the fire in the county. When he found Duge Feng, he saw that the county magistrate of Zhejiang County was covered in dirt. His light green official robe was also full of holes from the fire. Duge Ming House, how is it? Did you suffer a great loss? When Duge Feng saw Li Wangyu, he quickly bowed. Reporting to the Duke. Fortunately, Major Wang was organizing the people nearby to transport supplies for the soldiers. He led the people here in time and prevented the fire from spreading. After I arrived, I organized the people and put out the fire. It was only now that Li Wangyu noticed the middle-aged man beside Duge Feng. His face was covered in soot, and even much of his beard had been charred. He was none other than Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, whom Li Wangyu disliked. When Wang Yichuan saw Li Wangyu looking at him, he hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. On his dark face, only a row of white teeth could be seen, which made Li Wangyu very amused. Wang Yichuan, who was previously afraid of death, led a group of people to put out the fire. This reduced Li Wangyu's dislike for him. Major Wang has worked hard. Wang Yichuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Duke is too polite. This lowly official just happened to come by at the right time. I was organizing the people nearby to move rolling logs and stones when I saw that the granary was on fire. I hurriedly led the people to put out the fire. I am ashamed to say that as a major, I did not dare to go to the city wall to supervise the battle. I could only do some small things within my ability. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. When this matter is over, I will definitely ask for a reward for Major Wang. Thank you for your kindness, Duke. On the other side, Duke Feng had already led the scribes of the county government to make a rough inventory of the losses in the granary. He returned to report to Li Wangyu. Duke, this lowly official has already sent people to check. The loss of grain isn't too great. About a few dozen dawn were burned. It's not a big problem. That's good. How's the situation at the county yamen? Your Highness, there are no major problems with the county yamen. It seems that the arsonist only wanted to cause chaos in the city and did not intend to rescue the officials locked up in the prison. Therefore, they only burned some official robes. When Li Wangyu heard that, he also rejoiced endlessly. Luckily, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already finished making the explosives and moved them to the top of the city wall. Otherwise, if the explosives were stored in the county yamen, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, he agreed with Dugu Feng's words. The arsonist's purpose in setting the fire in Zheolong County wasn't to burn the grain or rescue the officials. It was only to cooperate with the officials outside the city to attack the city and set the city on fire to cause panic. However, the arsonist would never have thought that the explosives made by Li Wangyu would turn the matter of the officials attacking the city into a joke. Furthermore, the arsonist's effort in setting the city on fire was completely in vain. Instead, he exposed himself. When Li Wangyu thought about what the officials told him yesterday, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He asked, Dugaming House, are there many rich merchants in Zheolong County? Dugu Feng shook his head. This county is a lower county and the population is less than 1,000 households. There are only a dozen or so families in the city that can be considered rich merchants. When Li Wangyu heard that, he nodded slightly. Today's fire in the city confirmed one of his suspicions. The person who colluded with the officials was also in Zheolong County. According to the officials, the mysterious person wearing a silk undergarment gave Li Wangyu reason to suspect that the mysterious person was one of the rich merchants in Zheolong County. He thought about it from left to right, but he still couldn't figure out the purpose of the officials attacking Zheolong County. However, no matter what, the people who were related to Zheolong County must be the local tycoons of Zheolong County. There must be some secret that Li Wangyu and even Dugu Feng, the county magistrate of Zheolong County, didn't know. That was why the mysterious person took the risk and cooperated with the officials to attack Zheolong County to achieve his goal. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. Dugu Ming House, today is another great victory. Why don't you invite the Ming House to choose a restaurant in the city and invite the rich merchants in Zheolong County to celebrate today's victory? What do you think? When Dugu Feng heard that, he was slightly stunned. He didn't quite understand Li Wangyu's words. Now that there were thousands of officials surrounding the city, how could they invite the rich merchants in the city to a banquet? Then, he suddenly understood. Duke, are you thinking of? Before he could finish, Li Wangyu nodded, indicating that he didn't need to continue. Yes, this official understands. This official will order someone to send invitations to those country gentlemen. Dugu Feng and Li Wangyu looked at each other. They could tell what the other was thinking from the look in the other's eyes. Li Wangyu's idea was simple. The mysterious person probably didn't expect that his whereabouts would be discovered by one of the officials. He also didn't expect that the official would be captured by Jiulong County. As such, the most direct method was to capture the assistant and have him recognize the person in person. As long as the official could identify the rich merchants in Jiulong County as the Tang person he saw that day, he would be able to easily capture the mastermind. Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, was also a clever person. He immediately understood Li Wangyu's idea. Wang Yichuan naturally didn't understand the conversation between the two, but he didn't care about it. After Du Gufeng left to arrange these matters, Wang Yichuan also cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Wangyu. He returned to the hostel to wash up and change his clothes. This major of the Yizhou Governor-General's manor was trapped in Jiulong County. He was also staying in the hostel in the city. Li Wangyu saw that the situation in the city had stabilized. The mastermind's plot had failed, so he led Niu Wu and the others back to the city wall. He needed to properly store the remaining bags of explosives. If they weren't stored properly and accidentally detonated, it would be very troublesome. These bags of explosives were dangerous items. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't bring them back to the hostel. After thinking it over, he decided that it was more appropriate to entrust the bags of explosives to the prefectural soldiers. After ordering people to find the two colonels of the prefectural soldiers, Li Wangyu explained to them how to store the bags of explosives. These two colonels had already been convinced by the power of the bags of explosives on the city wall today. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to entrust these divine items to them for safekeeping, they naturally patted their chests and promised that they would send the most elite prefectural soldiers to look after the bags of thunderbolts shaking thunder. There wouldn't be any mistakes. Li Wangyu also trusted the two of them. If even the prefectural soldiers couldn't protect the bags of explosives, then he didn't have anyone else to trust. After ordering the prefectural soldiers to carefully move the bags of explosives away, one of the colonels couldn't help but sigh. If we had the Duke's thunderbolt shaking thunder back then, we wouldn't have suffered so much in Songzhou. When Li Wangyu heard this, he asked curiously, "Aren't you the prefectural soldiers of Pingzhou? Why, were you stationed in Songzhou before?" There's only one more update today. Perfecting the plot definitely isn't because of playing games. Chapter 901. In response to Li Wangyu's question, the colonel nodded and replied, "Duke, you may not know this, but all of us, including Pingzhou and Songzhou, are under the control of the Yizhou Governor-General. Therefore, every year, we have the opportunity to be sent to Songzhou to train." Hearing this, Li Wangyu understood a little. The Yizhou Governor-General's office actually had the military and political power of Yizhou, Mian, Jian, Jia, Ling, Ye, Mei, Meng, Jian, Chang, and Songzhou. Although the government soldiers were not professional soldiers like the imperial army, the Tang dynasty would still give them intensive military training every year to maintain their combat strength. Songzhou was an important city on the border with the Tuyuhun. In addition, the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun had small conflicts on the border from time to time. As such, the Yi province governor-general's manor took turns transferring these soldiers from the various provinces to Song province for a period of time in order to achieve the effect of actual combat training. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Based on what you said, did you fight with the Tuyuhun in Songzhou? And you suffered a big loss?" The two colonels looked at each other with a sad expression and nodded with a bitter smile. "Duke, to be honest, we were originally 3 brigades of government soldiers. A month ago, when we were stationed in Songzhou, one of the brigades was out on patrol and was ambushed by the Tuyuhun. The entire brigade died in battle." The colonel's words made Li Wangyu very surprised. There was actually such a thing happening. Immediately, he thought of the government soldiers he saw rushing to Songzhou when he departed from Mianzhou. It must have something to do with this. Is the Tuyuhun so arrogant? Aren't they afraid of the Tang dynasty's revenge? The colonel shook his head. "Duke, you may not know, but it is normal for the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun to attack each other. It's just that it's rare to see an entire brigade like us die in battle without even a messenger escaping. The colonel continued, after this happened, we originally wanted to avenge our comrades, but we didn't expect to be immediately sent back to Pingzhou. Sigh. As he spoke, he angrily punched his own palm, his face filled with grief and indignation. Li Wangyu had never been in the army before, but he could immediately understand the mood of the two colonels. He sighed and comforted the two colonels. After the regiment commander left, Li Wangyu also returned to the hostel to prepare for the feast at Hongmen that night. After receiving Du Gufeng's invitation, the 10 or so wealthy merchants of Zheolong County were somewhat surprised, but none of them refused. They all arrived at the restaurant as scheduled. Du Gufeng had already ordered someone to bring the assistant out of the prison. After washing up and dressing up, he got him a set of restaurant doctor's clothes and had him follow the bailiffs to receive the rich merchants in front of the restaurant. His goal was naturally to find out who that mysterious Tang was. However, to Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng's surprise, even after all the guests had arrived, the guard was still unable to identify the mysterious Tang from the crowd. Regardless of whether it was the rich merchants themselves or their servants, none of them matched the description. After receiving Du Gufeng's report, Li Wangyu frowned. Could it be that his previous thoughts were wrong? The people who were spying on Zheolong County were not the rich merchants in the city. However, other than these people, Li Wangyu could not think of anyone else who would benefit if Zheolong County was taken over by the guards. What was the motive? Needless to say, the people outside the city must have been promised great benefits, which was why they were tempted. However, what was the motive of the mastermind behind the scenes? Who would benefit if Zheolong County was taken over by the guards? Li Wangyu thought until his head was about to explode, but he could not think of anyone who would benefit from it. This matter was too king illogical. He even suspected Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor-General's office. He ordered Du Gufeng to investigate in private to see if Wang Yichuan had any connection with Zheolong County. However, after Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to investigate, they confirmed that Wang Yichuan had no relationship with the rich merchants of Zheolong County. He did not have any relatives or old friends, nor did he have any family members. Wang Yichuan only liked Pengzhou's peonies. Whenever Pengzhou's peonies bloomed, he would come to Zheolong County to admire the flowers. This time, he was trapped in Zheolong County, just like Li Wangyu and company. Seeing the situation, Li Wangyu no longer suspected Wang Yichuan. Since he could not catch the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to continue being a detective to solve the case. In the past few days, the guards outside the city did not continue to attack the city. It was as if they were completely scared out of their wits by the explosives. In fact, it was not just the guards. Even the soldiers and youths on the city walls were frightened by the power of the explosives. Even the commoners of Zheolong County took out their incense burners, burned incense, and kowtowed to thank the God of Thunder for his protection. In the eyes of the commoners, the sound of the explosives exploding was the God of Thunder's wrath, striking those damned guards to death. Zheolong County and the guards outside the city were in a stalemate. Early in the morning, when the sun rose as usual, the soldiers on the city wall who were in charge of guarding the city were surprised to find that the shadows of their subordinates who had appeared from time to time outside the city had disappeared. The forest outside the city was silent. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng, who had been notified, hurried over. When they saw the situation, they were very suspicious. Did the guards give up and retreat, or were they deliberately trying to mislead the enemy? After the two discussed for a while, they ordered people to use ropes to hang a hanging basket and let a group of guards go down the city walls to check on the situation. It didn't take long for the soldiers to return with good news. The guards had all retreated, leaving only a mess in the camp in the forest. When the news came back, it immediately attracted the excited shouts of the guards and youths on the city walls. This time, the crisis of Zheolong County was completely resolved. Soon, another guard came to report that dust was rising on the official road in the south of the city. It seemed that a large group of cavalry was approaching. This made the guards and youths on the city walls nervous. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng looked at each other. They did not see any panic in each other's eyes. The cavalry that appeared on the official road was undoubtedly the reinforcements of the Yi province governor's mansion. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the cavalry to appear before everyone's eyes. The flag of the Tang army fluttering high in the air immediately caused the soldiers on the city walls to erupt into thunderous cheers. Du Gufeng was very cautious. He did not directly order people to open the city gates. Instead, he personally shouted at the cavalry below and asked for their identity. It was impossible for the guards to pretend to be the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. After all, the equipment of the Tang dynasty's cavalry could not be bought even if they pawned the guards' pants. After confirming the identity of the cavalry below, Du Gufeng immediately ordered people to open the city gates to welcome the reinforcements sent by the Yi province governor's mansion. This time, the Yi province governor's mansion had sent 3,000 cavalry to reinforce the besieged Jiulong County. However, they did not expect that the guards had already escaped by the time they arrived. Li Wangyu did not expect that the person leading the cavalry to be the Yi province governor's mansion governor, Gao Shilian. Chapter 902. Because the power of the governor was too great, after Li Er ascended to the throne, he transferred all the governors of the various governor manors away. He only appointed Zhong Wangyao as governor. The actual power and responsibility of the governor's office was managed by the governor's office. Therefore, the governor's office in Yizhou was the boss of Yi, Mian, Jian, Jia, Ling, Ya, Mei, Meng, Jian, Jiang, and Song prefectures. His position was equivalent to the judici of the Tang dynasty. As for Gao Shilian, his background was even deeper. Although Li Wangyu had never met him, he knew the influence that Gao Shilian had in the imperial court. He was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, the wife of Pai Lupi, and the uncle of Empress Xianxia. Gao Shilian came from a famous family. He was very ambitious, loyal, and could recognize talents. He was known as the prime minister of the early Tang dynasty. Xianxia Wuji and Empress Xianxia were both brought up by their uncle, Gao Shilian, and were educated into talents. Even Pai Lupi was chosen by Gao Shilian at first sight. He felt that Pai Lupi's temperament was different from normal people and that he would be able to achieve great things in the future. Therefore, he decided to marry Empress Xianxia to Pai Lupi. In the first year of Zhengguan, Gao Shilian was punished for taking away the secret memorial that Wang Gui had given to Pai Lupi. He was demoted to the governor of An province and then transferred to the governor's office in Yizhou. In history, Gao Shilian was called back to Chang'an city by Pai Lupi the next year and became the Minister of Personnel and Duke of Su. Li Wangyu naturally knew Gao Shilian's position, so he was very surprised that Gao Shilian personally led troops to rescue Jiulong County. Gao Shilian, the big shot of Yi province, had come here in person. Could it be that something had happened again? Li Wangyu did not want to meet Gao Shilian. It was fine if other people knew, but Gao Shilian might know that he ran away. If he met Gao Shilian and this guy insisted on escorting him back to Chang'an city, then it would be pointless. But now that he was in Jiulong County, it was almost a well-known fact. So, it was impossible to hide it. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was unwilling, he could only obediently descend from the city wall and greet Gao Shilian. Sure enough, Gao Shilian was shocked when he heard that Li Wangyu was in Jiulong County. County Duku, why are you in Jiulong County? Ha, this old man didn't expect that you would actually run to this old man's territory when the saints were searching all over the world for you. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sure enough, Gao Shilian knew about this. In fact, ever since Mituo and the other playboys failed to find Li Wangyu in Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi simply sent secret letters to all the governors of the Tang dynasty, asking them to keep track of the whereabouts of county magistrate Hu. Once they found County Duku, they would immediately send troops to escort him back to Chang'an. Xian had not received the letter when he arrived in Lizhou. Otherwise, he would have been escorted back to Chang'an and given to Pai Lupi to kick his ass. He had considered this possibility that day, so he deliberately set up a deceptive formation and played the trick of a cicada shedding its shell on the river boat. When Xian received Pai Lupi's secret letter, he smiled bitterly. He had fallen for Li Wangyou's trick and sent people to chase him along the waterway. Gao Shilian naturally received Pai Lupi's secret letter. So, when Li Wangyu appeared in front of him, Gao Shilian could not help but stroke his beard and laugh. County Dooku, don't blame this old man for being rude. I've finally found you. Let's go back to Chengdu County together. Later, this old man will arrange for people to escort County Dooku back to Chang'an. County Dooku, please don't make things difficult for this old man. Gao Shilian was only a secondary grade 3 official, slightly lower than Li Wangyu, a secondary grade 2 official who had founded the country. However, with Gao Shilian's experience, he did not need to call himself a lower official. He was on the same level as Li Wangyu. In terms of seniority, Li Wangyu could even be considered Gao Shilian's grandson. After all, Pai Lupi was Li Wangyou's uncle, and Gao Shilian was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head at Gao Shilian's words. Duke Gao can just call me Zio. When this matter is over, I will return to Chang'an and will not make things difficult for Duke Gao. Then this old man will not be polite. Zio, you have been away for several months. His Majesty and Maid Guanyin have missed you a lot. Right, is Marquis Yanling also in Zhejiang County? Marquis Yanling. Li Wangyu was slightly stunned, and then his face was filled with surprise. Duke Gao, did His Majesty give my Lady Su a title? Gao Shilian twisted his mustache and smiled. That's right. His Majesty has already given her the title of Marquis Yanling and announced it to the world. Speaking of which, Marquis Yanling is really amazing. The 3 female marquises in the former Han did not have any achievements. They were only given titles because they were close to Han Emperor Gaozu and Empress Lu. As for Marquis Yanling, she relied on her own merits to be given a title. She is a heroine, a woman amongst women. I really respect her. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He laughed and said, "You're exaggerating, Duke Gao." Since Pai Lupi had already given Su Chongqing a title, Li Wangyou's goal had been achieved. In this way, returning to Chang'an City would not be a difficult task. Although he would definitely be taught a lesson by Pai Lupi when he returned, Li Wangyu felt that it was worth it to run away. Knowing that Su Chongqing had already been given a title, Li Wangyu no longer held any grudges and chatted happily with Gao Shilian. After the army entered the city, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were carefully invited to the county office by Du Gufeng. He also ordered people to invite Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor-General's manor, to the county office. After everyone talked, Li Wangyu found out that Gao Shilian was not clear about the situation in Zhejiang County. However, after the rebellion, although they tried their best to block the news, there were still many scholars and ladies from Chengdu County who came to admire the flowers. Even Wang Yichuan was trapped in Zhejiang County and could not leave. This matter could not be hidden for long. When people from Chengdu County went to the county office to report that their relatives had gone to Zhejiang County and never returned, the matter was quickly reported to the Yizhou Governor-General's manor. The Governor-General's manor quickly sent out scouts and the matter of the rebellion was immediately exposed. After learning about this matter, Gao Shilian was naturally furious. Originally, this kind of matter did not require him, the chief of the Yizhou Governor-General, to personally deal with it. However, Gao Shilian was like an old man who had gone crazy. Frankly speaking, he was just bored in Chengdu County. Thus, he decided to personally take action. He planned to lead the army and crush these reckless subordinates into smithereens. Gao Shilian did not expect that he would make a wasted trip. Li Wangyu and De Gufeng also told Gao Shilian about the rebellion from beginning to end. When Gao Shilian heard that there were Tang people who colluded with the rebels, he was also furious. To think that there was such a thing. Ziyu, do you know who is behind all this? Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Wang Yichuan and De Gufeng also looked helpless. Obviously, the mastermind behind this was very well hidden. Other than knowing that there was such a mysterious person, they did not even know his purpose, let alone find out who he was. Gao Shilian pondered for a while and said, since that is the case, let's not bother about that person for now. When I lead the army to encircle the few tribes that the rebels are from, we will capture their leaders and interrogate them directly. Li Wangyu and the others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. That was the only thing they could do now. Chapter 903. The 3,000 soldiers rested for a day in Jiulong County. The next morning, the army set off to attack the Farron tribe. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing discussed, they led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers and set off with the army. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to join in the fun, but because he heard that the Farron tribe was in the mountains. They usually chose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. Thus, he wanted to bring the remaining packs of explosives to see if they could help. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had spent the night making explosives, and there were still 20 or so left. Li Wangyu believed that there was no defensive power that could withstand the gunpowder. Gao Shilian naturally didn't want to bring Li Wangyu to attack the Farron tribe. From Gao Shilian's point of view, attacking the Farron tribe wasn't dangerous. However, if he had nothing to do, bringing Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, to the battlefield was still risky. Gao Shilian obviously didn't want to do something that didn't bring him any benefits. Li Wangyu's method of persuading Gao Shilian was simple. He just needed to detonate a pack of explosives in front of him and easily deal with the old man. In the era of cold weapons, there was no need to doubt the power of explosives. Gao Shilian, as well as the captains and captains, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. After personally witnessing the power of the heaven-shaking thunderbolt, Gao Shilian immediately changed his mind. Zio, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt is truly incredible. I wonder if you can give me the secret recipe for this item. If we have such a powerful weapon, Tufan and Tuyuhan will be nothing but chickens and dogs. Li Wangyu didn't even think about Gao Shilian's words and shook his head to reject. What a joke, how would he dare to casually give away such a dangerous item? Even if the remaining explosives hadn't been used up by the time he left Yi Province, Li Wangyu was prepared to destroy them all and not leave them in Yi Province. As for how to use the explosives in the future, he would leave it to Pai Lupi and the other dukes to worry about. Gao Shilian could understand this, but he felt that it was a pity. Gao Shilian left behind 500 soldiers to defend Jiulong County, in case those damned Fu Ren tribe came back to attack. Then, with the guides sent by De Gufeng to lead the way, 2,500 soldiers entered Jiulong Mountain to annihilate the Fu Ren tribe. However, to everyone's surprise, the army went to a few Farron tribes, but found nothing. There were a total of 5 Farron tribes that participated in the rebellion, and lived in Jiulong Mountain near Jiulong County. However, when Gao Shilian and Li arrived at the Farron tribe, the tribes were already deserted. Other than the mess on the ground and the pots and pans that they didn't have time to take away, there wasn't even a dog in the tribe. Li Wangyu was speechless at this situation. When did these Farron? They actually knew that the rebellion had failed and that the Tang army would come to settle accounts with them, so they all patted their butts and ran away. If the Farron hid in the mountains, they would be dead. There was no way to find them. The current Tang dynasty wasn't like the future. Shu was filled with mountains and undeveloped forests. There were no roads or signs of human habitation. It was too easy to hide a few thousand people. However, when Li Wangyu thought about it carefully, he rejected this idea. The Farron tribe didn't only have young men. There were more than 1,000 Farron tribes, and there were countless women and children. If these people ran into the mountains with the young men, where would there be enough food to feed them? The guardsmen were not barbarians. Although they hunted, like the Tang, they mainly relied on farming to support themselves. There were many farmlands around the Faran tribe. Under such circumstances, how far could the Faran tribe run when the rebellion failed? Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he ordered people to burn down the empty Faran tribe. In truth, Li Wangyu tribe didn't think that there was anything to burn. The houses of the Faran tribe were simple thatched huts built on large trees. The Faran tribe called this type of house Hailang. They used wood as nests to avoid the miasma, and it was extremely simple. There was no difference whether they burned it or not. After missing twice, Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he found the guide that Zhejiang County sent over. The guide was an acquaintance of Li Wangyu's. He was the brave Yamen runner who was the first to detonate the explosives on the drill ground. Let me ask you, where can these Faran tribe run to? What do you think? The bailiff thought about it and replied, if these Faran tribe members didn't run into the mountains, then only Zhang Fei camp can hide so many Faran tribe members. Zhang Fei camp. Where is that? Gao Shilian tribe did not understand. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhang Fei camp was where Shu country general Zhang Fei led his troops. There were very few people there, and it was filled with forests and wilderness. Zhang Fei camp was about 700 to 800 steps tall, and the top of the mountain was flat. It was about 3,000 mu wide. It was surrounded by rocks, and there was only one small path up the mountain. It was the best place to hide troops. The bailiff's words made Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu tribe members frown. If there was such a place, it wouldn't be hard for the Faran tribe members to hide in Zhang Fei camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not understand and asked, since there is such a good place to hide troops, why didn't they send troops to guard it? The bailiff gave a bitter smile. Lord Gao, the place where Zhang Fei camp is located is really deserted. It is also deep in the mountains, so there isn't much point in having troops there. During the Shu country, there was an official road at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Fei camp guarded the mountain beside the official road, so it was naturally a place that military strategists fought over. However, the official road has long been abandoned, so there is no need for troops to be stationed there. His explanation allowed everyone to understand why the barracks that Zhang Fei had set up back then had been taken over by his subordinates. Since that is the case, then let's go directly to Zhang Fei camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not care what was special about Zhang Fei camp. As long as the Faran tribe members were there, there was no need to worry about them escaping. Even if it was easy to defend and hard to attack, Gao Shilian did not believe that he could not take down the camp with his 2,500 elite soldiers. Ever since they entered the mountains to encircle the Faran tribe members, the horses of these soldiers were all stored in Zhejiang County. The mountain forest was dense, so they could only climb it on foot. The army changed direction and headed toward Zhang Fei camp, which the bailiff had pointed out. Marching through the mountain forest, Li Wangyu tribe members complained incessantly. He regretted joining in the fun. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close enough to kill a horse. Furthermore, they were marching through the mountain forest on foot. Not only was Li Wangyu tribe members tired, Gao Shilian tribe members also walked until they were out of breath. Fortunately, there were smart people among the soldiers. Seeing that the two nobles could not walk anymore, they chopped some bamboo and made two simple poles for them to carry Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian tribe members. After marching for about a day, the army finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where Zhang Fei camp was located. Li Wangyu tribe members and Gao Shilian tribe members got off the poles and looked up. Both of them could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The terrain in front of them was more dangerous than they had expected. Chapter 904. The stone mountain in front of Zhang Fei was about 700 to 800 meters high and surrounded by cliffs. Only the top of the mountain was lush and green, and was as flat as a round table. As for the path up the mountain, it was just as the bailiff had said. There was only one narrow path that could be used. Li Wangyu took out a monocular from his pocket and opened it to look at the top of the mountain. Sure enough, he saw a vague figure flashing on the mountain top. Needless to say, those were the people who had disappeared. Li Wangyu was in awe of these subordinates for being so decisive. After failing to besiege Zheolong County, they retreated before the army arrived. Moreover, they retreated so decisively. The 5 tribes all ran to Zhang Fei Ying's camp to avoid being chased by the Tang army. They were really decisive. In this kind of terrain, even if the Tang army was well equipped, it would be extremely difficult to take down Zhang Fei Ying's camp. The saying, "one man can hold back 10,000 men," described the terrain in front of them. Not to mention the thousands of strong men and close to 10,000 women and children on the top of the mountain. In this kind of terrain, as long as the people weren't stupid, they could send out hundreds of archers to seal off the entire path up the mountain. Even if the Tang dynasty's soldiers had armor and shields, they wouldn't be able to charge through the hundreds of meters of narrow path to the people under the rain of arrows. The more Li Wangyu looked, the more shocked he became. In this kind of terrain, even if he had the bags of explosives, they wouldn't be of any use. No matter how strong the soldiers were, they wouldn't be able to throw the bags of explosives up 100 meters. Not to mention these 7 to 8 kilograms of explosives, even if Li Wangyu used a cheat and took out the grenades, no one would be able to throw the grenades up 100 meters, right? Li Wangyu looked through the telescope, and the more he observed, the colder his heart became. According to the bailiff who led the way, there was a water source at the top of Zhang Fei Ying's camp, so they wouldn't die. Moreover, the people definitely didn't move here in a hurry. If the top of the mountain had 3,000 mu of land, then they would be able to cultivate a lot of land and be self-sufficient in a short time. As for the Tang dynasty, if they were unable to take down Zhang Fei's camp in a short period of time, they would have no choice but to retreat. While Li Wangyu was observing with his binoculars, Gao Shilian was very curious about the binoculars in his hand. The telescope had been introduced in the Tang dynasty for almost 2 years, and Li Wangyu had given the manufacturing method to Pai Lupi. However, because there was no glass in the Tang dynasty, telescopes were made with colorless and transparent crystals that were manually polished. The production rate was extremely low. Nowadays, only the high-ranking generals of the imperial guards in Chang and were given binoculars. Therefore, even Gao Shilian, the actual ruler of Yi province, had never seen such a novel thing as a telescope. He saw Li Wangyu holding the metal cylinder and constantly observing it. Out of curiosity, he asked, "Zio, what's that in your hand?" Li Wangyu looked at the binoculars in his hand in astonishment. He could not help but smile. "Master Gao, this is called a telescope. It's a gadget that I ordered people to make. It can magnify people or objects far away for observation." "Oh. That's interesting. I wonder if Zio can lend it to me to take a look." Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and handed the telescope to Gao Shilian. He even guided Gao Shilian on how to use it step by step. Hiss. "This thing is really amazing. I can actually see the figures of the people on the top of the mountain clearly." After Gao Shilian learned how to use the telescope, he was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Gao Shilian, this big shot, was like a child who had gotten a new toy. He held on to the telescope and refused to let go. This made Li Wangyu's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, is this old man going to learn from Qing Yaojin and borrow Jingzhou without returning it? Sure enough, after Gao Shilian finally saw enough, he put the binoculars into his arms with an indifferent expression. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man's movements are very skillful. Gao Shilian's action of putting something into his arms reminded Li Wangyu of a doctor friend he had met in his later life. What was different was that his doctor friend was using his pen instead of his pen, no matter if it was a signature pen, a ballpoint pen, or a fountain pen, as long as he dared to give it to his doctor friend. The next thing he would do after using it would be to put the pen into his pocket. His movements were extremely skillful and natural. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was as if the pen naturally belonged to him. As for Gao Shilian's actions of taking his telescope, Li Wangyu opened his mouth but decided to endure it in the end. After all, this old man was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. He was also the uncle of Empress Zhangsun and Zhangsun Wuji. He was 2 generations older than Li Wangyu. He could not afford to offend him. It was just a telescope. He would just treat it as a gift from this junior. Gao Shilian carefully observed the terrain of Zhang Fei's camp. He then gathered all the captains and colonels of the prefecture army to discuss how to attack. With regards to the unique terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, no one had any good ideas. There was no better idea. After the captains and colonels discussed, they decided to attack first. As the mountain path was narrow, at most 2 people could walk side by side. As such, they could not put in too many soldiers to attack. The captains and colonels picked out 100 of the strongest soldiers from the 2,500 prefecture soldiers. They all put on Mingguang armor and held heavy shields, preparing to attack. The fighting strength of the Tang prefecture soldiers was relatively strong. If these 100 or so prefecture soldiers were to fight on flat ground, even if there were 500 or 600 of them, they would not be afraid. However, due to the restrictions of the terrain, they could only wrap themselves in an iron shell to see if they could withstand the rain of arrows. After some preparation, the Tang army beat the war drums. The 100 or so fully armed prefecture soldiers started to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Behind them, there were a few hundred prefecture soldiers ready to provide support at any time. As long as the vanguard could open a gap, the army at the back would immediately charge in and take down the mountain. After the army set off, Gao Shilian once again took out the telescope and stared at every movement on the mountain. Li Wangyu was also a little nervous. He asked Niu Wu for another pair of binoculars and followed Gao Shilian to observe the movement on the mountain. They saw that the prefecture soldiers were holding heavy shields in their hands and cautiously walking up the mountain. Hundreds of people climbed up 500 or 600 meters in one breath, but they did not see any of the prefecture soldiers. It was as if the prefecture soldiers did not notice the attack of the Tang army at the foot of the mountain. Even through Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian's binoculars, they couldn't see anyone at the top of the mountain. Right when the mansion soldiers turned a corner and were about to charge through the last few hundred meters, they heard the sound of drums and horns coming from the mountaintop. Then, hundreds of arrows came from the dense forest at the top of the mountain towards the Tang army. Chapter 905. Even though these hundreds of Tang soldiers had wrapped themselves up like tin cans and were protected by the heavy shields in their hands, they still could not withstand the rain of arrows shooting from above. The hundreds of valiant Tang soldiers raised their shields and tried to charge up against the arrow rain. However, they did not expect that the soldiers would start to roll down the mountain path. This time, the soldiers could not hold on any longer. They were knocked down by the stones on the narrow mountain path and screamed in pain. The colonel commanding the attack did not dare to be slow and immediately ordered a retreat. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the hundreds of Tang soldiers were killed, and more than 20 or 30 were injured. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu both frowned at the foot of the mountain. It would be difficult to break through Zhang Feiying's tough bone. The Tang commandant and lieutenant were not willing to lose like this. They tried a few more times to test the waters but returned with no results. Instead, they lost many men for nothing. Gao Shilian saw the situation and had no choice but to order a retreat. 2,000 soldiers set up camp at the foot of Zhang Feiying's mountain. After arranging the defense and preventing the soldiers from sneak attacking the camp, Gao Shilian gathered the commandants and lieutenant in his tent to discuss how to break through the situation. Facing such a terrain, everyone was at their wits' end. Li Wangyu was also very angry. He thought that the explosives he brought would be able to win by surprise. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation where even the explosives in his hands were useless. He had thought that if they had siege weapons like trebuchets, they should be able to throw the explosives 100 meters away. However, the Tang army did not have any trebuchets. Even if they did, they could not transport them up the mountain to attack. Furthermore, there was no place to place trebuchets on the narrow mountain path. He also thought that if they had large ballistae, they might be able to tie the explosives to the arrows and fire them. However, like trebuchets, large ballistae were also very large and difficult to transport up the mountain. Usually, large ballistae were fixed on the city walls for defense. Other than this, Li Wangyu really couldn't think of any other way to throw the explosives more than 100 meters away. He couldn't help but think angrily that if they had modern weapons like mortars, this kind of terrain would be nothing. With just one round of cannon fire, those subordinates who were defending from above would scatter and collapse. But this was just a thought. It was impossible for the Tang dynasty to have such firearms as mortars. After all, Li Wangyu was just a fake military fanatic. He didn't really know how to fight a war. He racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he could only give up. Gao Shilian and the commandant had no choice either. With the current situation, unless they hardened their hearts and used the lives of their men to fill in the gaps, they would not be able to attack Zhang Fei's camp no matter what. Thus, the two sides were in a deadlock. The subjugation army was besieged at the foot of Zhang Fei Ying's mountain, but they could do nothing to the subjugation army at the top of the mountain. After being trapped here for several days, the Manchun soldiers tried various kinds of attack methods such as night attacks, fire attacks, and archery. However, they all failed and even lost some men. Gao Shilian had no choice but to gather a group of soldiers again and discuss the matter of retreating. Their 2,000 soldiers couldn't keep defending at the foot of the mountain forever. Who knew how long it would take to trap the subjugation army at the top of the mountain? Regarding this, although Li Wangyu was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He was too lazy to continue staying in Gao Shilian's tent to listen to everyone discuss this matter. Thus, he simply said goodbye to Gao Shilian and brought Niu Wu out of the tent to get some fresh air. Raising his head and looking at the steep cliff of Zhang Feiying, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Not being able to attack Zhang Feiying and capture the 5 tribe leaders alive to find out who the mastermind was made Li Wangyu very unhappy. Furthermore, these traitors hiding here was like a fishbone stuck in the throat for Jiulong County. Who knew when they would become a disaster? There was only 1,000 days of being a thief, how could there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? If they couldn't deal with these subjugation army, Jiulong County would have a hard time in the future. Thinking about it, Gao Shilian could only send more soldiers to be stationed in Jiulong County to prevent the subjugation army from rebelling again. Niu Wu was also very unwilling. Lang Jun, why don't you let me take some men to sneak up at night? When we get close, we can throw out thunderbolts to kill those bastards. No, the soldiers have already tried to sneak up at night, but it didn't work. Those subjugation army are already prepared for this. Once night falls, they will light up a bonfire on the mountain peak. There are no trees on the mountain path to hide, so how can we sneak up? Are we just going to let it go like this? Wouldn't that be letting those bastards off easy? Niu Wu angrily pulled out his blade and chopped off a small branch beside him to vent his anger. Li Wangyu shrugged and comforted Niu Wu. He continued to wander around the camp aimlessly, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Unknowingly, he walked to the camp's kitchen. Next to the kitchen tent, the squad leader was busy preparing food. When the squad leader saw Li Wangyu, the nobleman, he quickly gestured for everyone to greet him. Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he was just looking around. He told them not to bother about him and to do their own things. After the cooks apologized, they busied themselves with their own affairs. Just as Li Wangyu was about to turn and leave, he saw 2 cooks putting something in a big wooden bucket. He couldn't help but be curious, so he went over to take a look. He saw a layer of cobblestones in the wooden bucket. The cooks at the side were constantly digging out hot cobblestones from the bonfire and throwing them into the wooden bucket. Seeing as Li Wangyu looked over, the cooks quickly explained with a smile that they were preparing to cook meat. The method of cooking meat with roasted cobblestones was famous in Sichuan. After the bottom of the bucket was covered with hot cobblestones, the cooks poured the condiments and meat on top of the cobblestones. Following that, a bucket of boiled bone broth was poured into the bucket. Sizzle, sizzle, sounds were heard, and an aroma immediately gushed out of the wooden bucket. Li Wangyu nodded as he was pleased. Looks like I'm going to have a good lunch today. He had seen the method of cooking meat with cobblestones in his previous life, and the taste was very unique. After praising the cooks, Li Wangyu turned around and left. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the steaming hot wooden barrel. Immediately after, Li Wangyu's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his thoughts became clear all of a sudden. Mwahahaha, wonderful, truly wonderful. Niu Wu, reward these brothers. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed loudly. Even Qing Yaojin's laughter could be heard. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. They didn't understand what their Lang Jun meant. The cooks were pleasantly surprised. They couldn't understand why their Lang Jun would reward them for no reason at all. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to them, and directly walked towards Gao Shilian's tent with large strides. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your mother's Italian artillery? Pull it up for me. Chapter 906. During the War of Liberation, the People's Liberation Army had very few cannons at that time, so their weapons and equipment were at a disadvantage. In order to solve the problem of insufficient firepower, the soldiers invented a crazy weapon, the heartless cannon. It used a gasoline barrel as a barrel to launch explosives. The official name of the launcher should be the Flying Thunder Cannon. In the movies of later generations, Li Wangyu had seen this kind of extremely crude weapon many times. Its structure and principle were also quite simple. It was an empty gasoline barrel, and the bottom was filled with propellant. Then, bundles of explosives were stuffed into a round shape. After the propellant was ignited, the 10-kilogram explosives could be thrown a distance of 1 to 200 meters. The caliber of the heartless cannon was the same as the thickness of the gasoline barrel. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was definitely the cannon with the largest caliber. Although its firing range was not very far, the explosive power of the 10-kilogram explosives could not be underestimated. Everywhere it passed, the bunkers, people, and horses would be blown away. Many of the enemies who were killed by the explosions often did not have any wounds on their bodies, but they died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. They were killed by the shock wave of the explosives. It was also because of this that this kind of cannon, that could not be more crude, was called the heartless cannon. This kind of homemade cannon played a huge role in the Huai Sea Battle and the War of Resistance against the United States and Aid Korea. Li Wangyu had just seen the big wooden barrel in the cook's camp. When he saw the steam coming out of the barrel, the words "heartless cannon" unconsciously popped up in his mind. This naturally made him feel enlightened. That was why he was so excited and asked Niu Wu to reward the cooks. The principle of the heartless cannon was too simple. Now that he had the black gunpowder and the explosives in his hands, he could also fiddle with it. To launch the explosives, he did not even need something like a gasoline barrel. The earliest Flying Thunder cannon directly dug a round hole in the ground, stuffed the explosives and propellant into the hole, and fired. However, doing this was too inefficient, and the excavated barrel could only be used once. After that, the soldiers continued to improve and used the discarded gasoline barrel as the cannon barrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about that. All he needed to do was to toss the bag of explosives to the top of the mountain 100 meters away. Even if he wanted the Manchun soldiers to dig the earth, he could do it too. When Gao Shilian heard that Li Wangyu had a way to break through Zhang Fei Ying's defenses, he was naturally overjoyed. However, he was worried that Li Wangyu was just boasting, so he decided to provoke him. Zio, there's no joking in the military. You must not speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if His Majesty is here, this old man will punish you for the crime of making a false report. How could Li Wangyu not see through the old man's thoughts? He couldn't help but silently roll his eyes. Elder Gao, is it worth it for me to joke with you about this kind of thing? Since I said I can, then I am confident. Duke Gao, please don't be in such a hurry to withdraw your troops. Give me a day. Once I'm done with my experiments, I'll show it to Duke Gao and you'll understand. Gao Shilian naturally agreed to this and agreed not to mention the matter of withdrawing his troops for the time being. After delaying Gao Shilian, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to a secluded area outside the camp with several bags of explosives. They were preparing to launch the Heartless Earth Cannon. Now that there were only 20 or so bags of explosives, Li Wangyu felt that it would take too much time to transport the explosives back to Zheolong County. Therefore, the test firing of the Heartless Earth Cannon needed to be successful as soon as possible. The fewer bags of explosives used, the better. Li Wangyu guessed that these subordinates had already been scared out of their wits by the explosives outside Zheolong County. When the time came, as long as 1 or 2 bags of explosives landed on their heads, these subordinates would lose their will to resist and run away like rats. However, no one could be sure about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was always good to save some explosives. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the past, so he had a certain understanding of the Heartless Earth Cannon. Normally, the barrel of the Heartless Earth Cannon would be placed at a 45-degree angle to the ground to maximize its range. Between the propellant and the explosives, there would be a thick, circular wooden board. The purpose of this wooden board was to isolate and reduce the high temperature and the impact of the explosives after the propellant was ignited. Secondly, it was to seal the propellant and increase the efficiency of the high-temperature gas produced after the propellant was ignited, thus increasing the range of the cannon. In the afternoon of this day, there were thunderous noises outside the camp of the Tang army. If it were not for the fact that the commandant, lieutenant, and colonel had already informed the soldiers that it was county magistrate who testing a new weapon, they would have been so scared that they would have exploded. As for the subordinates in Zhang Fei's camp, when they heard these sounds, they were all shocked. This was especially so for those who had personally experienced the explosion outside Zheolong County. They had personally seen the explosives blow up their comrades, so they were even more terrified. Many of the subordinates knelt on the ground and started to pray to the gods. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were outside the camp. They exploded 5 or 6 times in a row before they finally stopped. The next day, Li Wangyu invited Gao Shilian to a small hill outside the camp. He was ready to demonstrate his flying thunder cannon in front of everyone. Gao Shilian led a group of commandants and lieutenants to follow Li Wangyu to the small hill. When they looked up, they did not see anything. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family standing not far away and greeting everyone, there was nothing else. Zio, where is your method of defeating the enemy? Gao Shilian looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, wanting an explanation. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said with a laugh, Gao Gong, look at that hilltop, it's about 100 meters high. I'll use this place to replace Zhang Fei's camp, which is being guarded by my subordinates. I'll demonstrate to Gao Gong how to defeat the enemy. His words not only confused Gao Shilian, but also the captains of the Tang army looked at each other in confusion. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family, there was nothing else. County Duke who was going to attack that hill with just 3 troops. Could it be that this County Duke who really knew how to use immortal methods? Looking at the situation, could it be that he was going to show everyone how to use beans to create soldiers, or was he going to summon celestial soldiers and generals? He couldn't be joking and think that he could break through the hill with just 3 troops, right? Li Wangyu did not care about how confused Gao Shilian and the others were. He turned and waved at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, indicating that they could begin. Gao Shilian and the others saw Niu Wu and the other two take out matches from their bosoms. After lighting them, they turned and squatted on the ground, as if they were burning something. Then, in the next moment, the three of them turned and ran back. Their speed was so fast that Gao Shilian and the others were shocked. They did not understand why the three of them were running. Niu Wu and the others could not be blamed for running so fast. It was because Li Wangyu's heartless earth cannon was not reliable at all. Yesterday, he had tested it 5 or 6 times. Although it was a great success, there was still one time when the explosive pack did not fly out of the barrel and exploded. Fortunately, Li Wangyu also knew that this thing was not reliable enough. He had Niu Wu and the others immediately retreat after lighting the fire. In the end, the explosive pack only drenched Niu Wu and the others in a layer of mud. Fortunately, they were not injured. So today, after demonstrating this heartless earth cannon to Gao Shilian and the others, the three of them immediately ran back after lighting the fire, fearing that it would explode again. Just as Gao Shilian and the others were feeling suspicious, they suddenly heard 3 loud explosions in a row from the flat ground in front of them. Then, 3 black objects shot out from the ground and flew toward the small hill not far away. There's one more later. Chapter 907. Needless to say, what flew out from the ground were 3 pancake-shaped explosive packs. The homemade heartless cannon used an earthen cylinder to fire. In other words, a round hole similar to a cannon barrel was directly dug out from the ground to replace the cannon barrel. Therefore, when Gao Shilian and the others arrived, they did not see any weapons. They had all hidden their achievements and names under the ground. The 3 explosive packs that were thrown out did not fly very fast. They could be seen with the naked eye. Under the surprised gaze of Gao Shilian and the others, the explosive pack slowly fell from the sky and landed on a small hill 100 meters away. However, the explosive packs seemed to have lost their effect. There was no movement at all. Gao Shilian looked at Li Wangyu suspiciously. He did not understand what was going on. Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. There was no other way. There were no detonators and no triggering devices. Even the burning speed of the powder was different. Therefore, it was very difficult to know when the explosive packs would detonate. In order to prevent the explosive packs from being detonated in the air, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu and the others make the powder longer so that it would burn for a longer period of time. It was better to detonate it later than to detonate it earlier. Zio, what is the meaning of this? Why? Gao Shilian waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. He could not help but ask. However, before he could finish his words, 3 thunderous sounds came from the small hill 100 meters away. Everyone looked over in horror, only to see that on top of the hill, following the explosion, flames suddenly appeared, black smoke rose, and trees fell one after another. As for the birds that were resting in the forest on the hill, they were so shocked that they flew into the sky and fled in all directions. This is the sky-shaking thunderbolt. It's the sky-shaking thunderbolt. Zio, how did the sky-shaking thunderbolt fly to the top of the hill by itself? You still say that you don't know magic. Gao Shilian was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. The Tang army's commandants and lieutenants also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that the sky-shaking thunderbolt would fly to the top of the hill 100 meters away and explode by itself? Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. However, he would not explain the theory to Gao Shilian and the others. It was best to keep gunpowder a secret. Therefore, Li Wangyu avoided answering Gao Shilian's question and only asked with a smile, "What does Duke Gao think of my idea? Is it possible to break through Zhang Fei's camp?" But, of course. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. As long as this heaven-shaking thunderbolt can explode on the mountain guarded by my men, they will definitely lose. Gao Shilian was too lazy to care about how Li Wangyu did such an incredible thing. As long as Li Wangyu was able to deliver those thunderbolts to the heads of his subordinates, the Tang army under his command would be able to take advantage of the chaos to attack Zhang Fei's camp and wipe out this group of lawless subordinates in one fell swoop. The group of commandants and lieutenants were surprised, but they were also pleasantly surprised. How could they not understand what Li Wangyu's demonstration of this scene to them meant? For a moment, flattery flooded in like a tidal wave. Duke Gao is truly a celestial being, to be able to come up with such a godly method. Let's see how those subordinates will defend themselves. That's right, Duke Gao's method is naturally extraordinary. Those rascals will naturally be captured easily. Duke, you were able to turn those damn barbarians into dust without any effort. That is what you call a thunderous method. Duke Gao is mighty. Duke Gao is domineering. The soldiers of a certain generation kowtow to the Duke. With regards to these flattery, Li Wangyu accepted it all without blushing. He smiled and nodded pretentiously at the crowd. With Li Wangyu's heartless cannon as their backing, the previously frowning crowd immediately became interested and began to offer suggestions on how to use the heaven-shaking thunderbolt to quickly eliminate Zhang Fei's rebel subordinates. After a round of discussion, Niu Wu and the three Zhang brothers led hundreds of soldiers and the remaining packs of explosives up the mountain. They pushed until they were 100 steps away from Zhang Fei's camp, where they set up camp and set up an attack position. At the same time, Niu Wu led a group of soldiers and began to dig out the earth to shoot the explosives. After several tests by Li Wangyu, there weren't many explosive packs left. There were less than 20 of them. However, including Li Wangyu, no one was worried about the lack of ammunition. As long as these explosives flew to the top of the subordinates and exploded, it would be enough to solve the problem. On this day, the Tang army did not attempt to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Niu Wu led the soldiers and used half a day to dig out more than 20 earth cylinders. The thick wooden planks and the explosives were all prepared. They were only waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow to officially attack. Early the next morning, the Tang army soldiers ate breakfast and prepared their armor and weapons. They began to climb the mountain, preparing to take down Zhang Fei's camp in one go. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu stayed in the camp at the foot of the mountain. They held binoculars and looked at the top of the mountain nervously. At 7 in the morning, the war drums sounded in the camp, giving out the order to attack. When the war drums sounded at the foot of the mountain, the subordinates of Zhang Fei's camp also followed suit. The subordinates held bows and arrows and prepared all sorts of rocks and rolling logs. Although the continuous sounds of thunder at the foot of the mountain had frightened them for a while. However, when the subordinates realized that there were only sounds, they did not think much of it. In these few days, they had effortlessly forced back the Tang army's attacks without any injuries. This caused the subordinates to go from fear to underestimating the Tang army. In their eyes, as long as they occupied the advantageous terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, even if there was a huge army, they would not be afraid. The 100-meter-long mountain path in front of Zhang Fei's camp was a dangerous place, and no one would be able to attack it. Needless to say, the subordinates were at the end of the mountain path, using stones and thick tree trunks to build a small pass. In this way, even if the Tang army charged through the 100-meter mountain path, they would not be able to threaten the subordinates above the pass. Instead, they would become targets for them to shoot at. Therefore, when the subordinates heard the war drums of the Tang army, they did not panic. Instead, they laughed and picked up their weapons, waiting for the Tang army to come and die. Through the binoculars, Li Wangyu looked at the mountain 500 to 600 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers stood up at the same time and signaled for the soldiers to retreat. Because there was no time to train the soldiers to fire the cannons without conscience, all the lighting of the cannons were done by Niu Wu and the other two. Therefore, on the mountain path, the cannons dug by the soldiers were arranged in groups of 3. Niu Wu and the other 2 simultaneously blew on the fire and ignited the cannons. Then, they quickly retreated to the next cannons and ignited the cannons again before retreating. When they ignited the 3rd cannons, they heard 3 loud explosions in front of them. Then, everyone watched as the cannons slowly flew toward Zhang Fei's camp 100 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers did not have time to admire the results of their battle. They ran all the way and ignited the cannons. When all the cannons were ignited, the first thunderous sound finally came from the top of the mountain. The soldiers who had been waiting impatiently immediately pulled out their swords and led the soldiers to charge toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 908. Zhang Fei's camp, where one man could hold off 10,000 men, was broken after the first explosive pack exploded. The appearance of explosive packs in the era of cold weapons was something that could not be solved. Whether it was the power of the explosive packs or the strong impact brought about by the shock, it was something that the subordinates could not handle. In fact, not to mention these uncivilized subordinates, even the Tang army would most likely collapse in the face of such a dimensional attack. Following the sound of dozens of explosive packs exploding like thunder, hundreds of Tang's soldiers surged over the 100-meter mountain path like a tidal wave and surged into Zhang Fei's camp. As for those subordinates, they had already thrown down their weapons and fled like rats when the explosives exploded. When the fully armored Tang soldiers charged into Zhang Fei's camp, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Although Zhang Fei's camp was about 3,000 mu in size, it would still take some effort to capture all of them if they wanted to escape in all directions with just these 2,000 soldiers. But the subordinates had already lost their will to fight after being shocked by the explosive packs. They ran back to their camp like frightened birds returning to their nest. This saved the prefecture soldiers the effort of capturing them from the top of the mountain. When the Tang army arrived, the subordinates of the 5 tribes quickly put down their weapons and surrendered. Knowing that the battle on the mountain had ended, Gao Shilian could not help but laugh and invited Li Wangyu to go up the mountain to see the captives. Li Wangyu was naturally interested. He wanted to know if the leaders of the 5 tribes had been captured. But when he and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, finally reached Zhang Fei's camp, they received a piece of bad news. According to the captives, the 5 tribe leaders and their trusted subordinates had all escaped into a wooden house on the mountain top after the Tang army had attacked Zhang Fei's camp and never appeared again. As for that wooden house, Li Wangyu looked in the direction of the Tang lieutenant's finger, only to see a wreckage that had been burned to the ground with smoke rising from it. What was going on? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by this scene. Were all these subordinates so unyielding? He would rather commit suicide than be captured by the Tang army. Even if they would certainly be killed after they were caught, even ants would struggle to survive. Li Wangyu did not believe that the leaders of the tribes would be so righteous and brave as to sacrifice their lives for justice. This was too freaking illogical. Could there be a secret passage in the house? Did those deputy leaders escape through the secret passage? Li Wangyu asked, unwilling to give up. The Tang military officer shook his head, replying to the Duke, "This humble one has already led people to check that house and did not find the existence of a secret passage. Furthermore, I found more than a dozen charred corpses in the house. Just now, I've already asked those subordinates to identify them. They're confirmed to be the chief of their tribe, as well as the chief's trusted aides." These words immediately blocked Li Wangyu's stomach of words, and he didn't know what to say. What the F***ck? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart and turned around to leave. Immediately, he stopped and turned his head to ask, those subordinates, did they burn themselves to death or were they killed by someone? This humble one does not know. The officer's face was troubled. He was a military officer, not a coroner in the yamen. How would he know about these things? Suddenly, someone spoke, "Duke, why don't this humble one go down and take a look?" Although this humble one is not a coroner, this humble one works in the yamen and roughly knows how to distinguish the wounds on a corpse. Li Wangyu looked up and saw that it was the yamen runner from Zheolong County who was sent to lead the way for the Tang army. Naturally, he agreed and nodded with a smile, indicating for the yamen runner to quickly check the charred corpses. Li Wangyu now had a suspicion in his heart. He felt that these subordinates did not commit suicide, but were killed to silence them. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that these subordinates and their trusted aides all burned themselves to death just as the Tang army broke through Zhang Fei's camp? Even if these subordinates were not afraid of death, they would not be so brave. The bailiff quickly ran to examine the corpses and quickly returned to report to Li Wangyu, replying to the duke, "This lowly one has examined the corpses and confirmed that there are no sword wounds on them. They should have been burned to death." His words did not dispel Li Wangyu's suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu suddenly recalled the plot of a case that he often saw in TV dramas. There was a plot of how to identify whether the victim died in a fire or was murdered. His eyes lit up and he ordered the yamen runner, "Go, cut open the trachea of these subordinates' corpses and see if there are ashes inside." These words stunned the yamen runner and the Tang army officer. They looked at each other and did not understand the meaning of Li Wangyu's order. "Duke, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although these subordinates are despicable, the dead are more important. Duke, why don't you let these people go?" The Tang army officer hesitated and persuaded. He and the yamen runner both thought that Li Wangyu hated these subordinates and wanted to humiliate their corpses. In Chinese tradition, stabbing corpses and beheading people was against morality. Even if they were enemies, they would not purposely destroy their corpses under normal circumstances. This was also the reason why the Tang dynasty hated Goguryeo so much. The reason was that Goguryeo piled up the heads of the Sui army's fallen soldiers. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he understood the meaning of their expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Do the two of you think that this duke has nothing better to do? The reason why I asked you to cut open the trachea of these corpses is to determine if they died in a fire or were killed and burned." The yamen runner and the officer were stunned. They could not understand how cutting open the trachea of the corpses would reveal this point. The yamen runner bowed and asked, "Duke, please forgive this lowly one for being slow-witted. I really don't understand what Duke means. Cutting open the trachea of these corpses would reveal if they were burned or killed." Li Wangyu pretended to pull out a fan from his waist and flung it open with a schwa sound. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand and explained unhurriedly, "Dead people can't breathe. Naturally, there won't be any ashes in their trachea. If they were burned alive, then there will definitely be ashes in their trachea. How can you not understand such a simple principle?" In truth, his words were something that he had seen in television dramas. In the era of information explosion in the future, people would unconsciously accept any useful or useless information. In the future, this was naturally useless. But in the Tang dynasty, it came in handy. But if his words were heard by the forensic doctors of the future, they would probably laugh their heads off. Naturally, this was not completely correct. Some of the dead would quickly go into shock and stop breathing due to the pain of being burned. Naturally, there would not be any ashes in their trachea or lungs. Of course, the method he spoke of was also feasible to examine the corpses of these subordinates. After all, it was impossible for all the subordinates to go into shock from being burned alive. Therefore, as long as they examined the corpses, they would definitely find something. How could the yamen runner and the officer know about this? They only felt that Li Wangyu really knew everything from heaven to earth. As expected of a celestial figure, they hurriedly agreed and ran to examine the corpses, taking a break over the weekend. Only one update today.